Chungwon was not interested in watching Yun and Zhao Rujin get whipped. She disliked such bloody scenes, so she went home with Song Yang. When they arrived, Chungwon saw Song Mu struggling to eat with chopsticks. Every bite was hard for him, and seeing him like that made Chungwon feel more heartbroken. She kept thinking about how Song Yang had falsely accused her earlier. "How about we make some soup tonight?" Chungwon gently touched Song Mu's head. After making sure he didn't have a fever, she said softly, "Chicken soup. You and Yao Yao should both rest and recover well. Mother should drink more too," Song Mu said with concern. "I know you've been hurt a lot. It's not as serious as mine, but you still need time to recover." Before losing consciousness, Song Mu vaguely saw the blood on Chungwon. He knew her injuries weren't much better than his. Thinking about how Chungwon had suffered and endured so much to protect them made Song Mu's eyes soften with tenderness. Song Yang was standing at the door, talking to them. At this moment, he deeply regretted not asking Chungwon about her condition earlier, instead of guessing. Now he knew he was wrong, but Chungwon wouldn't forgive him easily. His regret grew deeper in his eyes. He closed his eyes, only feeling a bitter taste at the corner of his mouth. Chungwon went to the backyard to kill a chicken. Song Yang followed her and first caught a chicken from the coop. "I've boiled water in the kitchen. I'll handle the cooking today," Song Yang said, holding the chicken's wings as Chungwon was about to go to the kitchen. "No need, I can handle killing a chicken myself. The pig pen at the back isn't finished yet. Do you really want Yao Yao to sleep with Hawthorne every night?" Chungwon coldly took the chicken from his hand and looked at the half-built pig pen in the backyard. "Yao Yao can't sleep without holding Hawthorne these days. If you have nothing to do, go comfort your daughter and tell her that no matter how clean the pig is washed, it still can't sleep in bed." Song Yang was choked by Chungwon's words and stood there, unsure of what to do. He turned around to look at the pig pen. The wood was piled unevenly on the ground, and the shed hadn't been built yet. It looked very bleak. Hawthorne. Song Yang kept muttering that name. He thought about the little black pig constantly pushing against him, and suddenly he felt disgusted and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Song Yang went to fix the pig pen. Chungwon was in the kitchen cooking and saw his hardworking figure. While she was plucking feathers from the chicken, she didn't know how to describe her feelings at that moment. She threw the chicken into boiling water, covered the pot, and let it sit for about 15 minutes. When she took it out again, peeling the feathers off was as easy as taking off clothes. The white chicken skin was exposed. Chungwon was about to chop it into pieces with a kitchen knife when Song Yang somehow came into the kitchen from the backyard again. He took the knife from her hand and took over the task of chopping the chicken. "Your hand isn't fully healed. Let me handle the heavy work." Every time Song Yang cut, the chopping board trembled, as if it might jump into the air. Although she was prepared, seeing him use such force, Chungwon couldn't help but shrink back. "It's not something you should do." As she watched the chicken being cut into pieces, Chungwon reminded him, "I know you're trying to apologize, but doing things like cooking and cleaning won't make me feel like you're helping me." Song Yang paused his cutting. When he looked up, his eyes were full of confusion. He was handsome and tall, and seeing him with such a confused expression really created a surprising contrast. With such a face, Chungwon's previously hardened heart softened again. She slowed her tone and said, "Do you think I will be grateful just because you do this? Within your ability, try to rest more whenever you can." Song Yang clenched the handle of the kitchen knife. He lowered his head, and the look of confusion in his eyes became more obvious. "The pig pen will be fixed by tomorrow. Tonight, I will tell Yao Yao not to sleep hugging the hawthorn." Chungwon felt a sense of helplessness, like hitting cotton with a punch. At this moment, she didn't know what to say. Family matters are something we all need to do together. Whether it's killing chickens, building the pig pen, or disciplining the children, you only did your part. If you really want to make me happy, think about what can make me feel happy, not just what makes this family or what makes you comfortable. Chungwon put the chopped chicken into cold water to cook, but it was just one meal. She wasn't blinded by small acts of help. When the chicken was served at dinner, Song Yang gave the biggest chicken leg to Chungwon, and the two children ate the smaller ones. The family didn't have much meat before, and even now that they are better off, Yao Yao and Song Mu wouldn't care who ate the chicken leg. But Chungwon wasn't happy when she saw the big chicken leg. She felt an inexplicable frustration growing inside her. Being nice through work wasn't what she liked. Now, they were just giving her food, right? Eating a chicken leg in this world, especially at the dinner table, usually symbolizes sacrifice when there are enough chicken legs. Did Song-young sacrifice the chicken leg for the children and also for her? Silently, she finished her meal. Song-young then took over the dishwashing. Chungwon sat in the yard, applying medicine to the wounds on the children. Occasionally, she looked up and met Song-yang's eyes. She could see the guilt in his eyes and the sweat on his bare upper body, shining brightly in the light. He is a good person, but he is too simple. In the following days, Song-young took on all the chores at home. Sometimes, when he returned from the mountain, he brought back interesting things from there. He brought home everything from wildflowers woven into wreaths to game like wild chickens. But Chungwon didn't feel happy when she saw these things. She increasingly felt that life was becoming dull and uninteresting. It's not that she is being petty, it's just that every day you watch someone busy around you. Although they do things to please you, none of it truly touches your heart. Sometimes, it even makes you feel annoyed and leaves you with no happiness. There's a new kind of fruit on the mountain. Yao Yao and Songmu both like its taste. Why don't you try it too? Song-young holds a bright yellow fruit, offering it to Chungwon as if it were a treasure. The fruit smells very sweet. Even without eating it, Chungwon's mouth waters involuntarily. In the past, she would have gladly taken it and eaten it. But now, no matter how good the fruit tastes, Chungwon only feels like chewing wax. Eating it would just be a waste of its delicious flavor. I don't like eating fruit, and I don't like you giving me fruit. Chungwon turns her face away, not looking at the fruit. Her heart is filled with disappointment, one wave after another. I don't like flower crowns, and I don't feel happy when you do these things. Song-young is stunned. It seems he doesn't fully understand what Chungwon is trying to say. Let's get a divorce. Chungwon clenches her fists tightly, trying to keep her emotions steady so Song-young can't see her feelings. Neither of us likes each other anymore. Continuing to live like this is just suffering. I can't forget how you wrongly accused me. Instead of hurting each other, it's better to let go. What do you think? What about the children? Hearing the word divorce, Song-yang's usually calm eyes suddenly show a hint of panic and confusion. It's as if he has encountered some sudden disaster. He speaks nervously. I can change. Song-young nervously clenches his hands at his stomach. His grip is so tight that his knuckles turn white. He looks at Chungwon's cold face, and it feels like something is squeezing his heart painfully, making it hard to breathe. At this moment, he desperately wants to hear her say what he wants, not to keep telling him they will divorce again and again. The children can stay with whoever they want. I won't force them to choose. If they want to stay with you as their father, I will leave alone. I will leave everything at home to you. It's not that Chungwon is noble and willing to leave everything behind. There's nothing worth keeping in this village anyway. She had already made up her mind to rent a shop in the county town to start her second business. With 1,200 silver coins, she needed to save quickly, or she wouldn't be able to open her breeding farm in the space. I want to stay with my mother. I also want to stay with my mother. Yao Yao and Songmu were originally listening carefully at the door, eavesdropping on the couple's conversation. Songmu already understood what the words divorce meant. He knew that his father and mother would separate in the future. He could only choose to follow one of them, either his father or his sister. But that didn't matter. He was willing to stay with his mother, even if their life would be a bit harder without their father. As for Yao Yao, although she didn't understand what divorce meant, she could vaguely tell from her parents' expressions that they might not be able to stay together in the future. Yao Yao hurriedly ran out of the house, hugging Chungwon's leg. Her face was confused and innocent. Yao Yao wants to stay with mother forever. Mother's body was soft and fragrant, and Yao Yao liked her mother very much. I didn't do as well as you, Dad. If the children want to stay with you, then they will. Anyway, I was wrong to do this. You are right, and the hurt I caused cannot be fixed by what I did. Song-young lowered his head as if he had suffered a big setback. He bent his back and silently went back into the house. He was determined to do what he planned, and everything was developing as he expected. But seeing Song Yang looking so pitiful, Chungwon still felt a little sorry for him. Because Dad misunderstood Mother, that's why Mother wants to divorce him. Song-moo didn't directly hug Chungwon and say he wanted to stay with her forever. Instead, he moved a small stool and sat in front of her. Before, Dad went up the mountain and asked me about things Mother liked. I thought Mother would like a flower crown and she would like the fruit we picked before. Song-moo looked a little guilty because he was the one who suggested these ideas to Song-yang. He didn't expect Chungwon to dislike any of them. I only like the things I pick myself. Even if it's a flower crown or something like that, which is usually given as a gift, I want it to be made by myself and worn on my head. Chungwon gently touched Song-moo's cheek. When he looked confused, she softly said, "A gift from someone you don't expect, no matter how good, won't make me happy." "Is that so?" Song-moo nodded, seeming to understand, but not fully. It was the first time he heard this idea, and it felt new, but he liked it. The potatoes in the field were almost ready to harvest. Recently, the villagers worked hard every day in the potato fields to get a good crop. They spent all day watering, fertilizing, and weeding. Chungwon didn't want to be seen as different, so she also went to work in the fields. A few days ago, she found wild chili peppers on the mountain. She brought some home to cook and taste. The spiciness wasn't as strong as the peppers from her previous life in the Southwest, and eating too much made her throat feel like it was burning. So, Chungwon planted chili seeds from her space in her own field, in some corners. When villagers asked her what they were, she told them about the wild chili peppers she found on the mountain. But not many liked spicy food, so planting chili wasn't very successful. Chungwon worked in the field, and Song-yang also went to work. She weeded in front, and he turned the soil behind. When she stood up and rubbed her waist, he immediately took out a small stool from his bag and placed it on the ground so she could sit and rest. The water she brought from home had been heated by the sun and was hot. Song-yang always managed to bring some cooler water for her to drink. Chungwon wanted to refuse his kindness, but after several attempts, she accepted it peacefully. After all, she deserved some comfort. If life could be a little better, that would be good. When most of the work in the field was done, Chungwon took her 2 children to the county to sell things and earn money. This morning, she had just harvested all the crops in her experimental field. After threshing the rice, the white grains were ready to be taken to the county to exchange for other food. She was always thinking about her farm. She wanted to raise chickens, ducks, cows, and sheep. She wanted to raise all of them. "How about you come with us?" "What about the hawthorn trees at home and the potatoes in the field?" Chungwon looked at Song-yang with a bit of frustration. She lifted her chin and spoke softly to him. "We already agreed, but you're taking so many things to the county, and with 2 kids around, I don't feel safe." Song-yang interrupted Chungwon's words, and every word he spoke made Chungwon unable to refuse. "I will stay by you and the children's side. If anything unexpected happens, I can protect you all." Song-yang's voice was a little hoarse. After he finished speaking, Chungwon looked at him carefully. Song-yang was tall and strong, with a sturdy build. Because he worked outside in the sun for many years, his face had a beautiful, bronzed color. But his eyes were surprisingly deep and bright, shining like stars. At this moment, probably because he was hoping for Chungwon's answer, Song-yang looked a little nervous. He pressed his lips tightly together, showing a worried expression. He looked like a rough man, but he had a handsome face. He was staring at her with that worried look. Chungwon couldn't say a word to refuse. She sighed inside, feeling that handsome men can be very tempting. "Then let's go together. Today is a good day for business, and you can help me watch the children." Chungwon still planned to send the 2 children out as originally planned. But the kidnapping incident last time left her with a lot of psychological shadows. Even if she gave the children money to buy food at the shop across the street, she still felt uneasy. Song-yang got the answer he wanted. He smiled happily, curling his lips. The carriage shook as it moved forward. He reached out his big hand and held Yao Yao close in his arms. When they arrived at the county town, it was a market day, so there weren't many people at the market. Chungwon randomly found an empty spot to set up her stall. She took out some money and told Song Yang to take the two children to eat something delicious. She stayed alone to do her business. She placed her bags and packages on the ground. She had written a sign in advance and set it up. Song Yang wanted to help, but Chungwon didn't want him to get involved in her work, so she used her hand to block the sign. Today, just take care of the children. Take them to eat good food. If you run out of money, just come back and find me. I'll be nearby. If you need help, just call me. Song Yang really wanted to stay and do business with Chungwon. But their relationship was awkward now. Song Yang didn't want Chungwon to get more annoyed with him, so he agreed to whatever she said. Mommy, Yaya wants to eat candied hawthorn and that sweet cake. Yi was held in Song Yang's arms. She had been sleeping heavily on the way here and hadn't fully woken up yet. The little girl, with her chubby hand, sleepily rubbed her eyes. It seemed she had dreamed of eating candied hawthorn, and the sweet taste still made her mouth water. Okay. Chungwon smiled and wiped the drool from Yi's mouth. Just tell your dad what you want to eat. Amu likes green bean cakes, so buy some for him too. Chungwon never forgets Songmu. She loves her soft, tender daughter and also cares for her strong son. I'll buy some for you too. Song Yang's eyes reflected Chungwon's image. His voice was so gentle, it seemed to melt. Last time, Chungwon spent money here to buy grain, and everyone in the town still remembers. Many people recognized her and, seeing her setting up her stall again, quickly gathered around to ask if she was doing the same loss-making business today. Boss, what does that sign say? Are you still buying grain with money, like last time? Yes, yes. Our household has stored more grain now, but can we exchange it directly for grain this time? Or is it still white flour like last time? I prefer money. We have enough grain to last a few more months. People came and went, and soon, the crowd around Chungwon was packed tightly. Just like last time, you can get money or grain. But this time, we only accept white rice. Take a look if it suits you, we can exchange right now. Chungwon's space had no limit for grain collection. It seemed her appetite was big, and whatever she could store, it could take. She had roughly calculated that if she continued at this pace, she could gather enough grain in about 5 or 6 months to save the remaining 500 taels of silver. But her space also contained some valuable medicinal herbs she dug up in the mountains. An accidental find, a single Dendrobium officinale, was worth 70 or 80 taels of silver. Just as her thoughts drifted, a large bag of grain was suddenly placed in front of her, and a deep, burly voice spoke near her ear. I have 20 jin of millet. Are you sure you can exchange all of it for white rice? The big bag of millet made Chungwon's stall shake slightly. Of course. As long as the weight is correct and it's definitely your own harvest, not just 20 jin but even 200 jin, I want it. Chungwon confidently reached out and grabbed 2 handfuls of corn. Once she confirmed there was enough space to store it, she asked the big man to place the rice on the cart she brought. In no time, 20 jin of rice was weighed. The big man wanted white rice. Chungwon took a clean cloth bag and packed the rice for him. After exchanging goods, she told the curious villagers, it's not just corn. I want all the grains grown on your land. Of course, other things are also fine. For example, these wild grasses I drew on this board. If you can find them, I will buy all of them at 5 copper coins each. Chungwon then took out her prepared herbal medicine board to show the customers. These were new herbal medicines she found on the mountain, and her space was also busy collecting them. Even grass? You're not just rich and bored at home, are you? Are you trying to help us poor folks? One woman in the crowd asked suspiciously, even at the cheapest price for rice, it's not the same as corn. You're right. When do these two things ever have the same price? If you say that, the shopkeeper might have other plans, right? I'm afraid to sell my grains. The villagers kept talking, and Chungwon felt a few beads of sweat of frustration on her forehead. She was honestly playing fair with them, but they thought she was a scammer? I think you're just full and bored. You don't realize this is a good chance to make money, and now you're suspicious of the shopkeeper. The big man, who had just exchanged 20 jin of rice, rolled his eyes at the first woman who doubted Chungwon. If you don't want to, the shopkeeper isn't forcing you to trade your grains. If you really don't want to trade, just step aside early. Someone else is coming with grains behind you. After saying this, he whistled and left. He was tall and strong, and his words were sharp. The woman blushed with embarrassment. When she turned around, she saw other villagers bringing things over. She immediately stomped her foot in anger, twisted her waist, pushed through the crowd, and left. I want exchange 10 jin of rice. I want to exchange money. Is it based on the rice's price? Oh, the shopkeeper was here first. You better check carefully. I have more grains than them. The villagers eagerly brought their grain to exchange for white rice and silver coins. Although Chungwon couldn't handle everything alone, she was still very happy after hearing the space exchange notification in her mind. She couldn't hide her smile. She didn't expect to get such a big harvest today, and so many people wanted to trade their grain with her. If this trend continued, there wouldn't be a need for 5 or 6 months. She was afraid she could start the breeding area next month. Such a large space probably wouldn't be used just for raising chickens, ducks, fish, and sheep. Her hands kept moving, and her mind kept imagining the future. Chungwon felt truly happy today. But her happiness didn't last long. Suddenly, a group of people with wooden sticks pushed through the crowd of villagers exchanging grain, trying to overturn her stall. If Chungwon hadn't quickly steadied her small stall, they might have really knocked it over. Do you know what rules are? What is proper business? The leader was a tall, muscular man holding a thick wooden stick. He sneered as he pressed the stick close to Chungwon's face, stopping just a hand's breadth away. What's your status? You think you can sell grain here just because you want to? The villagers around saw the troublemakers and quickly stepped back, afraid the sticks might hit them. Chungwon wasn't surprised they scattered. She just looked coldly at the big man, her eyes showing no fear. Is there any law in our dynasty that says villagers can't set up stalls to sell grain?
Law?
The big man sneered. The others around him also laughed. I don't care about laws. I only know you're selling grain here, which affects my boss. Since you're a woman, we won't bother with you today. You better pack up and leave immediately and promise not to sell grain again. If not, the big man waved his stick a few times. You look so delicate and tender. You probably can't withstand a few hits from my stick, right? Well, I'd like to try. Hitting someone in the street? Your boss behind you must be pretty powerful if he dares to act so boldly in public. It seemed the man's backer was probably the grain shop owner. Program 1 still remembers that boss. He looks down on ordinary people, and the prices of food are set very high. If he truly monopolizes the market, common folks might have to eat black bread and coarse porridge, right? Hey, woman, you refuse to accept the toast and choose the punishment instead. The big man didn't expect Program 1 to be so stubborn. He was angry and immediately raised his stick to hit her. Program 1 is not someone who easily suffers losses. Just as she raised her arm to defend herself, someone suddenly snatched the stick from the big man's hand. Then he was kicked to the ground. In almost no time, the person who was just showing off in front of him was now lying on the ground, groaning in pain. I think it's you who refused the toast and chose the punishment. Song Yang suddenly appeared in front of Program 1. His broad body blocked her. They have known each other for a long time, and for the first time, Program 1 felt that his voice was so pleasant, and his broad shoulders gave her a sense of safety. Our law states that as long as the items sold in the market are not strictly forbidden by law, they can be sold freely. Are you saying that food is forbidden? Then, as the provider of food and clothing, do not eat forbidden items every month. Song Yang frowned. The big man, who was beaten, was just a little. He was now embarrassed and furious, ignoring what Song Yang was saying.
FAMINE.
If you have the ability, let's see if your fists can take down so many of us at once. If one person can't fight, how can a big man with so many people not solve a little kid like this? A group of people rushed toward Song Yang. Program 1 looked at the sticks in their hands and felt pain all over her body. She was worried and wanted to step forward. Just as she was about to face them, Song Mu suddenly reached out and tugged at her sleeve, shaking his head. Mother, don't worry. Father can do it. Song Mu had a natural trust in Song Yang. He believed that Song Yang could protect their family. Although these people looked strong, they definitely wouldn't be a match for Song Yang. But Program 1 watched the stick hit Song Yang's arm and heard him grunt in pain. Her heart clenched, and she still felt some compassion. Two fists can't defeat four hands. What if something unexpected happens? We must trust Dad. He just said that even if these people come back with twice as many, they definitely won't be his match. Yao Yao didn't understand what twice as many meant, but she knew Dad was very good at fighting. Both little kids believed in Song Yang so much. Chungwon hesitated to speak her worries, but she knew it wasn't the right time to say anything discouraging. So, she could only blindly trust Song Yang along with them. However, something a bit frustrating happened. While they were fighting passionately in front, some guests quietly came over from behind to talk to her, asking if she still wanted to continue this business. At that moment, Chungwon realized her silence was deafening. Those big men really weren't a match for Song Yang. In just a few exchanges, he had already knocked them all down. This time, Song Yang fought very hard. The men all curled up on the ground, unable to move because of the pain. Although no one was seriously injured or bleeding, seeing them so miserable, Chungwon still felt very sympathetic and wiped some sweat from her forehead. But after all this fuss, they couldn't continue the business today. Chungwon packed up all her things. Although she had changed a lot of supplies, she also brought many things when she left. When balanced out, the items on the ox cart didn't seem suspicious. They rented the ox cart for a day as usual. On the way back to the village, Chungwon kept an eye on Song Yang's slightly swollen arm, looking hesitant to speak. It's just a small injury, not as serious as the cuts I got at the mine before. Song Yang noticed Chungwon's worried look. He calmly lowered his rolled-up sleeve. Just need some ointment when we get back. You're saying that, but it really makes people think you're not hurt. Chungwon bit her lip softly and said, You don't need to trouble yourself to save me today. Even if you didn't come, I could handle them myself. You know I'm not a helpless girl. The original body was quite weak, but after days of training up and down the mountain with Chungwon, she had about 70 to 80% of her previous strength. She couldn't say for sure about everything, but fighting these troublemakers was more than enough for her. Song Yang sincerely replied to Chungwon, In the past, I was narrow-minded and looked down on you. I believe that today, even without me, you can handle this matter. But back then, I only saw them bullying you, and I didn't want anyone to hurt you. Song Yang didn't know how to describe his feelings at that time. He had been paying attention to her business from the other side. Seeing so many people visiting her stall made him very happy. But when he saw someone trying to bully Chungwon, he was no longer happy. At that moment, he just noticed the commotion over there, and before his brain could react, he quickly stepped forward to protect Chungwon. Fortunately, he said with a bright smile, You're fine. In that instant, seeing the sincere light in Song Yang's eyes, Chungwon couldn't help but feel touched. Having someone who firmly chooses you and puts your safety first is truly moving. I'm not a fool. Song Yang frowned, showing he really disliked that nickname. I don't think I'm a fool. I just want to protect you simply. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying you're wrong either. But let's go back quickly now. I'm hungry and want to eat, and your wounds haven't healed yet. Chungwon tried to hold back her smile, but how could she not be considered a fool? Clearly, she was the biggest fool in the world. At this moment, the emotional wound caused by his suspicions seemed to have been mostly healed. If Song Yang could keep being like this, maybe life would continue to be good? Chungwon rested her face on her hand and looked at the scenery along the country path. She wondered if she was really wavering, but it was just. On the way back, she was bored and her mind occasionally wandered. Mother, Yao Yao snuggled in Chungwon's arms, her fluffy hair carrying a fresh scent of soapberry. Yao Yao wants to eat hawthorn but not candied hawthorn. Wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow, Mother will go up the mountain to pick hawthorn for you, and in the evening, I will make hawthorn water for you, okay? There was still a lot of leftover rock sugar at home. They could be boiled together into a drink, which should taste very good. Then I want to drink hawthorn water. Yu Yao is excited with a big smile on her face. She is still a child, and is easily satisfied. Even Song Mu, who is a bit older, looks forward to trying new things to drink tomorrow. When they get home, Chungwon applies medicine to Song's injured area. Fortunately, he is as tough as he said. His arms and back are just red and swollen, with only some skin broken in the worst spots. It's not as serious as Chungwon thought. Don't get the wound wet today. Rest well and take care. Thank you for your help. Song-young watches Chungwon leave the room, then lowers his gaze. Today, he feels that Chungwon is a little more relaxed around him. But she hasn't said she won't divorce him. It seems she is still angry with him. Song-young lies on the bed to rest. Just as he closes his eyes, he suddenly remembers Yu Yao saying she wants to eat hawthorn today. Chungwon also made hawthorn water for the children to drink. In the middle of the night, everything inside and outside the house is quiet. A shadow quietly pushes open the door and tiptoes out. He carries a basket with a small inside and heads up the mountain alone. The cicadas in the yard keep singing. Chungwon tosses and turns, unable to sleep. She gets up to use the bathroom and drinks some cold water in the kitchen. The cold water refreshes her completely, making her feel energized and wide awake. Since she can't sleep, Chungwon sneaks into Song-yang's room to see if he has a fever. His injuries aren't serious, but after several days of injuries, there's always a risk of the wounds suddenly worsening. She gently pushes open the door, but doesn't see Song-yang on the bed after passing the wardrobe. She looks around the room confusedly, then goes outside to search again. Besides the unlocked gate, which shows he might have gone out, she sees no sign of him inside. Why go out so late at night? Isn't it dangerous? Chungwon puts on her clothes and goes outside to find Song-yang. She could stay inside, but since she woke up, she's been feeling anxious, as if something bad might happen. Meanwhile, Song-yang doesn't know Chungwon is looking for him. He stayed up alone late into the night and went into the woods. The hawthorn tree near their house had many new fruits this season. He could easily pick a handful of berries without even standing on tiptoe. I hope you and the children will like this. Right now, whenever there was a chance to make Chungwon happy, Song-yang would do his best to seize it. He was determined not to miss any opportunity. Chungwon was wearing a coat and searching all around the village for Song-yang. Recently, the village head had been busy comforting the villagers because of Yun and Zhao Rujin's issues. He had spoken many good words about them to calm everyone down and made sure the villagers wouldn't hold grudges against the Chung family. He also promised that child traffickers would never come to their village to kidnap children. But he made many promises, and even though he kept reassuring everyone, he himself didn't dare to truly guarantee that traffickers wouldn't come again in the future. After all, besides the few traffickers brought in by Yun and others, there were still other people out there. Unable to sleep, he wandered around aimlessly. The village head was surprised to see Chungwon out so late, since she didn't seem like someone who would wander outside at night. "Mrs. Song? Why are you out so late? Where is your husband?" A woman wandering outside late at night was not considered proper. "I don't know where he's gone tonight. I just woke up and found no one beside me. Village head, I need your help to find him, or ask around for someone to help look for him." At this moment, Chungwon saw someone who could help. Song-yang was nowhere to be seen. With the dark night, she didn't know where to look for him, but she still had to find a way to get help. Could he have gone up the mountain? Recently, some villagers have been sneaking out at night to hunt on the mountain. It's not unusual, but going out at night isn't as safe as during the day. Hunting on the mountain? Chungwon found it hard to accept this answer. But now, finding him was the most important thing. The village head went to call all the men in the village. When they heard that Song-yang might have gone to the mountain at night, they all became anxious and grabbed torches to go look for him immediately. If someone truly got lost in the mountains late at night, it would not be a joking matter. Song-yang didn't know that most of the villagers had already gone up the mountain to find him. He packed the hawthorn berries into a basket and was about to walk down the mountain when suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his ankle. The intense pain made Song-yang instinctively look down. When he saw what was happening to his ankle, he stared in disbelief. A colorful snake was coiled around his ankle, hissing and flicking its tongue. There was already a bite wound on his ankle, and the pain he felt was caused by the snake biting him. This was a venomous snake, with a triangular head and bright, multicolored scales. As soon as he realized he had been bitten, Song-yang felt a dizzying pain in his head. He fought to stay conscious, using a sickle to pry the snake off his ankle, then threw it to the ground and cut off its head. Only then did he collapse, exhausted. His body grew cold, and his limbs lost all strength. Song Yang never thought that after surviving the dangers of the mine, he would die from a snake bite, alone without anyone close by. Leaning against a tree, his head tilted, on the verge of death, his mind was filled with memories of Chungwan's smiling face. "It's such a pity. I won't hear you forgive me before I die." Song Yang closed his eyes, feeling his strength slowly drain away. A sense of helplessness spread from his toes to his head. "Then I'll try to live. Only by living can I wait to hear you say you forgive me." Chungwan hurried up the mountain, finally recognizing Song Yang's figure among the swaying trees. But when she reached him, she saw him in this half-dead state. Near his feet was the snake he had killed. His exposed ankle was bleeding black blood, clearly showing what had just happened to him. The village chief and the villagers were still behind her. Chungwan knew that Song Yang wouldn't be able to wait for Uncle Lin to come and help him. Song Yang closed his eyes gently, quietly leaning against the tree. His face was pale, without a trace of color. In his hazy state, he seemed to see the person he had been longing for day and night. He struggled to open his eyes and see Chungwan clearly. He opened his mouth wide, trying to say a few words, but he had no strength at all. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. Song Yang felt dizzy, and his legs were weak. His fists were clenched, but lacked strength. A cold sensation at his ankle pulled him back from the verge of fainting. Chungwan's soft lips pressed against his ankle, gently without any dislike. Her lips were moist, and the coolness of her touch made him feel a little better. At that moment, Song Yang felt something being slowly drawn out of his body. The feeling of faintness gradually lessened. As more poison was pulled from his ankle, he regained awareness. Looking down, he saw Chungwan treating him without any hesitation. His heart was deeply touched, as if the broken parts inside him were being sewn up by her.
"Don't dislike me,"
he whispered. Even though it was just his ankle, he usually would have disliked it. But Chungwan was so calm and caring. "Compared to your life, does it matter if I dislike you or not?" she replied. Seeing the blood she drew out turn red, and knowing the poison was mostly relieved, Chungwan used her strength to spit out the remaining poison from her mouth. Unfortunately, she had no clean water to rinse her mouth. She would have liked to do so several times to feel better.
"Can you move?"
Chungwan tried to speak less, carefully wrapping his wound with a clean part of her dress. She planned to check for serum when she returned home. "I'm sorry," he said. "I asked if you can move," she repeated. In a life-and-death situation, he suddenly said sorry. Was he dazed from a snake bite? Did the snake venom affect his brain? "These are the hawthorns I picked," he said, trying to move his body and revealing the basket of hawthorns behind him. Although it was night, the moonlight was gentle. The bright red hawthorns caught Chungwan's eye immediately. They even had dew on them, shining transparently. "You went out tonight not to hunt, but to pick these fruits?" she asked, her expression complicated. In that moment, her feelings were very mixed. She knew he went out to pick hawthorns for her because she said she wanted to make hawthorn water. That's why he got hurt and was bitten by a snake. A small feeling of guilt rose in her heart. Chungwan squatted down and picked up a hawthorn berry, saying, "You really want me to forgive you like this? I know it's all my fault. No matter how many things I do, I should do them myself. Do you want to taste this hawthorn? Is it sweet?" In all her life, Chungwan felt this was the first time she experienced such complicated emotions. In front of her was Song Yang's pale face, almost unrecognizable, and beside him was a hawthorn berry as red as pigeon blood. Even though Chungwan's heart was cold, seeing Song Yang so weak and helpless, and her own kind heart that always wanted to help, she couldn't bring herself to say no to him. "It's sweet," she said, her eyes slightly moist. "The question you asked earlier, now I answer. I forgive you. Let's forget about the past. Actually, you're not as annoying as I thought. As for the separation, let's just forget it for now." Chungwan picked up a hawthorn berry and fed it to Song Yang. Seeing his sweet smile, her heart gradually warmed. "Oh dear, why is there so much blood? Oh my, did a snake bite you?" The village chief, along with the villagers, hurried up the mountain to find Song Yang. He saw Song Yang leaning against a tree and also saw the snake on the ground, which made his heart tighten fiercely. Did you cut out the snake's gallbladder and feed it to the young man from the Song family? Not yet, but I already out all the venom from his wound. Let's carry him down the mountain first, then ask Uncle Lin to help check. Chungwon helped support Song Yang. After watching him get on the villagers' backs, she carefully held her basket of hawthorns and tiptoed behind, walking back step by step. Are you very worried? Aunt Lin handed Chungwon a cup of hot tea. Coming out on such a cold night, you need to keep warm. Thank you, Auntie. Chungwon gratefully took the hot tea, but instead of drinking it to warm herself, she rinsed her mouth with it. She kept asking Aunt Lin for more cups of hot tea. Aunt Lin knew Chungwon had just helped out the venom from Song Yang's body, so it was natural for her to rinse her mouth with tea. Chungwon rinsed her mouth several times. After wiping the water from her lips with her sleeve, she felt a little shy and spoke to Aunt Lin. Thank you to Auntie and Uncle for your help. If it weren't for your constant support, I wouldn't know what to do in difficult times. First, Chungwon acknowledged her weaker position, recognizing that the Lin couple had helped her family a lot. It's nothing. We're all from the same village. Helping each other is what neighbors do. We've gained a lot from you, so we shouldn't feel embarrassed to thank you now. Auntie Lin didn't take this matter to heart. When you go back, tell your uncle to come with you. Being bitten by a snake is no small thing. That snake looked very dangerous and venomous. Thank you very much, Auntie. Chungwon looked at Auntie Lin with gratitude. Her appreciation was genuine in that moment. After returning home, Chungwon watched as they left, feeling thankful. Uncle Lin carefully examined Song Yang's wound, took out the snake's gallbladder, and gave it to him to eat before leaving. After such a tiring day, Song Yang lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Chungwon sat quietly by his side, watching him sleep without saying a word. He was pale, handsome, and strong. At least for now, he belonged to her. Thinking differently, she could understand why he once doubted her. Besides, Song Yang had already done many things to make up for it. The hawthorn was placed on the bedside table. Chungwon picked one and fed it into her mouth. It was a bit sour. She didn't really like the taste, but after chewing the fruit for a while, she unexpectedly tasted a hint of sweetness. The candle flickered inside the room. Chungwon rested her head on the bedpost and fell asleep. The next morning, when the children woke up, they saw their parents rarely in harmony. Big brother, are Dad and Mom not going to be apart anymore? Yao Yao carried her beloved little school bag, which Chungwon had sewn for her before she went to school. It was the same style but in a different color. Songmu was also carrying one now. Do you want Dad and Mom to separate? Songmu asked Yao Yao very seriously. If they do, who would you choose? Of course, I'd choose Mom. Big brother, didn't you also choose to stay with Mom? Yao Yao pouted and said, I like Dad too, but I like Mom more. Only Mom buys me pretty clothes, makes this bag by hand, and also takes me to read books. Over the past 2 days, I have learned many characters. Grandpa Li Jing's son, Uncle Sijia, teaches very gently. I also like my mother, but you're right. Maybe they really won't separate. Songmu looked through the window at Chungwon and Song Yang, who were still sleeping. His face was cold, and his emotions were hard to read. Last night, he heard the sounds of their return. Many people came to the house. He heard Grandpa Lin's voice and Grandpa Li Jing's voice. It was probably Dad, who got hurt outside again. Mother wanted to take him home. Songmu didn't know why, at that moment. Even though he was awake, he didn't want to go out and comfort Song Yang. If Mom and Dad really separated, he might never see his father again. When he grows up, he just needs to be good to his mother. But now, they are not separated. Songmu withdrew his gaze and took Yao Yao's hand. They went to Grandpa Li Jing's house to study. Today, Songmu wore a light green linen robe. This was a new outfit that Chungwon made for them to celebrate their successful apprenticeship. Since he was 7, this was the best clothes he had worn. His father was also good, able to protect him and help with many chores at home. But he wouldn't care for him and his sister like their mother did. He wouldn't worry about their future. He might not be better than his mother. If it's not better, then sooner or later, it will be abandoned. In this way, whether abandoned early or late, someone has to let go. Chungwon, still dreaming of the prince, didn't know that even with her careful teaching, Songmu's growth had deviated from the original plan. But his core wouldn't change. He was still a cold, emotionally distant child. Chungwon slept until noon before waking up. In the past few days, the family had been boiling chicken soup every day. Sometimes to nourish someone, sometimes to boost another's health. Although it sounds a bit enviable, they were indeed tired of drinking chicken soup every day. But to help Song Yang recover faster, Chungwon only made a small bowl of soup for him. She and the children ate wild vegetable and egg pancakes. Vegetables are chopped into small pieces, and plain flour is kneaded into a dough, then mixed with the vegetables. Inside one pancake, there are 3 eggs. After the pan is heated and oil is added, once the oil is hot, the batter is poured in and quickly sets into a pancake. Songmu is growing quickly, so she eats 2 pancakes by herself. Chungwon and Yao Yao find it hard to eat even one pancake together. But mealtime is about eating properly, so I also serve each of them a bowl of rice soup. Today, Uncle Sijia taught us a poem. I learned 2 lines in one day. Yao Yao is nibbling her egg pancake, her big eyes bright and shining, full of curiosity and pride from being praised. Uncle Sijia said, I am very talented. At my age, being able to read so quickly and learn 2 lines of poetry in a day is a very impressive thing. Our Yao Yao is already a clever girl, but what did the teacher teach you today? Can you tell your mother? Chungwon is very patient when teaching children. Although she doesn't think that the poems learned during early childhood are very difficult or complicated. Before the moonlight on the bed, I suspect it's frost on the ground. The little girl's clear voice rings in her ear, and Songmu quickly completes the last 2 lines. Looking up at the bright moon and bowing my head to think of home. The teacher said this poem is about a poet missing his hometown, writing about the moon he sees in the sky. Songmu calmly adds, just a round moon. Can it really carry his feelings of missing his family? If he truly misses them, why doesn't he go home to visit? Homes are far away, and it's not easy to go back just because you want to. You take your sister to school, and we live in the same village as the Li Zheng family. It takes about 15 minutes to walk there. Can't you rest for a bit? Song Yang glances at his son. He finishes the soup in his bowl and chews the chicken slowly, as if savoring it. Besides this, did you learn anything else? Songmu feels awkward after his father calls him out, so he turns his face away. When he picks up the pancake to eat, Chungwon notices his movements, which seem like he's trying to bite his teeth apart. All right. A Mu can learn a poem in a day and understand its hidden meaning. You are already very, very impressive. Chungwon comforted the almost upset little lion. By the way, tomorrow we will go to the fields to dig potatoes. Tonight, I will prepare breakfast for you. Each of you will have an egg pancake in the morning, and I will also take some to the official's house. The son of the official, Lin Sijia, is truly a good teacher. He teaches his children properly, not rushing to dismiss them because they are young, and he does not look down on Songmu just because he is not well educated. He is a good teacher, and Chungwon has always respected good teachers. Talking about her own teacher, Songmu smiled brightly. He really likes his teacher. He feels a new kind of attention and care from someone, which he has never experienced before. The knowledge and poems his teacher teaches him seem to belong naturally to him. Songmu doesn't need to think much. The information quickly enters his mind. Of course, Chungwon only knows that Songmu is smart, but she didn't expect him to be so talented in learning. But it's understandable. In his past life, Songmu was a famous, powerful official. If he wasn't smart, how could he manipulate court politics and cause chaos in the world? After dinner, under the remaining sunset glow, Chungwon was in the yard washing Yao Yao's hair. My hair used to be dull and yellow. Everyone said it looked like weeds and was ugly. But now, it's as black and shiny as my mother's. I like it very much. Yao Yao sniffed the fragrant hair oil on her hair and happily twisted on her chair. Chungwon picked a strand of her hair and praised generously, so black and thick. Yao Yao, you are really amazing. My hair hasn't been washed for a long time either. Songmu, who had sat in the yard without her noticing, took off his hair tie himself. "Mother, can you wash mine too?" Chungwon was happy to wash the children's hair. Suddenly, Song Yongqing coughed and sat down beside them. He also took off his hair tie just like Songmu. The whole family sat in a row. If they were going to wash the children's hair, why was the adult Song Yongqing also mixed in with the kids? "You hurt your leg," Chungwon said while drying Yao Yao's hair, tilting her head. "Can't you wash your hands either?" Song Yang lazily raised his arm and looked weak and tired. "I also want to wash my hair myself." Still unwillingly bothering her? One head after another, she washed their hair. At first, Chungwon was gentle like a caring mother, but eventually she became impatient and irritable. She really couldn't stay patient anymore. Fortunately, Song Yang and Song Mu's hair weren't tangled, and the shampoo could be combed through easily. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been happy at all. It was supposed to be a warm moment between mother and son, but after washing their hair, Chungwon raised her sore and tired arm and slumped weakly in the chair, letting her arm hang. Just as she was about to close her eyes and rest, she suddenly felt something on her hairband. Reacting instinctively, Chungwon tried to jump up, but the person behind her held her shoulder and gently brought her back to the chair. "I'll wash your hair." Song Yang gently untied her hairband, and his 10 fingers carefully combed through her hair from top to bottom. Chungwon's hair felt cool, without shampoo, and carried a faint, pleasant scent. Although she was often busy in the kitchen, her clothes didn't smell of strong cooking fumes. Song Yang slightly leaned forward, his shadow covering most of Chungwon. She could smell more of her light, fresh fragrance. "Aren't your hands hurting?" Chungwon had never been this close to a man before. She felt a bit uncomfortable and shifted slightly on the chair. Seeing her movement, Song Yang softly chuckled. "I applied medicine this morning, so it doesn't hurt anymore. Why are you like meow meow?" Song Yang pressed her shoulder, gently massaging the soft flesh there. Meow Meow was also moving around just now. "It's okay now, it's okay. Keep helping me wash," Chungwon said. She thought about how she had just laughed at Meow Meow, and now she was just like her. Really, fortunes change, and no one should look down on anyone. These 2 hours of washing hair were undoubtedly the most exhausting. Chungwon felt Song Yang's fingers moving through her hair. His movements were very gentle, but when he massaged her scalp with his fingertips, she couldn't help but stiffen completely. His wet fingers occasionally touched her neck, and water droplets fell from her neck into the cracks of the floor. The sound was amplified in her ears, and Chungwon could clearly hear the drip of water. She kept her eyes closed the whole time, clutching her dress tightly with her 10 fingers until Song Yang wrapped her hair with a cloth. Only then did Chungwon seem to wake up like from a dream, hugging her hair, and quickly sat down on another chair, turning her face away to start wiping herself. "Go help me light a fire. My hair is a bit long, and I need to burn it dry." A faint blush silently crept onto her cheeks. At that moment, Chungwon felt her face burning hot. "Calm your mind, focus on me. Unite your mind and body, and let your energy flow with mine." She silently recited a calming spell, placing one hand on her chest. Her heart was pounding, and although she felt shy, she also felt very awkward. In her 2 lifetimes, besides a few male colleagues in the lab before, this was really the first time she had spent so much time with a man. Why hadn't she noticed before that Song Yang could be so gentle and patient? "Ah!" Chungwon hugged her head, unable to calm her racing heart for a long time. Song Yang dragged a charcoal basin from the kitchen to start a fire. As he placed wood into the basin, he kept glancing at Chungwon from the corner of his eye. They were about 5 or 6 meters apart. He couldn't see her true expression clearly, but he could feel her vitality and hear some faint sounds from her side. "She's so cute." Sitting next to him, small and fragrant, soft but not clingy like a vine, but a strong tree growing steadily, slowly spreading its branches. The next day, Chungwon got up early to prepare breakfast for the 2 children. Today, they were going to dig potatoes in the field. The children went to the Li Zheng's house to study. Counting carefully, they wouldn't have time to eat at home all day. "Take this bag of rice to Uncle Li Zheng's house. Say it's your ration, and don't forget." Chungwon carefully packed the rice into Song Mu's school bag and prepared an egg for each of them for dinner. Is an egg also one per person? Yao Yao touched the big egg in her pocket. She also wanted to eat scrambled eggs today, but unfortunately, they couldn't eat at home and couldn't enjoy the delicious food made by their mother. Yes, Chungwan replied, tidying up the children's clothes again. When you go, give it to Grandpa Li Zheng. He will accept it. Chingwan never takes advantage of others, and now everyone's grain is very precious. Even though they are just studying at the Li Zheng family's house, the two children don't eat much grain each day. But over time, saving up even a little is a big expense that's hard to imagine. I will take it to Grandpa Li Zheng. Today, I want the wife to make us delicious scrambled eggs. Yao Yao's mouth watered just thinking about the fragrant scrambled eggs, and she was very happy. Then bring some oil too. If you want to eat something later, just tell your mother, and she'll prepare it for you to take. Qingwan sent the two children out, and although she usually sees them off to school every day, she still couldn't help but feel a little sad when they left. If you really can't bear to part with it, like you said, you could run a shop in town. Let the children go to the private school there. It's not much different from the teacher at Li Zheng's place. Song Yang held the farming tools they would use later and packed them into a basket, saying, "This way, you won't waste time going to town for business every day." I was thinking the same, but after careful thought about the children, I think it's better for them to stay in the village for now. Let's see if Amu can pass the imperial exam this year. Parents always want to give their children the best environment and things suitable for them, whether it's surroundings or other aspects. You understand what to do, so just follow your own judgment. Song Yang knew that Qingwan always put the children first. Now he had grown up and wouldn't doubt her as he did before. After breakfast, the two went to the fields to dig up potatoes. Recently, it was harvest time for potatoes. Every day, many villagers worked hard in the fields. After digging up one patch of land, they would dig again. They were afraid of missing even a few potatoes, worried about filling their stomachs a little more. Everyone had truly tasted the flavor of potatoes. They knew it was soft and sticky, not only filling but also tasty. It didn't need many seasonings, and it was already a very delicious dish. Song family daughter-in-law, the potatoes you found are really good. Our family didn't water or fertilize much this time, yet we harvested over 3,000 jin. In the main house, after digging all the fields yesterday, I roughly calculated that we have about 5 or 6,000 jin. This year isn't a bad year, and in the future, we will only rely on this one type of grain. Our whole family won't have to worry about starving anymore. Sister-in-law Zheng now feels happy just looking at the grain stock in the house. This is the best harvest in 1 or 2 years. Our granary has never been so full. Now we've finally gotten through the hard times. In the future, we won't have to worry about the whole family starving. Big sister-in-law, what are you talking about? This is all thanks to the blessings of the gods on our village. They told me about this good thing hidden in the mouse holes. It's because of our hard work that we could harvest so much. I don't dare take all the credit. Chungwan handed a glass of water from her home to sister-in-law Zheng to quench her thirst. Once this busy time is over, everyone should come to my house. The potatoes have other delicious ways to cook, which the gods taught me in a dream. Now that we have the chance, we should all learn how to make them. To get along well with the villagers, it's all about the small things in daily life. Chungwan knows exactly how to treat them. People say you're a kind person, Song family daughter-in-law. Out of so many people in the village and nearby towns, only you caught the gods' attention. With your open mind, most people can't really learn to be like you. Sister-in-law Zheng drank the water to quench her thirst. The cool water finally eased her chest that had been tight all day. This Song family daughter-in-law is really a good person. Not only did she give them such good grain, but now she's also willing to share water with her. But suddenly, she thought about her own large stock of grain. She couldn't finish it all in a short time. Although potatoes can be stored for a long time and won't go to waste, she still wanted to eat other grains to mix things up. At this moment, sister-in-law Zhang remembered that Chungwan often went to the county town to buy things. Maybe she could help the villagers solve the problem of exchanging grains. Mrs. Zheng cautiously asked Chungwan. As soon as she finished speaking, Chungwan's face slightly changed. She quickly waved her hand to show she meant no harm. Sister-in-law, I don't have any issues with you. I just want to ask if you can go to the city to help the villagers exchange some different grains. We have a lot of potatoes stored, and keeping them all in the granary isn't good. That's nothing much. Sister-in-law, just count the extra grains at home and bring them to my place. I'll have some free time soon to take them to the county to sell. Chungwon really thought Mrs. Jung was trying to criticize her. Although others liked joking around with them, that didn't mean villagers could openly discuss her behind her back. But if it was just helping to sell grains, Chungwon could easily do it herself. After all, these villagers grew the potatoes. TSK, 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 just counting the amount, she could make a lot of money. Thinking about the large sum of money she could earn, Chungwon instantly felt excited. She immediately threw her to Song Yang, then affectionately linked her arm with Mrs. Zhang's, and went to the Li Zheng family to discuss business. Among all the fields in the village, the Li Zheng family had the most land. Whatever the sale of potatoes, it had to go through them. Chungwon already considered the Li Zheng family her biggest client, and she wouldn't let go of this golden opportunity. Sure enough, when Chungwon and Mrs. Zheng arrived at the Li Zheng family to explain about selling the grains, the head of the family understood their meaning and immediately smiled happily. Song's daughter-in-law, are you sure you can eat all the extra potatoes in the village? There are so many, and it's not easy to sell them all in the county just because you say so. At first, the head of the village was very happy because he also thought there were too many potatoes in the village. This isn't a show-off. It's just that although the potatoes are tasty, people can't eat them every day, right? Eating too much of anything, even good things, can become boring. If they start to dislike potatoes, it's like disrespecting the gods. After all, in 10 or 20 miles around, many villages, and the gods only bless their village with such good things, right? Uncle Li Zheng, now I can rest assured. A few days ago, I went to the county town to meet some chefs from a restaurant. I found out that these potatoes can be sold to their restaurant, and I can also sell my potato recipes. With raw materials and good recipes, who wouldn't want to buy them? Talking about this, Chungwon spoke without any worry. After all, they didn't know her situation in the county town. As long as she could sell all her potatoes, both villagers, and she could get money. Why not? All right, I'll leave everything to you. Later, I'll have everyone send the extra potatoes to your house. Count the amount and you can pay me back. Seeing Chungwon's delicate and weak appearance, Uncle Li Zheng thought she looked gentle and kind, not someone with great skills. But surprisingly, this fragile woman was now considered the most impressive person in their village. Uncle Li Zheng silently sighed. Just as they finished talking, the clear sound of children reading came from inside the house. Moonlight before my bed. I suspect it is frost on the ground. Looking up at the bright moon, lowering my head, I think of home. The children's crisp reading voice drew Chungwon's attention. She couldn't help but be pulled toward it. She stood by the window and saw her two children sitting there, reading aloud. They recited poems, cheeks puffed up, with bright eyes fixed ahead. Their eyes showed a deep desire for knowledge, just like when they were young and their teachers talked about learning. Madam Song. Lin Sijia came out of the house. Seeing Chungwon and Sister Zheng, he bowed politely and said kindly to Chungwon, Song Mu is a very serious child. Not only in studying, but I hope he will become successful in the future. I don't know what Madam Song plans for him. Lin Sijia was a teacher for the first time in his life. It was also the first time he met such a smart student. Song Mu was different from other classmates or students he had met before. He had only been studying poetry and literature for a few days, but he already showed amazing talent. This kind of talent was something Lin Sijia had never seen in anyone else before. He had a premonition and believed strongly that Song Mu would become a great writer someday. At least in the path of the imperial exams, he would avoid many mistakes that ordinary students might make. I naturally hope the child will succeed and pass the lowest level of the exams this year, so I sent him to Lin Xiaozai. Because of a poor harvest year, the schedule for the imperial exams was delayed this time. Usually, the exams for the lowest level, called Tongsheng, are held in February. This time, they were postponed to the 12th lunar month. If everything goes well, Song Mu should be able to pass the Tongsheng exam after studying for 3 or 4 months. If you want to pursue the imperial exam route, Lady Song can rest assured that I will take good care of Song Mu. I may not be a famous teacher or scholar, but before he becomes a shiozai, I will have enough time to guide him. Lin Sijie slightly lifted his chin. His green robes fluttered in the wind, creating beautiful blue waves in front of Chengwan. Then I will leave the child in your hands, Lin Shiozai. Whether he succeeds or not depends on you. Chengwan liked Lin Sijie's scholarly appearance. He was not particularly handsome, just an ordinary-looking man dressed as a scholar, which gave him a special aura, an aura that made others find it hard to refuse him. People in the country always favored scholars. Moreover, this man was a shiozai, which in modern terms is like a graduate student. Of course, this was in the 70s, 80s, or 90s. The competition for the imperial exams was even more fierce than the college entrance exams today. Lady Song, please rest assured. Since I value him, I will devote all my attention to him. However, it seems that Miss Yu might not have much talent for studying. Lin Sijie turned to look at Miao Miao, who was drowsily dozing. Although the student was not as serious as he had imagined, Lin Sijie did not look displeased. Instead, he felt a sense of helplessness. Girls find it hard to pursue education. I wonder if Lady Song is teaching her daughter just to keep her company or truly hopes she can also be influenced by poetry and books. If it were just ordinary parents, like Sister Zheng standing here with Chengwan, Lin Sijie wouldn't have much to ask. Many parents in the village are short-sighted. They know studying is another way out for their children, but most are reluctant to spend the small amount of money on tuition. They prefer their children to work hard in the fields all their lives. Of course, Lin Sijie did not look down on these parents. When a person struggles to meet basic needs, how can they think about spiritual fulfillment? His gaze unintentionally fell on Sister Zheng, making her blush involuntarily. She wondered what the scholar was really thinking about her. Of course, I want her to truly learn and understand manners. I know that Yao Yao isn't the type to settle down and focus on studying, but I kindly ask you to teach her with care. Although girls' education doesn't lead to the same opportunities as boys, it's still better than just staying at home embroidering. Chengwan's daughter will definitely not become an ordinary person. With Song Mu and Song Yang's future abilities, Yao Yao won't be an average girl either. Then I will teach Yao Yao well, Lin Sijie said, bowing slightly to Chengwan and Sister Zheng. He then turned to go back inside to continue teaching the children. Bright moonlight before the bed. Chengwan stood outside the window, reading along with the children. The poems and classics engraved in her mind felt very distant from her life. She only hoped Yao Yao would cherish this chance to study and truly become a person of good manners in the future. On the way back, Sister Zheng hesitated to speak all along. As they approached Chengwan's home, she suddenly grabbed Chengwan's hand and said, "Sister, I just want to get closer to you. You suddenly send your 2 children to study at the magistrate's house. Not to mention that in the future, there will be fewer people to do chores at home, but the monthly tuition fee is a cost we can't even imagine. It definitely costs a lot of money and effort. My husband and I have carefully calculated, and it's more difficult than before. But as parents, isn't everything for the sake of our children?" Chengwan, perhaps moved by Sister Zheng's desire to send her children to school, thought that although they weren't her own children, it was always good to have the chance to study. Besides, Chengwan was just persuading her with words. "Sister-in-law, think about it. You're saving money now to get him a wife, or maybe to build him a house. But ultimately, no matter what, it's all about making sure the children have a good life. But according to the usual plan, even if they live well, they will still end up working in the fields like us, right?" Here is the improved and translated version. Chengwan paused thoughtfully and said, "I'm not in such a hurry to find a wife for him. Our children are still young. If he studies hard and passes the exam someday, it will bring honor to our family. Our family record might even need a new page to celebrate his success. But it will cost quite a lot of money." Sister Zheng hesitated. "Our family's life isn't as good as yours. If both children go to school, our whole family's food and clothing needs will become a real problem, especially now during this bad harvest year. All the potatoes we grew have been sold. We plant a new crop every 2 or 3 months. If it's just to save money for the children's education, how could it not be enough?" Seeing that they still had some distance to go home, Chungwon was very interested and started to help Sister Zheng calculate. If you want, the children can take turns going to school. One day one goes, the next day the other. As long as both are willing to study seriously and teach each other what they learn, it could save on the cost of tuition for one child. That's the best idea. Sister Zheng's eyes lit up with happiness. If it's just one child, we can still afford it. Tomorrow I'll go to the village head and ask. From now on, my children can study with your children. Sister Zheng now admired Chungwon very much. Having her own children study with someone she respected so much was truly a happy thing. Looks like we're really destined to meet, Chungwon thought happily. When they were chatting, Chungwon was pleased to find a cooperative listener. All her efforts hadn't been in vain. Song-moo could now have a classmate at Lin's school. Back home, the Song family was almost overwhelmed by potatoes. Everyone was happy when they heard Chungwon was willing to help sell the potatoes in town. They all started bringing their potatoes to her house. Although potatoes are tasty, if they could exchange them for flour or cornmeal, who would want to keep eating potatoes just to fill their stomach? Song's wife, I've dug about 6,000 or 7,000 jin of potatoes from my land. If I take half of them to the market, can I sell them for a copper coin per jin? That's over 3,000 jin of potatoes, which could bring in about 3 or 4 taels of silver. In the past, saving that much money would have taken more than a year. It's hard to say exactly, but it's definitely more than a few coins. However, I can't carry that much to the county today. Each family has about 50 jin. I'll go to the county first to see if I can find a good buyer. If I do, I can ask him to come directly to our place to pick it up. Chungwon jokingly said she was pretending to be a food buyer at a restaurant. Recently, she's been busy collecting grain as a middleman, while Yao Yao and Song-moo often eat at small stalls. They haven't yet enjoyed a meal at a restaurant. If the price is right, I'll sell all these potatoes. I wonder what white flour tastes like. I haven't had it in a year, and I almost forgot. One villager after another expressed their thoughts, and Chungwon smiled awkwardly beside them. Their family eats white flour every day, and they're starting to get tired of it. Song-young borrowed a bullock cart from Uncle Nyo, and the family's own cart was also used for transporting goods. Hundreds of jin of potatoes sat on the cart, and Chungwon drove it forward. It felt quite new and interesting. Like last time, should we trade the potatoes for grain? Song-young asked Chungwon, but since people haven't seen this before, they might not want to try it. I brought a stove. Later, we'll make potato pancakes. When the villagers smell the potatoes, they'll realize it's almost as filling as grain. Since it's cheaper than white or black flour, they'll probably buy it. 1 coin is still too cheap. Now, rice at the granary sells for 40 coins per jin. A jin of rice isn't enough for a family to eat for a day, but potatoes are different. If you have a plan, we'll follow your lead. Song-young noticed Chungwon went to the kitchen before leaving. He didn't expect her to bring a stove. The bullock cart shook as it arrived in the county. Although it was a market day, because Chungwon had come several times to collect grain, more villagers were out shopping even on non-market days. Merchants naturally left space for Chungwon and even grabbed a few stalls near her. They did this so they could get close when she came to buy grain again, avoiding long lines. Boss, are you here to buy grain again today? I've brought all our stored grain. How much do you need today? When Chungwon pushed her cart over, the villagers quickly crowded around her stall. If Song-young hadn't quickly helped steady the cart, Chungwon might have been pushed out along with it. Song-young cast a cold glance at the person pushing the hardest. He was tall and strong, and at this moment, his eyes sparkled like stars, which made the person backing away several steps in fear. I didn't mean to do that. Don't push, don't push. Today, I'm selling grain and other goods. Look at these potatoes. Just one can fill an adult man's stomach. The best part is, they can stay in the cellar for a year without spoiling, and they're cheap, just 3 copper coins for a pound. Chungwon took out some cooked potatoes from her stove to show the villagers. They originally just wanted to exchange grain. Who would want to spend money if they could? But as soon as Chungwon revealed the potatoes, a rich aroma spread through the market. Smells so good. It really smells delicious. Not only does it smell nice, but the taste is soft and sticky. Here's a deal. Anyone who buys potatoes from me today will get a special offer. Buy 3 jean, get 1 jean free, no limit. Seeing that some villagers liked the offer, Chungwon quickly took advantage of the moment to promote her discount. Are these really as good as you say? They smell nice and are cheap, but what if they don't last long after I buy them? What if they turn out bad when I cook them? Yeah, I think I'll just keep exchanging for white rice. I've already brought out all my grain. Ever since I tasted white rice, no one wants to eat black flour anymore. The villagers chattered back and forth, and it seemed few were interested in her potatoes. But that was okay, they hadn't tasted the potatoes yet. Chungwon was a generous merchant. She took out all the potato pancakes from her stove and gave them to the villagers to try before they decided to buy. Everyone, don't worry. This isn't your first time buying from me. Don't you trust my reputation? Chungwon believed her words showed her honest character. She couldn't guarantee everything, but when it came to selling honestly and fairly, she was confident she could vouch for herself. That's true. The uncle at the front nodded and said, I've bought from you many times, and you've never shortchanged me. Since that's the case, I support this potato thing you're selling. Give me 5 jean to try. The uncle was generous and ordered 5 jean of potatoes with a wave of his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Chungwon happily handed the first hot potato pancake to the uncle. You are our first customer. Buy 5 jean of potatoes, and I'll give you 5 jean for free, including this pancake. Boss is generous. Hearing that she was giving away 10 jean of potatoes for the price of 5, the uncle was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Next, the second and third customers. We also have free items. If you want to buy, come early. Right now, these potato pancakes are free, but once they're sold out, they'll cost 2 cents each. People watching nearby saw that Chungwon was giving away things. Although they still didn't fully trust the potatoes, they thought, why not take advantage of the cheap offer? Since the boss dared to sell these, surely they wouldn't poison them, right? Give me 5 jean. Give me 10 jean. Boss, you said buy as much as you want, and I'll get that much free, right? The noise at Chungwon's stall was loud, like a busy market. Yes, yes, yes. Buy as much as you want, and I'll give you the same amount for free. No tricks. Everyone can buy with confidence. Chungwon was very serious about attracting customers. Whether they were buying potatoes or exchanging rice, she was very patient. Song Yang stayed beside her, watching how Chungwon treated each customer equally, regardless of age, wealth, or status. Chungwon's behavior now was completely different from how she usually was. At this moment, Chungwon seemed to be shining. She radiated a light that made everyone feel very comfortable and couldn't look away. The boss is really lucky to marry such a talented wife. Your whole family is so kind. The gods in heaven will surely bless you. The villagers, having gained benefits, couldn't help but praise Chungwon and Song Yang. If they only praised themselves, Song Yang didn't feel much. They praised Chungwon and spoke highly of her, and Song Yang couldn't help but smile. Thank you. Here's your potato pancake. Song Yang handed the pancake to the customer. Meanwhile, the market was bustling with activity on this side. On the other end, Zhao Rujin was looking for a stall to sell her potatoes. Originally, they wanted Chungwon to help carry the potatoes to sell at the market. But everyone in the village was willing to help, except they didn't want to buy any of her potatoes. Zhao Rujin thought they were proud people. If Chungwon didn't want to help with such good potatoes, could they really not sell them themselves? Feeling determined, Zhao Rujin carried dozens of pounds of potatoes to the market. But her potatoes were very small, and she felt it was hard work just walking there. If she sold them for only a few coins per jean, it would be a waste of her effort. So, Zhao Rujin decided to set a fair price, 20 copper coins. Of course, Chungwon wasn't with her, or she would have been shocked to see such a high price. Chungwon might have thought, some money is worth earning on your own. Why is no one here this morning? Zhao Rujin wondered aloud. The July sun was very hot. Zhao Rujin was thirsty from the heat and looked around anxiously. Many people passed by, but no one stopped at her stall. Stupid wild boar, ignoring such good stuff, she muttered, annoyed that her potatoes weren't selling. She started packing up to go home and cook. Just as she finished packing, she heard several villagers walking toward the end of the street, talking as they went. I heard someone on the next street is selling potatoes. They say it's a very new kind of grain. Potatoes? What are those?
Can they fill your stomach?
I heard they can, but we've never tried them, have we? Oh well, just going to see what's happening. It's still early to go home and cook. The villagers' chatter was casual, but their words caught the attention of others. Zhao Rujin paused her actions of packing up. If anyone had seen her face right now, they would notice her expression was complicated, with a faint, twisted look. Chungwon was busy selling potatoes and buying more, and I quickly sold all the potatoes. Over the next few days, I will come to the market. After you try the potatoes today and find they taste good, you can come back tomorrow at the same time to buy more. Just as Chungwon and Songyang finished packing up and were about to leave, Chungwon made arrangements with her customers for tomorrow. Suddenly, someone she didn't expect appeared on the way. At this moment, Zhao Rujin looked very upset, as if her most important possession had been stolen from her. Your potatoes are so big and yellow. Eating them might be poisonous and dangerous. Zhao Rujin sneered and said, if these potatoes are really as good as you say, why don't you keep them for yourself? Instead, you sell them at such a low price. I think you have bad intentions, trying to poison everyone. Zhao Rujin's face was full of sharpness and bitterness, filled with jealousy and malice. Chungwon felt as if, in that moment, Zhao Rujin's dissatisfaction with her reached its peak. If you say my potatoes are poisonous, you need to prove it. Otherwise, you're just framing me. I can report you to the county magistrate. Chungwon looked at Zhao Rujin with a sarcastic smile, slightly raising her eyebrows, catching her nervousness in her eyes. This feeling was right. Just now, Zhao Rujin's hatred for her was so obvious that it made Chungwon feel a little cold. How dare you accuse me? Zhao Rujin suddenly raised her voice in panic. Is what I said false? The things you sell are clearly poisonous. You're risking people's lives. Otherwise, why wouldn't you keep such good things for yourself? Chungwon calmly took the potato pancake from her hand. It had been cooked for a while, and now it didn't feel too hot to the touch. The inside was just right, soft, sticky, and smooth. She originally didn't pay much attention to Zhao Rujin's troublemaking, but seeing her customers who just bought potatoes now holding her potato pancakes with suspicious looks, Chungwon patiently took a bite herself. The taste is very good. Would you like to try some too? Chungwon smiled and tore off a piece to give to Zhao Rujin. I'm not afraid. Even if it's poisonous, it won't kill me. Besides, I can guarantee that these potatoes are the best kind of food. They're not only safe but taste better than rice or flour. Chungwon kept eating piece after piece, feeling full, and then letting out a big burp. Frame up. I can take you to the authorities right now. Songyang watched Chungwon eat several potato cakes to prove her innocence. His face was dark, and he didn't look at Zhao Rujin kindly. Songyang was not the type to avoid fighting men. To him, men and women were the same. The only difference was that he disliked men who could take a punch, but women could only take half a punch at most. All of this is fake. You must be using some trick or scheme. Otherwise, how could you sell so many potatoes so cheaply? Cheap doesn't mean good. There's definitely something suspicious here. Zhao Rujin didn't believe that Chungwon could sell such good potatoes at such a low price, especially when she was willing to give so many away for free. Thinking about how she worked hard all day, moving goods from the village outside, suffering a lot, only to end up with no sales and no money, she felt terrible. She had spent so much effort to get something she couldn't even own, and Chungwon just had to say a few words to persuade these men, and she could get what she wanted. Zhao Rujin suddenly felt like a heavy stone was pressing on her chest, making it hard to breathe. Jealousy overwhelmed her completely. Her fingernails dug deep into her palms. Her gaze at Chungwon grew colder. Now her jealousy turned into hatred, wishing Chungwon would just disappear. I don't want to waste words with you. Everyone knows whether my stuff is good or not. If you keep causing trouble, I won't care about our friendship as fellow villagers. I'll take you to the authorities and let the county magistrate give me justice. Chungwon held back her urge to roll her eyes. She needed to keep her image outside. As a businesswoman, how could she show anger in front of customers? Exactly. Everyone knows the quality of what the boss sells. These potatoes are a new food to us, but the potato cakes are delicious and the price is so cheap, just a few copper coins. Do you really think the boss would lie or cheat us over such a small amount? I think making potato pancakes is quite simple. Later, I plan to ask the boss for advice on how to make them delicious. Tomorrow, I want to set up a stall at the market to sell potato pancakes. Brothers and sisters, please remember to come support me. Hey, miss, if you're not going to buy anything, could you please step back? We've already been polite and said we won't report you. If you keep causing trouble, we might have to call the authorities. The villagers took turns defending Chungwon. Even Zhao Rujin, who was a bit slow, realized she wouldn't get any benefit today. She angrily stomped her foot and left with a bad look on her face. Thank you all for helping me deal with this uninvited guest. To show my appreciation, today everyone can come and get a small voucher from me by name. Tomorrow, you can use this voucher to get an extra pound of potatoes from me. There's no conflict with the gifts I gave. The best business is done quietly, making customers willingly buy your products without feeling like they're being cheated. Both sides should feel happy with the deal. Chungwon asked Song Yang to help distribute the small paper vouchers, which had secret marks that most people couldn't copy. This was just a small sample, not yet officially used. Chungwon wasn't worried that someone might bring fake vouchers tomorrow to cause trouble. Boss, you're so generous. This money should go to the boss. Boss, I'm not jealous at all if you get rich. Customers who came to buy things were happy because they could get a good deal again today. Everyone was smiling and couldn't stop talking. After working most of the day, Chungwon and Songyang finally sold all the potatoes. After counting today's earnings, Songyang looked at the silver in his hand with a rare look of worry. The money from selling potatoes didn't seem enough to cover what they spent on grain today. If that's the case, they might have to spend more to make up what they owe the villagers. They worked so hard all day, and if they ended up not making a profit and still had to spend extra money, Songyang felt that earning money wasn't very fun anymore. We worked hard helping villagers bring things to sell. We didn't plan to take any payment from them, but if we end up losing money, it's okay. I didn't intend to earn money from them either. Besides, I told you I want to sell prescriptions at the tavern. Chungwon didn't plan to make money from this either. She used her extra grains to buy from the system, leaving only a little to trick Song Yang and the others. The system sells potatoes at 20 copper coins per gene, and she sells them to the people for 3 copper coins. Of course, she loses some money, but if you think carefully, the real profit is beyond what most people can imagine. Sell prescriptions. Song Yang forgot they had this plan. He drove the ox cart to the tavern, passing by the only academy in the county, Qingyang Academy. It was the time when students finished classes. Chungwon was riding the ox cart forward and overheard a few students discussing the poetry they learned today. Today, I didn't understand what the teacher taught. The words push and knock seem similar, but their meanings are different. Why is there such a big difference between them in the end? That's nothing strange. It's just a tiny difference that leads to a huge mistake. You've studied for so many years, and you don't understand this little principle? The students discussed what they learned today. Chungwon just listened happily as she passed by. But she noticed the ox cart beside her paused slightly. When she looked back, she saw Song Yang looking at the academy with a strange expression. Her face paused briefly. After arriving at the tavern and parking the ox cart in the animal pen, Chungwon gently tugged on Song Yang's sleeve. Do you want to study? Why do you suddenly ask that? Song Yang was surprised. Is it because I paused at the academy entrance just now? Not only that, Chungwon carried a bag of potato cakes she had reserved into the tavern. She found a casual spot, ordered some food and drinks, and poked at her rice with chopsticks. After thinking for a moment, she said, I just have a suggestion. Now that our 2 children are studying, it's natural for us as parents to plan for them. But if we think about it, Song Mu wants to pursue the imperial exams, and we can't stay in the capital forever. Since we can't farm the land, Chungwon scooped a piece of food onto Song Yang's bowl. Her eyes were firm. Although she was just making a suggestion, her tone carried a strong sense of insistence, making it clear to Song Yang that he couldn't refuse. Why don't you think about finding another way out? Joining the army or taking the imperial exams? Either way, it's more comfortable than facing the dirt and working under the sun here. Chungwon firmly believes that Song Yang won't stay in this small mountain village forever. His talent and Songmu's future prospects won't keep them confined here. Let me think about it carefully. Song Young lowers his head, with 2 strands of hair falling over his forehead, hiding his eyes and brows. Chungwon can't tell what he's thinking right now. Today is a good opportunity, Chungwon tentatively suggests. I'm selling medicine here, and you can go to the academy to take a look. Studying is always better than joining the army. If Song Young wants to pursue the imperial exams, he can start working hard now and try to take the local scholar exam by the end of the year. Maybe he can even pass alongside Songmu. Don't you want me to go with you? Song Young frowns. He doesn't really want to go to the academy. I'm worried if you're alone. You can't see your own future clearly, so I can't rest easy. Besides, what could possibly happen to me here in this restaurant during the day?
Just go and take a look.
If you're interested in studying, we can also buy some writing supplies on the way back. Chungwon puts down her chopsticks and sits beside Song Young, gently persuading him. Under the table, she keeps tugging at his sleeve again and again. Go take a look. It won't hurt you. Then wait for me here. When I come back, we'll go home together. Chungwon's big, bright eyes keep watching him. Her gaze is soft, her features gentle and elegant. She speaks to him kindly and tenderly, unlike her usual sharp and sharp-tongued attitude. At this moment, Chungwon has shed her usual sharpness and shows her delicate, gentle side. Seeing her like this, Song Young simply can't bring himself to refuse her. Of course, I'll wait for you. When you return from the academy, I'll be done here too. After seeing Song Young leave the restaurant and disappear from sight, Chungwon finally calls the waiter. I have a big order to discuss with your shopkeeper. If your shopkeeper misses this chance, I'm afraid after this month, there won't be a Chinji restaurant in the county anymore. Chungwon suddenly slams her chopsticks down and picks up her teacup, taking a gentle sip. Her smile is innocent and harmless. Please send someone to the second-floor private room right away. Initially, the second shop assistant didn't pay much attention to Chungwon. A lady dressed in plain gray robes, coming to their restaurant to dine, must have saved up money over a year or 2. When Chungwon called him earlier, the second shop assistant was also indifferent. But unexpectedly, this lady was hiding her true abilities and directly pointed out the biggest problem their restaurant was facing right now. Chungwon didn't sit long in the private room on the second floor when a tall, thin man hurriedly rushed in. Madam, do you have a big order for me? The man had just entered and was still catching his breath. He straightforwardly said, since you can see through the current difficulties of my Zhao restaurant, I believe you must have some useful information. I have a few recipes for delicious dishes and some samples for young Master Zhao to try. Please taste them first. If you think they are good, we can talk more. Chungwon pushed a potato pancake in front of him, wearing a gentle smile. My recipes have been tested by many customers, and I promise young Master Zhao won't be disappointed. All right, I want to see how good this yellow pancake tastes. Before young Master Zhao could ask more questions, Chungwon cut him off. He wasn't annoyed. He sat down slowly, took a piece of pancake, and ate it. Since it was delicious, he already imagined how it would taste in his mind before taking a bite. But nothing compared to the surprise when he actually tasted it. It was soft and sticky, so good that he almost wanted to swallow his tongue. The color is golden and shiny, the texture is soft and sticky, and the crispy crust on top is perfect. This dish truly uses a small effort to open the door to a new world of food. Young Master Zhao could guarantee that this unknown pancake was definitely the best thing he had ever eaten in his life. No doubt about it. Chungwon wasn't surprised by his praise. She kept smiling, tapping her index finger lightly on the table, and her tone became a bit more casual than before. Since young Master Zhao has tasted it, let's talk about business. I brought the ingredients this time, and can teach your chefs how to make this potato pancake right away. I don't charge much for the recipe, but the important thing is that you will be responsible for buying all the potatoes from our village in the future, regardless of the quantity. Although your item is good, asking me to take all the potatoes from your village is a bit too difficult. There are only so many people in the town, and how can I be sure I won't lose money? The smell of potato pancakes still lingers in my mouth, but Mr. Gu is not fooled by such sweet words. Selling potato pancakes can save Zhao's restaurant, but going from one extreme to another and needing to invest more money at the start is not what Mr. Zhao wants. If it can't turn the situation around, then closing down doesn't matter. Anyway, he doesn't really need this restaurant. 5 coins per pound of potatoes. Even 1,000 pounds only cost 5 taels of silver. Mr. Zhao, you can't be that poor, can you? Potatoes don't sell for as much as rice. Chungwan and Mr. Zhao are having a pleasant chat. Meanwhile, Songyang arrives at the academy and meets the head of the school. Long time no see. Your elegant style is still the same. The head of Qingyang Academy, Luo Qingyang, smiles as he looks at Songyang. Luo Qingyang stands under the eaves, the orange summer sunlight shining on his headpiece, which sparkles with a pure, white jade crown. The glow around it makes his black hair look almost blue. After many years, Luo Qingyang still looks the same, gentle and refined, just as Songyang remembers, with no change. Master, I also. Songyang bows politely, showing respect. I left the mine in a hurry and didn't visit you. I hope you won't mind. Many years ago, when you left Qingshan Academy, I asked if you would regret that decision if you never had another chance to enter the hall again. Luo Qingyang gently strokes his beard, slightly lifting his chin. The sunlight hits his wrinkled face, but it doesn't make him look old. Instead, he has a special charm. At that time, I said I wouldn't regret it. So now, you come back to Qingshan Academy. Are you visiting an old teacher, or do you want to return to your old place? After experiencing life and death at the mine, I have awakened. I want to pick up my books again and hold a pen. I hope Master can forgive past grievances and kindly give me guidance. Songyang is about to kneel, pulling off his robe. Luo Qingyang is his teacher at the academy. Songyang studied there briefly when he was young. Although he did not achieve official fame, he had great talent in studying. He was unexpectedly accepted into Qingshan Academy by Luo Qingyang, who was traveling through the mountain village. Originally, Songyang was the most satisfied disciple Luo Qingyang had ever taken. However, things always changed suddenly. Before Songyang could pass the imperial exam, he had to leave the academy to support his family. I hope Master can forgive my past mistakes. Songyang knelt with both knees on the ground. He lowered his head, hiding his expression, and remained silent. After a long time, Songyang heard Luo Qingyang sigh softly. Return to the academy, pick up your books again. If you are willing to learn, I am willing to teach you everything I know. Luo Qingyang helped Songyang to stand up. His hands showed clear wrinkles, but they were surprisingly strong. See Yuan, look up. Songyang responded and looked up. He immediately saw the 4 lines of the Hung Chu on the wall of the academy. Master, are you teaching students how to be officials? The 4 lines of Hung Chu were deeply engraved in Songyang's heart. He would never forget these 4 sentences. When I was young, I asked the old master to give me the name Si Yuan. It was not meant to be thinking far. So, what is so far about it? Luo Qingyang's voice was firm and powerful, each word clear and easy to understand. I only wish for you to think broadly, be quick-witted, and learn all the knowledge in books. As my disciple, you may not excel in the imperial exams, but you must never do anything that harms others or goes against morality. If you study the principles in books, you should also take responsibility for upholding them. Set your heart for heaven and earth. Establish your destiny for the people. Continue the teachings of ancient sages, and bring peace for generations to come. I remember these words. The 4 lines of Hung Chu. Songyang didn't know if he could live up to them in this life, but no matter whether he became an official or not, he would never make things difficult for the common people. Chungwan did not know that he had previously studied at Qingshan Academy. Although she remembered everything about the original owner, she thought the original owner did not care much about her husband. She didn't know what she should or shouldn't know. At this moment, Chungwan had already forgotten about Songyang. She was focused on the kitchen of the restaurant, teaching the cooks how to make potato pancakes. We marinate the prepared potatoes in advance so they become soft and easier to shape. Chungwan was hands-on, teaching the cooks how to make potato pancakes. The main idea was that even a fool could learn her method just by watching. There are some white particles in the water used to soak the potatoes. These are released from the potatoes. We can save this water for later. After chopping the potatoes into mash, mix them with flour in the right ratio, then cook them in a pan to make pancakes. Right now, we can also use the water we just drained. Pour it into the gaps of the potato pancakes, filling any empty spaces. This makes the pancakes stronger and less likely to fall apart. After a bit of work, fragrant potato pancakes are ready. The cooks had never seen such a new dish before. The hot, freshly cooked pancakes were so tempting that they eagerly ate them without hesitation. They are really delicious. This kind of food is rare and wonderful, like something from heaven. Even the cooks were amazed by the taste of the potato pancakes. Everyone looked at the yellow pancakes with disbelief. Such an ordinary-looking food could taste so good. Besides the potato pancakes, there was also a lot of milk left in the kitchen. Milk can be drunk directly, but it has many other uses, like making milk pudding. Chungwon held a glass of milk and took a small sip. Unfortunately, there was no chance to ferment it into cheese, which she preferred for its texture. "Madam, you can also make milk pudding?" Zhao's top chef in the kitchen was surprised. Milk has a strong smell that's hard to remove. "We've tried many methods. Do you have any good ideas? If this pudding can get rid of the smell, it could bring more money to the restaurant." The head chef had argued with other cooks many times about how to remove the smell of milk. They often argued loudly, each one more stubborn than the last. "It's not that complicated. We just want to remove the strong smell of the milk," Chungwon said softly, gently shaking the glass of milk. Her big, round eyes focused on the milk as she smiled and said, "When boiling milk, just add some almonds and floral tea. Once it boils, remove these ingredients. Then you can drink it without any strong smell." She looked at a bag of nuts in the corner of the kitchen and said, "Maybe I could sell a few more recipes to young Master Zhao. I just don't know if he's willing to pay for them." Selling a few more recipes for cakes didn't seem impossible. Chungwon, in her past life, was a professor of agriculture. Although she spent most of her time in the laboratory, she enjoyed cooking alone at home whenever she had a break. Nuts. Paired with pastries, they create a special flavor. If it's tasty, just a few recipes are enough. "I can afford them." Young Master Zhao was nearby, fanning himself with a folding fan, looking very happy. He kept smiling and said confidently, "Bring out as many recipes as you have today. If you run out of ideas, I definitely won't run out of money." The boss is really generous. Chungwon loved people who were straightforward. She walked past the cooks to stand in front of the stove, slightly raising her eyebrows. She skillfully poured fresh milk into the pot. "Our family isn't really in the food business, but when the children were young, I often fed them milk. Over time, I tried many ways to remove the strong smell. I'm not bragging, but the way I make milk, whether to drink directly or to use in pastries, has no strong smell at all." The cooks looked a bit doubtful when they heard her say this. Although the potato pancakes in front of them still smelled good, removing the strong smell from milk was not so easy. "Madam, removing the smell has always been a big trouble. Are you really able to do it?" One cook asked cautiously. "If you can't, it's not a big deal. I see there's a bag of almonds over there. Maybe it will help. Let's try with almonds and see." Chungwon smiled and looked at the bag of almonds beside the milk. "Just watch. I will definitely make pastries that everyone will like." The head chef and his apprentices exchanged glances. They didn't say anything on the surface, but secretly, they didn't believe Chungwon could really do it. Young Master Zhao looked carefully. "No matter how many recipes there are, you said you would pay for them all. All that silver." Chungwon didn't want to start unless she was sure she could do it. "This is natural. As long as the ladies' dishes are good, I will definitely accept all of them." Such a mutually beneficial opportunity. How could I miss it? Young Master Zhao admired Chungwon. The lady in front of him wore simple linen clothes and didn't seem worldly. But whether it was her smile or her movements, she exuded a cleverness. It was as if, in the kitchen, she had everything under control. After receiving a satisfactory reply, Chungwon took some almonds and began teaching them how to remove the strong smell. These almonds contain a special ingredient. When mixed with milk and stirred, it helps to easily remove the strong smell. She poured milk into a pot and boiled it, then poured it into a wooden basin to cool. Next, she added flour and kept stirring until it became a smooth paste. Then she continued boiling it in the pot. Sugar was essential. Throughout the process, She paid close attention to the consistency of the paste, adding water in proportion. Once it thickened and set, she transferred it to a wooden basin. The resulting cake was not sticky and always emitted a lovely milky aroma. Finally, sprinkle some shredded coconut on top. This milk cake is truly a delicacy. Chungwon washed her hands and, amid the hesitant looks of everyone, took a piece of the cake and tasted it herself. No need to doubt. This is edible. I wouldn't dare fool you with something that can't be eaten. We wouldn't doubt the lady, but this cake looks quite unusual. We've never seen anything like it before. The chef, curious, stepped forward and took a piece to taste. He hadn't expected much. What could be so good about this pale, simple-looking thing? But as soon as he tasted it, his eyes lit up with surprise. Delicious. This is definitely the most delicious thing in the world. Not to mention the earlier potato cakes. If you combined dozens of them, they wouldn't compare to a single bite of this. The chef couldn't believe how tasty Chungwon's creation was. Really that amazing? I want to try and see how it tastes. Young Master Zhao was skeptical. He had tasted many delicacies in his life. Was there really something in this world that was better than what heaven and earth could offer? Although he doubted, Chungwon was not upset. She politely moved aside to give young Master Zhao space, and after he tasted the pastry, he looked pleased like a chef. "Madam, how much do you think this house is worth?" 100 taels. Chungwon smiled warmly. "A fixed price. If young Master Zhao agrees, I can give you an extra recipe." She had countless ideas about pastries in her mind. 100 taels is 100 taels. But where would I find potatoes to buy? Young Master Zhao was now very interested in Chungwon. He really wanted to see what kind of place could produce such a clever woman. Chungwon signed a contract with young Master Zhao and agreed on a day to exchange potatoes. She thought that after meeting Song Yang later, she would quickly go back and tell the villagers to dig up the potatoes. It would be best if they could count all the extra potatoes in the village today. That way, when young Master Zhao comes to buy them tomorrow, the villagers could sell all their potatoes quickly. She waited a long time at the restaurant for Song Yang, but the sky outside gradually turned pink, and Song Yang never came back to find her. Oh well, there's nothing urgent now. I might as well exchange some drought-resistant rice seeds. It's time to change what the village is planting. Although potatoes are good, they can't be grown all the time. The improved drought-resistant rice, thanks to space modification, grows in half the time of normal varieties. If everything goes well, they can harvest another batch of grain before December. Chungwon left the restaurant and entered a quiet alley. After making sure no one was around, she went inside and exchanged all her drought-resistant rice seeds. After days of tirelessly collecting grain, her space finally received a small upgrade. Although she was still about 100 taels short of her dream livestock area, the space upgrade unexpectedly unlocked a trading system. But it was still at level 1, so she could only exchange 2 types of seeds, drought-resistant rice and water rice. The space-modified seeds were very powerful, improving survival rates and growth cycles, but they still had to be planted according to the seasons. Half of the potatoes are sold to the space, and the other half is used to make pastries. TSK. With this, I can not only develop the livestock area tomorrow, but also save a lot of silver. 1,000 taels of silver is indeed a sad loss, but who can resist the adorable little lambs and the delicious aroma of mutton hot pot that makes your mouth water? Chungwon happily left the space, already guessing what kind of animals she might find in the first-level animal area. No matter what they are, she promises to treat her beloved animals well, not wasting any part of their meat, and making sure that bringing them into this world is truly worthwhile. Right now, Chungwon's mind is full of calves and lambs. But just as she steps out of the alley to go to the academy to find Song Yang, she sees him nearby in a cozy alley with a woman. They look very close. However, Chungwon doesn't know that Song Yang is actually reluctant to be seen with the woman in front of him. "Miss Shen, we don't know each other well. Today is just a chance meeting. I can't accept your high praise, and besides, men and women should keep their distance. Please, Miss Shen, don't say such misleading words." Song Yang steps back a few paces with a blank expression. A quick flash of dislike crosses his eyes. Shin Mayan can feel his coldness toward her. She notices the icy look in his eyes, but still can't help wanting to get closer. She forces herself to hide her discomfort and her pride. My teacher said you might return to the academy. I don't mean anything special. We've known each other since childhood. If you hadn't experienced such hardships when you were young, we wouldn't be so distant now. Shin Mayan tentatively reaches out and grabs Song Yang's sleeve. She gently pulls it down, her tone full of cautious hope. Can't you stay and talk to me properly? We haven't seen each other in so many years. Even if we're just friends, you should have some feelings for me. Miss Shin, Song Yang sharply interrupts her. His face shows clear disgust, almost impossible to hide. Things from many years ago, friends from many years ago. What do they matter now? Besides, I am already married with children. It's not proper for you and me to be involved. What's proper about that? Tears suddenly fall from Shin Mayan's eyes. She wipes her tears in frustration, turning her face away so Song Yang won't see her vulnerability. Her voice trembles with sobs, showing her deep sadness and helplessness. Since you are so strict with rules, are your rules only for me, or do you also really say these cold words to your wife? Of course not. I wouldn't say that to her, since I am already married to my husband. We share the closest relationship in the world. Unlike a young lady, Chungwon originally thought Song Yang was bold enough to secretly flirt with women outside behind her back. She planned to go closer to see what was happening, but she didn't expect that the woman had caught Song Yang's eye and was now pulling him away. Chungwon smiled beautifully and stepped forward to hold Song Yang's arm, resting her head on his shoulder. Her smile deepened bit by bit. If the young lady has more to say, why not tell me everything? After all, there are no secrets between me and my husband. He wouldn't do anything bad behind my back. Shin Mayan didn't expect a third person, Chungwon, to suddenly appear, nor did she expect Song Yang to really have a wife. Her tears, which hadn't fallen yet, were now held back in her eyes, and her face was so anxious it was turning red. Her pitiful look made Chungwon feel unexpectedly reluctant to say anything harsh to her. I must say, this young lady is indeed beautiful, with a gentle, elegant look typical of a southern beauty. Today, Shin Mayan wore a yellow silk dress. She had a slim and graceful figure, delicate features, and a gentle, refined appearance. Even when she was emotionally upset just now while talking to Song Yang, she still looked soft and gentle, beautiful, but not flirtatious. Such a beauty, Song Yang was truly lucky. Thinking of this, Chungwon rolled her eyes at Song Yang. Song Yang, when you come to the academy to teach in a few days, I will come find you again. As for sister-in-law, Shin Mayan stiffly pulled at her lips and showed a faint smile. Sister-in-law can also bring the children along. I heard Brother Song say your children are old enough to start studying. Of course, we will come together then. I hope you won't forget us. A woman dressed in wealth, speaking confidently and politely, yet still thinking about another man's husband. Chungwon guessed her status must be quite high. When Shin Mayan left the alley, she kept looking back every step, her eyes full of reluctance as she kept staring at Song Yang. If Chungwon hadn't kept a gentle smile the whole time, and also kept her eyes on her, she might have suspected they were secretly communicating behind her back. Chungwon loosened her grip on Song Yang's arm and curiously asked, "We agreed that you would come to study, not that you would flirt with girls outside." How can that be called flirting? Song Yang unexpectedly showed a hint of jealousy. He chuckled softly and said, "A friend from my youth, but we haven't seen each other in a long time, so we are no longer really friends. That's what you say, but she also said she would come to see you at the academy in a few days." Chungwon sighed helplessly. Fine. You handle your own affairs. I just hope nothing happens again, like before. You're a grown man. You can't afford to embarrass yourself in front of women. Only on you. Song Yang's gaze was so gentle it seemed to shimmer like water. His look was too intense, making Chungwon feel very uncomfortable, so she turned her face away. She awkwardly cleared her throat and suddenly remembered what the woman had said earlier. She quickly asked Song Yang, "You knew her from when you were young, and you studied at the academy for a couple of years. So, Your life back then wasn't as poor as it was after I married you. After some setbacks, you can't expect others to always be in a low point. Song-young didn't mind Chungwon asking about his past hardships. He openly shared his childhood with her. I was a direct disciple of the head of the mountain. If my family hadn't faced difficulties, I would have started the imperial exams early. But before I even took the exam, my family encountered problems. When Chungwon heard the last part, she felt a bit awkward and said shyly, I didn't mean to ask you about this. It's okay. Song-young slightly bowed and looked into Chungwon's eyes. His eyes curved like the moon. Didn't you say we are husband and wife? Husbands and wives shouldn't hide things from each other. We should be honest. You're listening to me now. Chungwon felt very uncomfortable and looked away. She nervously fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. Song-young looked at Chungwon's empty hands. The two of them stood side by side, and then went to the tavern to bring back 2 oxen. One person pulled each ox cart. Chungwon, tired, yawned and said, After we get back, I just want to rest. Please help me collect the potatoes from the villagers. Tomorrow, someone will come to harvest the potatoes. Make sure they weigh everything properly. If anyone gets cheated, I won't care. Eagerly, Chungwon yawned and stretched, openly showing her relaxed attitude in front of Song-young. Song-young knew that Chungwon didn't see him as a stranger. He calmly watched her dozing off, smiling gently. When they got home, Song-young went to return the cart to Uncle Nyo. He also went to pick up Moo and Yao Yao, who were reading inside and hadn't come back yet. As soon as Yao Yao saw Song-young coming to pick her up, she happily threw herself into his arms. She tilted her head with curiosity and sniffed him carefully. Daddy, did you go to the market again today? I smell a sweet scent on you. You have a good nose. Yes, I did go to the market today. But the candied hawthorn in town was sold out, so I only brought you some milk cake. Song-young gently rubbed Yao Yao's neck and hugged his precious daughter. Moo carried his bag and walked beside him. Although he didn't speak much or show affection like Yao Yao, he stayed close, only half a hand's distance from him. What did the teacher teach today? Did he still have you memorize poems? Song-young asked Moo while holding Yao Yao. He spoke softly, like a caring father. What you and your sister learned from the teacher, I care about very much. Today, the teacher started teaching us the 1,000-character classic, but we only learned 4 lines. Today's homework is to go home and write big characters, copying these 4 lines 100 times. Did Daddy and Mommy buy you and your sister brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones? Moo rarely told Song-young or Chungwon what he wanted, so even though Song-young knew that brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones were essential for studying, he hesitated a moment before asking. Yes, I bought a lot of paper for you and your sister. Even if you use it for drawing or playing, it will last you several months. Song-young gently patted Moo's head with his free hand. On the way back home, Moo softly recited, Heaven and earth are dark and yellow. The universe is vast. The sun and moon wax and wane. Stars and constellations are arranged. Yao Yao leaned against Song-young's chest, listening carefully as he recited the poem. She knew these were things the teacher had just taught today, but she could only read them, not memorize yet. She was amazed that her brother was so talented. After just 1 day of lessons, he remembered everything. Yi looked at Song Moo with admiration. When she noticed her sister's warm gaze, Song Moo blushed a little, feeling shy. Does father know what these 4 sentences mean? Song Moo was drawing circles on the ground with his foot. His shoe kicked up some sand, leaving a beautiful arc. The teacher said, The sky is dark blue. The ground is yellow. The universe was formed from chaos and darkness. Song-young didn't expect his son to quiz him. He smiled slightly, with a look of amusement in his eyes. The sun rises and sets, the moon is full and then wanes, and stars fill the endless space. Did the teacher explain it to you like that? Wow, Dad is so amazing. Song Moo just wanted to change the subject, but he didn't expect Song-young to actually understand the meaning of those 4 sentences. He couldn't help feeling excited. He kept thinking about Song-young's explanation, pondering its deep meaning. Then he raised his voice and asked with a smile, Did you also study books, Dad? Yi's eyes sparkled as she stared at Song-young. Since she started studying with the teacher, she naturally admired those who could read and write. Of course, your father has studied too. He's much better now. He will soon go to the Qingshan Academy in the county to continue his studies. Chungwon had been waiting inside the house for them to return. When she finally relaxed, she couldn't sleep, so she cooked dinner. The food was simmering in the pot over the fire. Bored, Chungwon went out for a walk. She saw the three of them at the door, not going inside, talking about studying, something unusual. She couldn't help but listen closely. It turned out that Song-moo was asking Song-yang whether he had studied before. Qingshan Academy. Song-moo became even more excited. His heart was pounding, and his eyes shone brightly. The teacher said he studied at Qingshan Academy. Next year, he will take the imperial exam to become a scholar. The head of the academy is a very learned person, and even in the capital, he has many disciples. The head of the academy you mentioned is actually your father's teacher. If you pass the local exam this year, you might have a chance to study at the academy. Chungwon took Song-moo's bag from his hands. She looked at Song-yang with interest and said, "This year, the father and son will compete together. I look forward to hearing good news from you both. I hope everyone can have a happy new year. Naturally, I won't let you down." Song-yang held Yao Yao in his arms, but his eyes kept fixed on Chungwon, unwilling to look away even for a moment. During dinner that evening, Song-moo kept talking about funny stories from his school days. Yao Yao and Chungwon weren't interested in the poems and stories they shared, and both yawned while carefully eating their rice. "Mother, can I skip school?" Yao Yao sat on a stool, swinging her little feet leisurely. Her chubby, white feet looked very cute in Chungwon's eyes. "Why don't you want to go to school?" Chungwon placed a large piece of egg into Yao Yao's bowl. Her precious daughter. Could it be that she already dislikes studying at the age of 3? That seemed unlikely. Lin Sijir appeared to be a good teacher and had promised to teach them well. Although Yao Yao was a girl, Chungwon didn't see him as someone who looked down on girls when they talked that day. "You should have a reason to tell your mother. Your teacher is a good one, and you and your brother are lucky to have him teach you." Chungwon always respected and admired good teachers. In this era, being able to become a scholar was not easy and showed real talent. "It's not because of a teacher. It's because I'm not as smart as my brother. The teacher's words are easy for him to understand, but I can't learn as quickly. I also don't think studying is fun." Yao Yao puffed out her cheeks. Chungwon saw a hint of sadness in her bright eyes, something that didn't seem appropriate for her age. "I want to learn a skill like mother, just like Sister Shuang Shuang from Grandpa Li's family. Her embroidery is so beautiful. The flowers look real, like they could come to life. When she waves her wings, I feel like the birds can really fly. So, Yao Yao, do you want to be an embroidery girl like Sister Shuang Shuang in the future?" At this moment, Chungwon couldn't quite understand. She frowned, filled with confusion. "You know how hard embroidery girls work. Honestly, it's probably more tiring than your daily studies. You only see how beautiful your sister's embroidery is, but you don't see how much effort and hardship she puts into it every day." Chungwon's mood quickly turned sour. The plan to start a livestock business and make big money couldn't make her feel better right now. She wanted to raise her daughter well. The girl was supposed to attend a top university, but now she was saying she didn't want to study there and preferred to go to a vocational college. Although Sister Shuang Shuang works very hard, she does what she loves every day. Just like her brother, he loves reading, so he goes to school happily every day. The teacher says something and he understands it. But I don't understand at all. Yao Yao pouted her lips, looking sad and upset. She said with a big sigh of frustration, "Mother, I know I'm not as smart as my brother. I want to do something else I really like. Maybe I won't like embroidery in the future, and I'll think it's not suitable for me. But right now, I really don't want to study." A 4-year-old girl's likes and dislikes, spoken from her mouth. Chungwon wasn't sure if she could take seriously, but she could clearly see that Yao Yao was resisting studying. She looked at Song-yang for help. She couldn't handle her daughter's decision alone. "You can stop studying for now. But your father doesn't recommend you learn embroidery like Sister Shuang Shuang. Coincidentally, your mother and I are going to the county town soon. You can come with us. If you find something you like, we can help you learn it later, okay?" Song-yang gently hugged Yao Yao into his arms. Songmu put down his chopsticks and said to his sister, I'll talk to the teacher tomorrow. I'll go to school alone. If there's something you're interested in learning, I'll teach you when I come back. Thank you, brother. Thank you, mother and father. Yao Yao finally got what she wanted. She clapped happily and kept giggling. After all, she was just a little girl. Studying all day was really tiring. It's good to rest for a few days, especially when it comes to embroidery. If Yao Yao is truly sure she likes this work and isn't just following others out of curiosity, then Chungwon wouldn't mind sending her to learn. That meal left Chungwon feeling quite mixed. At night, after putting the two children to sleep, Chungwon sat alone in the yard under the moonlight. She was sitting on a woven chair made of vines and bamboo. As she leaned back, she could smell the faint scent of bamboo, and the air was filled with a gentle fragrance. This made her restless mood suddenly feel calmer. Song-yang came out after his bath to hang clothes. Seeing Chungwon sitting alone, he brought over another chair and sat beside her. He picked up a basket of green beans that hadn't been picked yet and asked, You look upset. Is something bothering you? That day, when I took the children to school, Teacher Lin asked me how I planned to arrange Yao Yao's future. I told him I knew Yao Yao was a girl, and even if she studied, she couldn't achieve great things like boys. But I hoped her studies would teach her manners. I didn't expect that after only a few days of reading, Yao Yao would give up herself. During dinner just now, I thought Yao Yao was a bit lazy. At Jung Desa's house, there are 2 boys and a girl. Only the boys go to school. Yao Yao had opportunities others didn't have, but she didn't cherish them. But now I think differently. You're right when you said at dinner that, no matter what, she should do what she likes. Children's happiness is their own. If she wants to study and be polite and also do what she loves, then neither of us is wrong. You shouldn't blame yourself too much. And if we go to the county town to sell things in the future, having Yao Yao with you won't make you feel lonely. That's an interesting new perspective. Chungwon reached out and fiddled with the green beans in the basket. They looked fresh and full, quite pleasing to see. You're going to Qingshan Academy, so you probably won't come back every day like before. Does that mean I'll be living alone with the children in the village, just like before? Losing a helping hand for farm work. Although there's not much to do in the fields now, in a few days when we plant dry rice, there will always be chores at home. Chungwon needs to plan ahead. If she invites someone to help with the work, she should start looking for people in the village early. Let's buy a cow. It takes about 2 hours to go to the county and come back. If we get up a little earlier and return a bit later, it won't be too much trouble. Peeling beans, Song-yang handed them to Chungwon. The neighbor's wife made a small gift. Let's cook it for the children tomorrow morning. You've already planned everything well. What else can I say? Chungwon looked at the green beans and sighed. But don't go tomorrow. In a few days, I found some new seeds in the county. Since we just planted a batch of potatoes, I think we can grow other crops in the field. Have you heard of drought-tolerant rice? No, I haven't. But I guess it's different from water rice and doesn't need water to survive. This was the first time Song-yang heard about such a new thing. But he wasn't surprised anymore. Chungwon always managed to come up with something new. Probably. You'll see when I teach everyone how to plant tomorrow. You have to listen carefully. Chungwon gently patted Song-yang's head like petting a puppy. She chuckled. Tomorrow, whatever I tell you to do, you have to do it. Our land is counting on you. Am I really that capable? Song-yang smiled and replied to Chungwon. If I really am that good, shouldn't you reward me properly? What do you want to eat? Chungwon raised an eyebrow. If I want to reward you, I can only do it through cooking. Otherwise, when you go to the academy to study, I can serve you 3 meals a day. We can rent a small shop in the county and stay there to keep you company, okay? Both of them knew this was just talk, impossible to do. But hearing Chungwon's words, Song-yang still felt warm inside, very touched. When I come back from school, I'll cook with you and take on my share of responsibility. I won't let you bear everything alone. This was sincere. He never thought he would live such a good life with Chungwon one day. Reborn, the heavens had been so gentle to him. The bad daughter-in-law from his memories had become a good one. They talked for a long time at night. The next day, Chungwon stir-fried green beans with pork, and the family enjoyed a delicious meal. Today, my sister isn't going. Please take this bag of rice to Grandpa Lee, And also tell him that my sister won't be going to school anymore. I'll explain everything properly when I have time. I will go see him when I am free. Chungwon packed the rice and eggs into Songmu's small backpack as usual. After watching him leave, they started packing up again, just like last time, to go to the fields. But this time, Yao Yao was with them. Grandpa Li was at his potato field nearby. Chungwon and young Master Zhao had agreed to meet in the afternoon, so everyone was still enjoying the potatoes in the field. The more they could sell now, the better. Uncle Li, yesterday, I went to the county town. I met a group of traders coming from the north. They have a new kind of seed called drought rice, which is grown only in the north. I think after we harvest these potatoes, we could try planting this drought rice. Chungwon showed Grandpa Li the drought rice seeds she brought from her space. She explained carefully, I think we can try it. But if you or everyone else don't want to, I can plant it at my own home. How can we not trust you? Aunt Lin stepped past Grandpa Li, smiling as she picked up a few drought rice seeds.
She was very surprised.
Your rice looks really full and healthy. The rice we planted a few years ago didn't look as good as yours. But does this drought rice need a lot of water? That's exactly what I was thinking about, Grandpa Li said, scratching his beard with a worried look. Our village has plenty of water, and we've dug channels, but potatoes are drought-tolerant. Still, this is the first time in our village that we're planting something that needs so much water. Why is that? Chungwon emphasized the word drought in drought rice. This thing comes from the north. It doesn't need as much water as potatoes, and it's easier to care for than rice. The north and south are very different. Chungwon took the remaining seeds to show Grandpa Li. I'm really thinking about everyone's good. Potatoes can't be our main food every day, but rice can. Now, rice in the county town costs 40 copper coins per gene. The rice we plant now will be ready by the spring festival. Aunt Lin and Grandpa Li were really convinced by Chungwon. They looked at each other considering. Then, shall we give it a try? Let's just try it. I don't want to plant potatoes anymore for now. Today, there are still several acres of potatoes in my field that haven't been dug up. My husband is busy with the 2 kids at home, and I don't know if we can finish before the big landlord comes outside this afternoon. Growing potatoes on 1 acre can make good money, but it also harms the land. It's not a difficult task. They won't just come once. Next time, we can sell again. My seeds are cheap, 10 copper coins for a big bag. People from the north say these potatoes can be harvested in about 3 months. Let's work hard to plant, and everyone's good days are still ahead. At this moment, Chungwon was very happy. The more drought-tolerant rice the villagers plant, the more crops they will harvest. The road from the village to the county town is long, and not everyone wants to go to the county to sell their grain. Isn't it just about finding a middleman like me? Middlemen make a profit by selling at a higher price. As a second-tier trader, I want to keep all the money for myself. The village chief agreed to plant drought-tolerant rice, and everyone else believed in Chungwon. Everyone was eager to buy seeds from her, especially after hearing that the seeds could mature and produce results in just 3 months. They were buying like crazy. Today, I will dig up all these potatoes, and tonight I will work overtime to plant drought-tolerant rice. When the time comes, Song's wife, if we have any questions about planting, please remember to help us out. The villagers talked excitedly, and Chungwon was rarely seen so hardworking. Besides, for her own benefit, she had no reason to refuse. Yes, yes. If anyone has questions, just come ask me. I know everything about seedling cultivation, and I will answer honestly. So much money was flowing into her pocket. If Chungwon wasn't so incapable of farm work and didn't have her own land to grow her grain, she would even want to personally take over all the land in the village and work on it herself. Chungwon was happily chatting with the village chief, while elsewhere, Song Yang was digging potatoes in the field. Uncle Lin held A and approached him. He pointed at Chungwon and shook his head helplessly, saying, "Your wife is really capable. She's different from the other women in the village. Isn't my sister-in-law also an extraordinary person?" Song Yang looked in the direction Uncle Lin pointed, a slight smile on his face, suppressing his laughter. "Uncle, haven't you finished digging up your potatoes yet? Our land is large. Last time, I planted everything at once. I was thinking of finishing the harvest tonight. But you know your wife's temper. She wouldn't let me come out to work at night. Song Yang's big teeth immediately retracted. If it weren't for respecting Uncle Lin as an elder, he would have rolled his eyes at him. Each family in the village has their own way of working. Chungwon was busy distributing seeds to everyone. Meanwhile, Yun quietly pulled on her good friend Auntie in the village. Can you also help me buy some seeds? That's not a big deal. Your daughter isn't my daughter. Why are you shy about buying her seeds and instead asking me? Old Lady Luo knew well the complicated relationships in Cheng's family. Now, she was deliberately saying these things to make Yun feel uncomfortable. She picked at her nails, raising her eyebrows slightly, with a sharp look. Helping you is fine, but today your son has to help us dig up our potatoes. I can't get any benefit if I don't ask for something in return. That's not what I meant. I wouldn't feel right taking advantage of you. Yun was so annoyed by old Lady Luo's attitude that her face almost twisted in anger. But she had no choice but to bow her head. If their family didn't have good crops like dry rice, they would lose income during the new year compared to others.
Exactly.
That's why I say we're good friends. I think of you when I have good things. I'll go buy seeds for you now, however many you want. But as for the money, old Lady Luo rubbed her hands. Not a single copper coin less. Of course, it's essential. Yun forced a smile, but inside, she was seething with anger. In the afternoon, the restaurant staff came to collect the potatoes. Everyone in the village hurried to dig up all the potatoes before they were collected, selling off the parts they didn't need. Chungwon roughly calculated how many potatoes the restaurant had bought today. The villagers had earned a good amount this time. It's a pity, though, these potatoes couldn't be added to her account, so she couldn't increase her income from her breeding area. You villagers are really united. From top to bottom, everyone is planting potatoes. I see your fields are now empty. Are you planning to keep planting potatoes? Young Master Zhao waved his folding fan, very curious about this small village. A village with strong unity isn't rare, but what's unusual here is how orderly everyone is when it comes to farming. Can you introduce me to your village chief? I really want to meet someone who manages the entire village so well. The village where young Master Zhao is from is very orderly, and the village chief can keep everyone in line. But at most, he just makes people obey. He doesn't have the power to make them follow his words without question. His eyes are full of curiosity, which makes Chungwon feel a bit embarrassed and try to change the subject. Why do you ask? Chungwon pointed to the pouch hanging at Zhao's waist. Young master, you're a businessman. Have you forgotten the saying, everyone is busy for profit? No matter how many reasons you give, money is the real power that drives people. This was the first time Zhao heard a farmer say that. Madam Song, you are truly clever. You're so smart. Staying in this village might be a waste. Why not? Young master, your temple is too small to hold someone as grand as my wife. Suddenly, Song Yang appeared out of nowhere. He stood in front of Chungwon with a cold face and pushed away Zhao's hand that was reaching out. Someone of your status should know what manners are. Madam Song, you're interesting. Your husband is also quite interesting. Since the potatoes are already harvested today, I won't bother you two any longer. But if you have any recipes to sell in the future, remember to come find me at the tavern. Zhao closed his fan with a gentle smile, his face always warm, contrasting sharply with Song Yang's cold expression that could freeze people. Zhao left with his servants. Song Yang turned back unhappily and told Chungwon, next time, don't stand so close to him when talking about anything other than business. I don't like you two being so near. You are being a bit bossy now. I didn't say you couldn't get close to Miss Shun, and I really have nothing with him. Chungwon felt a strong sense of jealousy. So this was what it felt like to be jealous of someone? It was a strange new experience. Chungwon and Song Yang walked side by side back home. Because Song Yang needed to prepare for going to the academy the next day, and also wanted to buy a cow at the market, he went to bed early that night. Chungwon still couldn't sleep alone. After locking the doors and windows, she entered her space and started working on the potatoes she had planted in the corner. The potatoes she gave to the villagers were also improved varieties from her space, but the water and land there were very different from her experimental field in the space. The potatoes she grew this time looked much better than those in the village, both in size and the growth of the leaves. Chungwon dug up all the potatoes, leaving the leaves aside to cook and eat tomorrow. This was a rare delicacy. Chungwon remembered that when she was young, during the potato harvest season, her family would eat potato leaves for several months. At first, it was quite new and exciting, since they only had this food at a fixed time each year. But after eating it for a long time, it became boring. Who would want to eat the same dish every day? Now, Chungwon actually started to feel nostalgic. Animal husbandry area. Just 150 silver coins away from the goal. When can I save enough? The grain in the county town is almost all sold out, and I can't get as much grain from my stall as before. Chungwon rolled on the ground in her space, looking at her account balance on the screen. Her mood fluctuated between good and bad. When she opened the animal husbandry area, she definitely wanted to raise many lambs and calves. Lambs that are about 3 months old are the best to eat. Can I shorten their growth cycle by half? I really want to eat beef hot pot, especially the one cooked in a copper pot. Chungwon was feeling sad and almost drooling. She imagined herself enjoying delicious food. If only she could have another bottle of cola now, who wouldn't love a refreshing drink? Tears and saliva fell together. Chungwon raised her sad hand to wipe away the tears and quickly left her space, moving away from this upsetting place. The next day, Chungwon woke up at the sound of roosters crowing, rubbing her eyes with dark circles under them. She yawned and went to the kitchen to cook. Song-young was going to study in the county town, so she had to prepare both breakfast and lunch for him early in the morning. It was quite a big task. Is the Song family daughter at home? Aunt carried a bowl with a few black-faced buns and called out loudly as she entered the yard. I came to see you about something. Are you free now? Yes, I am. I just got up and am busy cooking for my family. Auntie, is there something you need? Chungwon wiped her hands on her clothes and hurried out of the kitchen to pour her a glass of water. Is there a problem with the fields? Not exactly. Yesterday, my husband was digging up potatoes, and the young man from the Song family helped a lot. I came quickly to thank you. These black-faced buns aren't worth much, but they are our way of showing thanks. Please don't dislike them. Aunt had woken up early to steam the buns, worried that Chungwon might be cooking too early and her kindness would go unnoticed. Looking at the 2 dark dough balls in the bowl, Chungwon knew her family didn't usually eat such things, but she appreciated others' kindness and couldn't refuse. How could I dislike such good things? My husband mentioned a couple of days ago that he missed this flavor. If we had more flour at home, I'd have needed some to make for them today. Chungwon accepted the buns and sat down with Aunt. She then went to the kitchen to wash some potato leaves. Talking was important, and so was cooking and working. Oh my, are these wild vegetables you dug from the mountain? They look so green and fresh, quite rare. These aren't wild vegetables. These are potato leaves, which can be eaten as vegetables. But I don't think anyone plans to eat them. After digging up the potatoes, everyone uses the leaves to fertilize the land. While washing the vegetables, Chungwon shook her head and sighed. They hardly hesitated at all. A lot of people don't know if those things are edible, and everyone was busy digging potatoes. Who has the time to care about the leaves? Aunt looked at the lush green leaves, feeling more curious. She couldn't help but squat down and pick a potato leaf from the basin, examining it repeatedly in her hand. If it weren't for Chungwon watching her now, Aunt would have wanted to stuff these potato leaves into her mouth directly. Maybe take some back? You can fry them with a bit of lard. The taste is really good. Chungwon picked up a handful of potato leaves and handed them to Aunt. I have plenty of potato leaves at home. If you like to eat them, just come and get some. There are so many, just me and my husband can't finish them all at once. Thank you so much, little sister, Aunt said happily as she left with the potato leaves. Chungwon suddenly remembered something and called her back. Auntie, could you help me ask around in the village? See if anyone has potato leaves that they haven't used for compost yet. I was thinking I could take them to the county town to sell. If someone is willing to sell, I'll buy at 2 copper coins per jean. Chungwon almost forgot that potato leaves are also a crop. If she separates them, they can be considered as 2 different things, potatoes and leaves. Thinking about the 104 taels she still needs, Chungwon immediately felt more confident. Looking at the dark, thin Aunt, she suddenly felt taller. All right, I'll go ask around later. Little sister, you're really good at making money.
You always think of ways to sell things.
It's no wonder some people get rich. There's a reason for it. Aunt only thought that the potato leaves could be used as compost or maybe stir-fried as wild vegetables. She never thought of selling them in the county town. 2 copper coins per jean, this price is almost as much as potatoes. After seeing Anne off, Song-young also got up to pack his things for the academy. Chungwon asked him to finish packing and then call the 2 children. She continued to the kitchen to cook. Since Song-young was studying at the academy and had a 2-hour journey back and forth, he needed to eat more meat to stay strong. Yesterday, she stir-fried soybeans with pork that hadn't been finished, and she steamed 2 plain buns, also bringing some homemade pickled vegetables for him. Here's 20 taels of silver. Besides the money for the ox, you can buy whatever you want in the county town. Don't starve yourself just to save money. Our family isn't rich, but we have enough for small meals. Chungwon first served breakfast to Song-young. The 2 children were still washing up, so she wasn't in a hurry. All right, after school at noon, I will go buy a cow. If I don't come back by dusk, you and the 2 children can eat first. You don't have to wait for me. After finishing his meal, Song-young carefully wiped his mouth. He looked at Chungwon for a moment, then lowered his head with a hint of emotion and said, "Thinking about returning to the academy makes me feel both nostalgic and hopeful. I want to take the children to take the imperial exams together. It's a bit sad, but also exciting. Why are you so complicated about this? I believe you can pass the exam and become a scholar in one go. Next year or the year after, you can keep moving up. I hope you succeed early and do well in the exams. I'm counting on you to achieve great things." Chungwon handed Song-young his bag. Uncle Neo's cart was already parked outside. Chungwon spent 10 copper coins to rent the cart for a day. "If that's the case, even if not for myself, I must study hard for you." Song-young's eyes were firm when he spoke honestly. Even though Chungwon never usually relied on others for hope, at this moment, seeing his determination, she couldn't help but feel touched inside. After Song-mu took his daily food to study at the official's house, Chungwon and Yao Yao didn't rush back up the mountain to resume their old work. She brought a big bundle of potato leaves from the kitchen and found a new task for Yao Yao. "Mother." Yao Yao looked at Chungwon blankly. Her long, thick eyelashes framed her watery eyes. She wasn't crying, but her eyes looked misty, making people feel pity. Chungwon had just prepared some words but hesitated, not knowing how to speak. After a moment, she decided to give Yao Yao the potato leaves. Since they decided not to study anymore, she and her husband wanted to follow Yao Yao's wishes and let her find what she truly loved to do. But before that, they needed to find ways to take responsibility for their duties, like the hawthorn. Chungwon glanced at the hawthorn bush in the corner, which was squatting and making noise. She reminded Yao Yao, "When you decided to treat it as a pet, your father and I told you that the pig would be fed by your father. But you must take responsibility for raising the hawthorn. You didn't feed it yesterday. It went outside to eat grass by itself." "I forgot." Nervously twisting her fingers, Yao Yao spoke with a hint of confusion. "A few days ago, Dad fed me hawthorn berries. I thought he would do it again yesterday. Hawthorn berries are usually well-behaved. I didn't know it would sneak outside to eat on its own. It probably wouldn't stay hungry all the time." Chungwon almost laughed at her daughter. She reached out to brush away the stray hair from Yao Yao's forehead and sighed. "Your father is going to study at the academy soon. He might not even have time to take care of the pigs at home, let alone feed hawthorn berries." Chungwon needed to remind Yao Yao of this. Since she isn't studying now and spends most of her time with her, it's time for her to take on the responsibilities she should have. "How many days has hawthorn berries gone without a bath? How many days have you not taken it to bed to play? It smells a bit bad. If you don't want me to send it to the pig pen at the back or have it slaughtered during the new year to fill our stomachs, you need to be responsible for its 3 daily meals, including giving it baths to keep it clean." Even though it's just a pet, Chungwon hopes Yao Yao can take responsibility for it. The life and death of a creature should never be just a moment of personal pleasure.
"I will."
"I know, Mother. Please don't scold me." Yao Yao kept crying, tears falling one after another. Soon, her fair face turned red from crying. Mother, I'm not scolding you. I just want you to understand that you haven't done much now. If something's wrong, we should try to fix it. Can crying solve the problem? Chungwon squatted down and used her sleeve to wipe away all the tears from Yao Yao's face. She fought to keep her temper and comforted Yao Yao not to cry anymore. I know crying won't solve anything. I also know these are my mistakes. I didn't take good care of hawthorn berries. I made Mother unhappy. But I really didn't forget about hawthorn berries on purpose. Mother, can you please not send it to the pig pen? Can you not slaughter it? Yao Yao cried even harder, tears streaming down her cheeks. She pouted her lips, trying to hold back her tears and stop them from falling. But her lips trembled slightly, unable to contain her sadness. The more Yao Yao cried, the more Chungwon felt a bit annoyed inside. She sometimes gets a little upset and can't control her temper well. But as parents, we shouldn't lose our temper in front of children. We should reason with them instead of using violence. Song Yao Yao, Chungwon said for the first time, directly calling her by name. I'll say it again. If you make a mistake, you need to fix it. I don't mean to scold you now. I won't send the hawthorn to the pig pen, nor will I kill it to eat. From today on, you must take responsibility for caring for it. The potato leaves are its food today. You need to cut them into small pieces and feed them to the hawthorn. In the future, you'll be responsible for all its eating, drinking, and bathroom needs. Neither your father nor your brother will help you. Chungwon wiped her tears with her sleeve again. It was the first time Yao Yao saw her mother showing signs of anger. She didn't dare say a word, pouting and sniffling sadly. I will do it. I can do it, Yao Yao weakly said. Later, I will give the hawthorn a bath. Can you help me heat some water? She asked. Of course. I want Yao Yao to do what she can. If she can't do something, I won't force her, Chungwon replied. She wanted Yao Yao to understand what responsibility means and also to learn what makes life comfortable. If she doesn't study, then the chores during the day will fall only on her and her mother. Chungwon didn't see herself as completely selfless, nor did she think she could endure a lot of hardship. So, Yao Yao definitely wouldn't have the good life she used to have with her. Chungwon first gave her a little warning. Does mother still want to scold me? Yao Yao asked. Her big, beautiful eyes filled with tears, looking so sad that it made people feel sorry for her. Chungwon didn't want to scold her anymore. She softened her voice and said, When have I ever scolded you? I just want to tell you that after feeding the hawthorn, we will go up the mountain to pick herbs. We will take the hawthorn with us. When it comes back, we will give it a bath. Even pigs need to go for walks sometimes. If they just eat and sleep at home and get fat, who can resist sharpening their knife and preparing to deal with that fat pig? I will listen to you, mother. A gentle, hesitant girl stepped forward and hugged Chungwon's arm. She affectionately rubbed her head against her shoulder and said, I like mommy. I will always like mommy. As long as mommy doesn't scold her, Yao Yao will always like her. I also like Yao Yao. As long as you listen and behave, mommy will always like you. This is what you call a sweet trap. Having such a cute, beautiful child call you mommy affectionately makes it hard to refuse or hurt her just by looking at her face. Chungwon felt both touched and proud as she held Yao Yao, whose eyes were still a bit red, and they went up the mountain to pick herbs. Yao Yao had a red string tied around her neck, and she was pulling on it while holding a hawthorn. They both pulled the hawthorn up the mountain and found a fresh, green meadow. Yao Yao happily dug and rolled on the ground. She didn't eat many of the grass, but the meadow was torn up and looked quite miserable. Yao Yao, tie the hawthorn here. Let's go to that small hill over there to pick herbs. Chungwon's face had upgraded again. The progress bars for the previous herbs, like plantain and bitter herbs, were already filled. Now, the space's exploration range expanded and several reds appeared on her map. Some of these dots were big and bright red, very close to her. Based on Chungwon's experience, she thought happily, there must be a big treasure here, like that rare medicinal mushroom that could sell for 100 taels each. Chungwon suddenly felt very motivated. But what if someone takes the hawthorn while we're here? Yao Yao hesitated and lingered, squatting down sadly, watching the innocent hawthorn with its bright green leaves and red fruit. Then you just hold it and walk with it. But you have to hold on tight. If the hawthorn accidentally disappears, we won't know where to find it. Chungwon thought this was a real problem. If someone with bad intentions stole her pig, she might not be able to find it again. If they had to kill it on the spot, she was afraid she wouldn't even find a single pig hair. She told Yao Yao to hold the hawthorn and walk ahead, following the clues from her space to find the big red. Otherwise, how could she resist the temptation of wealth? When Chungwon reached near the big red, she saw a small hill not far away with a bump. On a blade of grass, there was a bright red fruit, looking like a tiny red flower from afar. Chungwon-jun could swear using her professor title from the agricultural college that the red fruit in front of her definitely grew from ginseng. Yao Yao, today we've found a treasure. Tomorrow, your mother will take you to the market. Whatever you want to eat or buy, just say it. We will buy everything. Ginseng, one of the 4 gentlemen of traditional Chinese medicine, is a powerful herb that boosts energy and strengthens the body. Whether in ancient or modern times, this plant is very valuable. In fact, ginseng is much more expensive than lingji, reishi mushroom. Great. Then I'll wait excitedly for tomorrow, when my mother takes me to buy delicious food. Yao Yao was so happy when she heard about the food. Her eyes curved into bright, moon-shaped crescents. Chungwon picked up her small carefully and gently dug around the ginseng. She carefully removed the soil, making sure not to break any of the roots. Each root is like a silver coin. If she hurt even one, she would be very sad, okay? A whole ginseng was pulled out of the ground. Yao Yao looked at the dry, shriveled herb that looked like an old village man and couldn't help but gape in surprise. She carefully examined the ginseng and tilted her head, asking Chungwon, "Mother, what kind of herb is this? Why does it look so strange, like an old village man?" If the old village man in the village heard you say that, he might even start crying. Chungwon carefully wrapped the ginseng in a white cloth. Just that first red spot was enough to make her realize how precious this herb was. Imagine how many surprises the other red spots would bring. Chungwon suppressed her excitement and immediately led Yao Yao toward the next red spot. Whether it was ginseng or lingji, digging one up and selling it would earn at least 100 taels of silver. That's a full 100 taels, almost enough to buy a small piece of land. Chungwon was determined to collect all these red spots today. She secretly made up her mind. Yao Yao didn't understand why Chungwon suddenly became so excited, but she knew her mother always cared about gathering herbs. Since she couldn't help with the herb digging, obediently listening to her mother was already the best way not to cause trouble. Yao Yao was holding a hawthorn and munching as she followed Chungwon. She carefully watched Chungwon's way of digging for herbs, her big eyes almost fixed on the mushroom she was about to pick. Yao Yao, today we are very lucky. We actually found these 2 things at the same time. When Chungwon held the mushroom in her hand, she immediately turned around with a happy face to share her joy with Yao Yao. But as she finished speaking, Chungwon noticed that Yao Yao's eyes were fixed tightly on the mushroom in her hand. The look in her eyes was not greedy or jealous. She was too young to understand how precious these things are. The bright look in her eyes showed she was interested in the herb. You. Chungwon waved the mushroom in front of Yao Yao's eyes, a little surprised. Are you trying to learn how to dig herbs from me? Yao Yao's secret thoughts were quickly seen through by Chungwon. She wasn't shy at all, and instead smiled happily. If I can learn to recognize these things like my mother and make money, I will be very happy. Do you no longer want to be a seamstress? Chungwon looked at the next red on the map, which was on a small hill not far ahead. Although the distance was not far in a straight line, the sky was getting late. Walking there and back would take some time, and she was worried about not having enough time to cook for Songyang and Songmu. Since the red wouldn't move anytime soon, and she had 200 taels of silver in her hand, she could open the livestock area later and still have 100 taels left for other uses. Thinking of this, Chungwon looked seriously at Yao Yao and said, "After we go back today, you'll follow me to learn about herbs. But I can't teach you much. If you want to learn well, you need to find a master. You can't be like reading books, working hard for a few days and then giving up, complaining that you don't want to learn anymore." Chungwon was a professor at the agricultural college, studying farm work. She didn't know much about pharmacy. Now, she only had some basic knowledge of herbs because she had a space system that reminded her of their names and effects. But when it came to mixing herbs or other uses, Chungwon was clueless. She didn't understand at all. I will study hard. Little Yao Yao gently patted her own chest and said bravely, I won't let my mother down. In the future, I will study herbs as seriously as my brother studies books. I will definitely become a child my mother can be proud of. Yao Yao hopes that her mother will look at her with the same bright eyes she is when watching her brother read aloud. Mother doesn't want you to become a child to impress her. She just hopes that when you grow up, you won't regret your current choices. Your brother likes reading. Doing what he loves makes him happy. You should do the same. Don't start embroidery just because others do, and don't go digging herbs just because it can earn money. Chungwon took out the ginseng, which was already wrapped in a white cloth, and showed it to Yao Yao. She held Yao Yao's hand and carefully let her touch the ginseng's roots and its face, which looked like a person. With a curious and puzzled look, Yao Yao watched and Chungwon patiently explained, This is called ginseng, a very valuable medicine. Look at its shape. You said before it looks like an old man from the village, which shows you've noticed its features. You should also understand why it's called ginseng. Chungwon handed the ginseng to Yao Yao and slowly taught her how to recognize it. If you want to learn about herbs, we'll start with this one. Yao Yao immediately lowered her head and carefully examined the ginseng in her hand, not daring to blink. It's amazing, something that looks like a person but isn't. It's rare to see a child so serious. She must really be paying attention. Chungwon was also eager to teach. First, I'll show you how to tell if it's real. Look at its roots. Generally, real ginseng has longer, tougher roots that don't break easily when pulled. But don't be careless. When digging, you need to be very careful. The roots grow unevenly, and the surface can have small bumps of different sizes. Chungwon pointed out each feature as she spoke, helping Yao Yao better understand every detail of the ginseng. Then, let's continue with the reed. The true ginseng's reed head is divided into 4 sections. Older ginseng has a yellowish-brown color and looks very shiny. The skin of the ginseng is similar to the reed's features. As for the final pattern, you need to look carefully with your eyes. Genuine ginseng has dense, deep spiral lines at the thin end. Skilled ginseng harvesters can memorize these features deeply. They can even tell from across a hill whether the red dot on the other hill is ginseng. Chungwon doesn't expect Yao Yao to be that skilled, but basic knowledge is still necessary for convenience. I've remembered everything, but can you help me write these things down when we go back? I want to write them in my notebook so I remember better, but I can't read or write. Yao Yao shyly rubbed her hands and playfully stuck out her tongue. Now you understand the importance of studying well. Chungwon affectionately patted Yao Yao's shoulder. I can help you write when we go back. I can do it this time, and next time too. But I can't write for you forever, right? Now that writing is needed, Yao Yao must understand how important reading is. Indeed, practice is the only way to test the truth. When we go back, I'll ask my brother to teach me how to recognize characters. Anyway, Yao Yao doesn't want to study with the teacher anymore. Yao Yao coquettishly kept snuggling into Chungwon's arms. She had been pampered by Chungwon to be chubby and adorable these days. Now, she was pretending to be cute and childish, speaking in a soft, babyish voice. How could she be ignored when she often came to see her? All right, if you don't want to go to the teacher, then don't go. But when your brother comes back, you must honestly write big characters. Your mother and father will supervise you. It's good that the child wants to improve. How much she improves can be discussed and taught gradually. Chungwon packed her things and took Yao Yao down the mountain. Shanja followed them, running over several hills. At first, she was panting and digging at the grass on the ground. Later, Shanja was so exhausted that her legs felt weak. The feeling of her paws not touching the ground made Chungwon want to carry her back and slaughter her to save her from looking so weak. Yao Yao tried her best but couldn't pull her. Wow, which village woman looks so beautiful? When the little girl was born, she looked like a lucky doll. A rough-looking man suddenly jumped out of the woods. He lazily stroked his chin and looked at Chungwon and Yao Yao with a teasing smile. His gaze was disgusting, making Chungwon feel goosebumps all over her body. She wished she could slap him right away. You're from the same village. Are you really saying you haven't seen me, or are you just lying with your eyes open? Chungwon protected Yao Yao behind her. She squinted her eyes and looked at the man with a blank expression, then spat and said, "You're blocking my way. Maybe you're just looking for trouble today." Chungwon knew this man. He was a well-known lazy man in the village called Old Man Qian. Today, he came to eat at this house. Tomorrow, he would go to another to ask for money. If he couldn't get money, he would just find a place to sleep in the mountains. If he couldn't find food, he would nibble on leaves. Or he might just go into a wild vegetable field and dig around. During hard years, he had ruined many wild vegetable fields by himself. Village women often saw teeth marks on the vegetables they dug. If there was nothing to eat and they were starving, they wouldn't bother to associate with someone like him. "Hey, little woman, your words are pretty harsh. Do you think just because you have 2 kids, you can really pick a fight with me?" Old Man Qian rolled up his tattered sleeves. He stubbornly tried to get close to Chungwon. This woman looked really good. From afar, he could smell her scent. If he reached out and touched her, he wouldn't even bother washing his hands this year. "You're really out of your mind and reckless. Someone like you, I can handle 2 of you." Chungwon pushed Yao Yao aside. She pressed her tongue against her lower jaw and then punched Old Man Qian hard. He was already prepared for Chungwon to fight back, but she unexpectedly kicked him to the ground. "Woman," he spat out some blood and was unwilling to get up. He only wanted to touch her earlier, but now he just wanted to deal with her right there. He didn't care whose wife she was. It wasn't the first time he had worn a green hat for another man. "Who are you insulting? If you have the guts, say it again." Chungwon looked at Old Man Qian. He was a man in his early 20s, with a weak, pale face because of laziness, looking like a dying old man. Her face was not particularly ugly, but her pointed nose, rough features, and messy hair made her hard to like. Now, she had already knocked Qian Laosan to the ground, unable to get up. Despite his struggles, he looked mostly rough and a little ugly. Chungwon squatted next to Qian Laosan and punched his face several times. She only made his nose and face swell, and even as he begged for mercy, she didn't stop hitting him. "I'll tell you one last time. In the future, when you walk on the road, keep your eyes open.
It's not just me.
If I find out you're bothering other villagers, regardless of whether they're men or women, I will show you how powerful my fists are." Chungwon angrily waved her fist in front of him again. This time, Qian Laosan was completely helpless. He didn't expect this woman, who looked gentle and weak, to be so strong. He thought a gust of wind could knock her down, but her punches were really powerful. He couldn't even defend himself. Qian Laosan sniffed, blood from his nose flowing into his mouth. Watching the woman who hit him lead her daughter and that dead pig away, Qian Laosan spat several times behind her. If he couldn't beat her openly, he should have known to do it secretly. Now he remembered. This woman was none other than the wife of the Song family, the one who received 25 taels of silver reward from the government. With so much silver, her family must have many good things. If he couldn't get her now, he would just loot her house. Qian Laosan reached up and touched his swollen mouth, already planning. Chungwon, feeling annoyed, took Yao Yao home. She didn't realize she was already being targeted by a troublemaker. Yao Yao was seeing Chungwon hit someone for the first time. She didn't expect her mother to be so fierce. She hit the man until his face was swollen and bruised, looking like he had been stung by bees. Very scary. Yao Yao held Shanja's hand and followed behind, feeling proud. Her mother was so strong, she could earn money and fight too. She decided she must learn from her mother. Not only to dig herbs and earn money, but also to learn her amazing fighting skills. Yao Yao secretly made up her mind behind her mother. "Before we went out today, we agreed that from now on, you will take care of the Hawthorn's meals. Today, it will eat these potato leaves." Chungwon also gave Yao Yao a new basin for chopping pig food. "Be careful and don't hurt your hand." But Hawthorn already ate on the mountain today. When it came back, it didn't seem hungry at all. Can I skip feeding it today?" Yao Yao tentatively rubbed her hands, and a bright smile appeared on her fair, chubby face. I'll feed it tomorrow. Hawthorne ate on the mountain, but it was also tired from going up and down with us today. Do you want it to become as thin as a skin bag, with no strength to walk? Chungwon smiled and crouched down to feel Hawthorne's belly fat. All of this is a sign of its happiness. As its only owner, do you want to take away its right to be chubby and happy? Then I will feed it, Yao Yao pouted sadly. When Song Yang and Song Mu returned, they saw Yao Yao chopping potato leaves in the yard. Hawthorne was sitting beside her, snorting and blowing air through its nostrils, looking very funny. There was smoke rising steadily from the kitchen chimney, and even just entering the house, you could smell the delicious food cooking inside. Seeing her sister doing such hard work, Song Mu immediately went forward and took the knife from her hand, frowning. You're so young. How can you do such work? Could it be that she was bored alone at home? So she wanted to find something to do? Then why not play with Hawthorne? There was also Yao Yao's favorite rabbit at home. Usually, she loved to hold her rabbit when she had free time. I can do it. Yao Yao wiped the potato leaves from her hands. Her big, wet eyes looked eager. Just as she was about to pick up the knife to chop pig food again, Song Yang spoke. Is this suitable for someone your age? If you're bored at home and want to help with chores, just sweep the floor with a broom. What is appropriate for someone your age, and what is appropriate for ours? Chungwon carried a bowl of egg soup out of the kitchen. She wiped her hands on her apron, then went over to pull Yao Yao, showing her the potato leaves she hadn't yet wiped clean, to Song Yang and Song Mu. She also kicked a hawthorn berry lying on the ground. Now that you're going to study at the academy, and Amu is also spending the whole day at the official's place, what kind of work doesn't need someone to do it at home? And the hawthorn berry is Yao Yao's responsibility. She decided that herself. She doesn't have to do everything at home, but she should take on the tasks she's supposed to do. Chungwon disagreed with what Song Yang and Song Mu had just said. Even though they both looked confused at this moment, she was firm. I'll feed the pigs later. Yao Yao must be responsible for the 3 meals a day for the hawthorn berry. There's no room for discussion. But she's still young. If she accidentally hurts herself with a knife, wouldn't that be a big problem? And she doesn't know how to, Song Yang instinctively argued, but before he finished, Chungwon cut him off. Anything takes time to learn. If she never does it, she never will. We can take care of Yao Yao and Amu now, but in the future, they will have to walk their own paths. Do you want her to suffer at someone else's house just because she can't avoid it here? Hearing this, Song Yang's face darkened. He looked at Chungwon with a complicated expression and said nothing. Yao Yao and Song Mu sensed the strange tension between their parents. Yao Yao didn't want her parents to argue because of her. She stepped forward to stand beside Song Yang, showing her brightest smile. Mother says I should take responsibility for this. I think she's right. I don't want the hawthorn berry to be killed and eaten during the new year. I want it to stay with me and keep me company. It's not as important as Dad, Mom, or my brother, but it's still my good friend. I want to take care of my good friend. Dad, please don't argue with Mom about this. Yao Yao was right. She also thought that feeding the hawthorn berry was not a big deal. As long as she was careful with the knife, it would be fine. Song Mu held Yao Yao's hand and realized that his parents often argued every now and then. When they fought, as children, they just needed to listen obediently, not agree or interfere, and everything would be fine. Time to eat. Song Yang stopped dwelling on the matter. After washing his hands, he went to eat. Considering that they both studied hard and that Song Yang had to spend 2 hours traveling each day, today she cooked not only a bowl of chicken soup, but also stir-fried a large piece of pork belly with potato leaves. Tomorrow, she planned to go to the county town to buy some large bone sticks for soup. This way, they could have a good meal again tonight. Eat this piece of meat. Chungwon took the initiative to serve Song Yang some food. She smiled softly, her smile faint and gentle. How do you feel about going to the academy today? The teacher's words are a bit hard to understand, but I've written down the questions. I plan not to eat out tomorrow at noon. I will go see the teacher and ask all my questions, so please prepare my lunch in advance. Song Yang knew Chungwon truly cared for the children. His earlier bad mood had eased, and now he was thinking kindly of her. It's my fault for being rude just now. Don't take it to heart. He immediately admitted his mistake, determined not to let this issue cause tension between them. I should have told you earlier what I plan to do. But don't worry about tomorrow's meal. I will prepare it for you in the morning. You and Amu are busy studying, and the rest of the chores at home will be handled by me and Yao Yao. If it's too much, I'll ask for your help. Song Yang was worried and caring at the same time. Chungwon didn't need to argue over such small matters. Yao Yao and Song Mu saw their parents reconcile and both sighed in relief. Their appetites grew as they ate more happily. At night, Chungwon brought the clothes she had dried outside into the house. Song Yang sat by the window reading. Under the dim candlelight, he caught glimpses of a few words from his book. Are you studying this piece now? Chungwon was surprised to see the poem, Spring River Flower Moon Night, in his book. It felt a bit like two different worlds merging in a dream. Can you read it? Song Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise and unfolded a long poem to show Chungwon. He said, a poet from the previous dynasty named Zhang wrote this. He left many poems and writings, but only this one was appreciated by the emperor of that time, who also left a comment. This single piece surpasses all in you. This is truly an impressive comment. I recently heard someone recite it in the town and thought it was very well written, which made me interested. Can you? Chungwon knew that the original owner was illiterate. Even though she had recently shown that she could recognize some characters in front of Song Yang, she still didn't want him to know she was somewhat educated. Knowing a few characters, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, counted as being literate. What can I do? Song Yang put down his brush. He turned his head slightly when he heard her, revealing a calm and gentle smile. His beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, but his gaze stayed fixed on Chungwon. Read it to me. Chungwon leaned most of her body against the window frame, her eyes shining with curiosity about the poem. The last time that scholar didn't finish reading. I want to hear you read it to me. Song Yang nodded and beckoned Chungwon to come inside and sit next to him. Come here. I will read it to you. Chungwon happily nodded, quickly lifting her skirt and entering the room to sit beside Song Yang. This is a 7-character song by the poet Zhang Ruo Su from Yu Dynasty. The poem uses an old tune form, with the river as the scene and the moon as the main focus. It depicts a beautiful, distant, and dreamy spring river moonlit night, expressing the heartfelt feelings of a traveler separated from his loved one. Its imagery is clear and bright, with imaginative and unique language. The rhythm is natural and melodious. It has been praised by many poets and writers over the ages, called the poem within a poem, the peak of poetic achievement. Song Yang's voice was deep and mellow, with a slight prolongation at the end. His words fell into Chungwon's ears, making her heart beat faster, as if the early spring stream was tapping on her heart. She seemed to hear the poetic meaning in his words, but it was as if she could only hear his voice, with no content, only sound. Just as Chungwon felt she might be completely drawn into this voice, a loud crash from the yard interrupted her. She instantly snapped back to reality, standing up quickly and looking toward the yard with a puzzled expression. She raised her eyebrows in disbelief and looked toward the yard. There was a thief in the village, and now they had even stolen from their house? Song Yang quickly closed his book and took a sickle from behind the door. The two of them moved quietly outside. From the sounds, it seemed the thief had just entered their yard. The two children were sleeping inside the room. To get through their room, the thief's threat to the children was not immediate. Hide behind me, Song Yang softly said as he pulled Chungwon behind his back. Since someone was there to protect her, Chungwon didn't act overly delicate and instinctively stepped back behind him. Song Yang wanted to put a cover over her fist, so she couldn't keep punching wildly. Late at night, Qian Laosen had set up a ladder outside Song Yang's house. He had been watching outside the yard for a long time. When he finally heard no movement inside, he prepared to sneak in and steal. But his leg, which Chungwon had kicked earlier that day, was still sore. When he tried to climb over the wall, he was unsteady and accidentally fell off the wall. I knew dealing with that woman wouldn't be easy. Coming to her house to steal, and I haven't even started yet, and I fall. Qian Laosen got up from the ground, rubbed his, and if Chungwon hadn't been there, he would have rolled his eyes at himself. "Oh, my leg really hurts now." Qian Laosen hobbled into the yard. Looking at the Song family, it didn't seem like they had a lot of silver. It didn't look like they had dozens of tails. "Wait a moment. Soon you'll not only have a sore leg but also risk losing your life." Song Yang clenched his fists around the sickle, coldly watching the man who had broken into his house that night. Qian Laosan, who was limping, was known as a troublemaker in the village. Today, he had come to cause trouble at his house. Song Yang was tall and strong, now with a cold expression on his face. The sickle in his hand was very sharp, shining brightly under the moonlight, making Qian Laosen shrink back in fear. He coughed twice, stepped back, and joked with Song Yang. "What do you mean? I just took a wrong turn tonight and ended up at your house. I didn't come to steal anything." When Qian Laosen said, "Steal," his eyes widened and he covered his mouth. He cursed himself silently. How did he accidentally reveal his true purpose? Song Yang raised his arm and waved the sickle in his hand. During the hot summer, he was only wearing a simple undershirt with a coat over it. At this moment, when he lifted his arm, his thin clothing outlined his strong, muscular build. Old man Qian had no doubt that if Song Yang swung his sickle at him, he would surely not survive today. "I really came to steal something from your house, but I didn't even get a chance to enter before you caught me," he said boldly. Old man Qian gave up trying to hide and argued loudly. "Your Song family is so rich. What's wrong with me stealing a little? We're all from the same village. If you eat meat, we drink soup." "Oh, I probably don't even get to drink soup. I think you really have a thick face. If you can't get enough to eat, you should go farm. Instead, you keep sneaking into others' homes to steal. Seeing how skilled you are, this isn't your first time. Today, this matter won't be so easy to settle. Since our village can't control you, we'll send you to the authorities so the law can handle you." Chungwon went to a side room and took out a bundle of rope for Song Yang. She still remembered how this Qian old man had been teasing her in the woods earlier that afternoon. As a modern person, Chungwon didn't have many traditional ideas about gender roles, but Qian old man's lecherous eyes made her feel disgusted and sick even now. She couldn't stand it. She hadn't told Song Yang yet, but if she had, Qian old man wouldn't just be taken to the authorities today. He might even get beaten so badly by Song Yang that he wouldn't survive. "I tell you, if you really try to take me to the authorities, I won't let you go," she said firmly. Fear appeared in Qian old man's eyes. His face twisted as he threatened Song Yang. "You're not afraid of me, but what about your wife and children? Afraid of you?" Chungwon stepped past Song Yang and stood bravely in front of Qian old man, looking at him without fear. "If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't be standing here. Do you believe I'd beat you up before I take you to the authorities, leaving you half dead? When you can't handle it at the law, what will you use to threaten me?" Her gaze shifted to his injured leg. "It's just a sprain now, but if you keep talking so arrogantly, it might really break next time." Old man Qian really didn't expect that the daughter-in-law of the Song family is not only a little spicy, but also so cruel in how she handles things. It's one thing to threaten himself, but now she's actually threatening him back? Thinking back to the beating he received this afternoon, some parts of his body still hurt faintly. Old man Qian had nothing to say and obediently was by Song Yang, then taken straight to the village chief's house. Late at night, the village chief got out of bed and saw old man Qian like a rice dumpling. He thought he was still dreaming and rubbed his eyes in confusion. After confirming he wasn't dreaming, Song Yang explained everything. The village chief then kicked old man Qian to the ground with one foot. "You stupid, born fool. You usually go around eating and drinking, which is fine, but now you even have ideas about stealing from others' food supplies? I only stole a little bit of food, and I didn't succeed. We're all from the same village. Do we need to make such a big fuss? A few days ago, I went to your uncle's house for a meal. You didn't scold me for being shameless then?" Old man Qian twisted on the ground like a worm. He glared fiercely at Chungwon and started cursing Song Yang. "Young man from the Song family, leave some leeway in life. It's better for us to meet again in the future. If you really report me to the authorities, how will the villagers see you? You've done so many shameless things yourself, and you're not afraid of what the villagers think. We're just doing what's right. Why are you afraid of what others say? Chungwan sneered coldly at old man Qian. Today, you can't escape. If you have the guts, go to the county magistrate and cause trouble. I want to see how many beatings you can take. Chungwan, with a cold face, decided what would happen to old man Qian. The village chief had always known Chungwan was hot-tempered, but this was the first time he saw her so angry. He awkwardly cleared his throat twice. Song family's daughter-in-law, tomorrow morning I'll send someone to take him to the yamen. Rest assured, our village will never cover for someone who does such heinous things. We will give you and your husband a big explanation. The village chief had long disliked old man Qian deep down. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was from the same village, he would have expelled old man Qian long ago and shown him some consequences. However, old man Qian was just unlucky. With so many people in the village, why did he have to pick a fight with someone? Especially the daughter-in-law of the Song family, who was disliked by many. He didn't think carefully. If the young man from the Song family really wanted to hurt him, could old man Qian even survive? On such a dark night, even if they beat old man Qian to death, no one would blame the Song family young man. Uncle, you're not saying a word to help me. Old man Qian was about to speak, but he was afraid they would really send him to the authorities. He stared in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Uncle, you don't care about our past friendship? When my father just died, you promised to take good care of me. Now, you refuse to invite me to your house, and you even want to send me out of the village. Old man Qian knew very well, if he was taken to the authorities for this, he would definitely be expelled from the village and never allowed back. What would he do for the rest of his life if he couldn't stay in the village and make a living? Could he just wander outside? When Chungwan saw old man Qian mention his father, the village chief's expression softened a little. Chungwan didn't want him to mess up at this critical moment. She quickly said, "Your father didn't tell you to steal from others, right? We're doing this for your own good. You should go to the authorities to learn some rules. Your father can't control you, and the village chief can't control you, but there are still people in this world who can." After speaking, Chungwan turned her head to look at the village chief, with a meaningful tone, reminding him he's been stealing needles since he was a child, and now he's grown into this. If you keep spoiling him, who knows whose family will suffer next? No one wants to wake up one day and find their home emptied. Several villagers who gathered at the village chief's house also heard this. When they realized their own families might be at risk, they all stopped talking. This involved their own money, who would be willing to give it away to others. Usually, since everyone was from the same village, sharing a few meals was already the best they could do. Village chief, let's just have him taken to the officials first thing tomorrow morning. The young man from the Song family and his wife are right. We can't keep spoiling him. No matter how much his father helped the village, the meals we've fed him since childhood are enough to repay that kindness. That's right, that's right. My family has finally saved some money over the years, and I can't let outsiders take advantage of us. Yes, yes. My child is planning to attend a private school this year. I won't let my family suffer just to make things easier for others. Your child is still studying? We just sold a little bit of potatoes, and now we have some extra money at home. Seeing the conversation drifting further off topic, the fiery light in Qian Laosan's eyes gradually dimmed. He realized there was no way out for himself today. You little woman, I won't let you go. I definitely won't let you go. Qian Laosan twisted in a dark, twisted way on the ground. Chungwan looked at his hateful gaze and found it amusing. She smiled softly as she crouched in front of Qian Laosan, keeping just enough distance so he couldn't reach out and grab her, only able to watch her speak mockingly. This is really something new. You, a prisoner, who can't even protect yourself. Why are you threatening me here? Do you think I'm really afraid? Chungwan's smile was bright and cheerful. The more she smiled, the more Qian Laosan felt like a clown being easily seen through in front of her. Aren't you afraid? Qian Laosan's voice trembled. How can you not be afraid? Don't forget you still have. I have my husband to protect me. No matter how powerful you are, can you be more powerful than my husband? Chungwan directly brought out Songyang, the great protector. Song Yang didn't expect her to suddenly call him out. His face froze in surprise. But when he saw Chungwon's confident look, with no hint of joking, he admitted that he felt very pleased at that moment. If you're not afraid, try and see if you can withstand my punch. Under his thin clothes, Song Yang had strong, powerful muscles. Seeing his big build and strength, Qian Laosen had no doubt that if Song Yang really punched him, he would definitely die. He avoided eye contact, too scared to say a word. Smart people know to seek benefits and avoid harm. Qian Laosen didn't think he was a fool. As this farce was finally coming to an end, the village chief awkwardly raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He looked embarrassed as he called Chungwon and Song Yang outside to talk. Although the call was a bit sudden, Chungwon could somewhat guess that the village chief wanted to talk to them. Today's matter is also my uncle's fault, he said, sighing deeply with a tone full of regret. The village chief's father, Qian Laosan, was once a brother to the village chief. Before he died, he entrusted his only son to him. How could the village chief not feel responsible for not teaching his nephew well or not fulfilling his duties as an uncle? Qian Laosan's father once worked with the village chief in the mine. When he was young, he couldn't have been the village chief. His family had no money, and he supported them all by himself. One day, the mine collapsed. If his father hadn't protected him and risked his life to save him, he wouldn't be where he is today. As he spoke, tears welled up in the village chief's eyes. His already aged face looked full of hardship, making him seem 10 years older instantly. That kind of life-saving kindness is truly hard to repay, he said. Chungwon understood what the village chief meant. If your uncle is willing to go to the government office this time, we'll consider it settled. We're all from the same village. The village chief helps us so much, and we shouldn't make things difficult for him. But no matter what, you can support and take care of him. Just don't let him cause trouble in the village again. Today, you're willing to let him go because of him, but in the future, if he steals again, can you keep helping him find excuses? Chungwon said firmly. No matter what, Chungwon respected the elder, the village chief. Since everyone was having a hard time, she believed that the village chief wouldn't lie. Qian Laosen would be honestly taken to the government office. When she returned home from the village chief's house, Chungwon went straight to bed and fell asleep. Yao Yao and Song Mu didn't know what had happened at home last night. When they woke up the next morning, their eyes were still confused. Chungwon believed that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Since she told the children that some problems couldn't be solved, and it would only make them scared, she pretended nothing had happened. Early in the morning, with good weather, she cooked a nourishing soup for the family. By evening, Song Yang and Song Mu would be able to drink it. Yao Yao is already a very sensible girl. She is obedient and, after finishing breakfast, goes to prepare food for the hawthorn. Chungwon is responsible for raising the pigs at the back of the house. Mother and daughter go to the mountain to gather pig grass and mix it with the remaining potatoes to give the pigs a big meal. Why aren't they as fat as hawthorn? Yao Yao curiously pokes the lean bodies of the little black pigs with a stick, full of doubt. Annie said they will be slaughtered for meat during the new year, but they are so thin now. We might not get any meat, right? Yao Yao looks at Chungwon with big, round eyes and asks in confusion. Chungwon looks in the same direction. To be honest, she didn't pay much attention when feeding the pigs yesterday. Now that she looks carefully, she notices that these two pigs are really quite thin, with hardly any meat on them. Maybe it's because the weather is too hot. Tonight, we'll cook some cold soup for them and also give Hawthorne a bowl. How does that sound? The weather isn't good, and even the little pigs are starting to be picky eaters.
Yay. Yay.
I want Hawthorne to drink a big bowl of cold soup. Whatever food their mother makes is the best food in the world to Yao Yao. As long as her mother makes it, she likes it all. Such a little glutton. Chungwon chuckles and gently scratches Yao Yao's nose. No wonder everyone says daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets. No matter when, there is always someone who supports and believes in you unconditionally. How can that not warm your heart and make it hard to refuse? So, the more Chungwon looks at Yao Yao, the more she likes her. She also hopes that when she grows up, she can become a truly remarkable person, successful, ambitious, and a woman who is not bound by this era. Today, I want to make nourishing soup.
Come, follow me.
Let's learn about lingji mushrooms and how to prepare medicine properly, okay? Chungwon plans to use the lingji mushroom from yesterday to make medicine. Her ginseng from yesterday has already been exchanged for silver. She originally wanted to open the breeding area tonight, but a sudden problem interrupted her plans. Since she still needs to go to the mountain today, she will first use this lingji mushroom to make nourishing soup for Song Yang and Song Mu, who have been studying diligently to help them strengthen their bodies. I want to learn from Mother. Yao Yao's face was full of happiness, and she couldn't hide it. No matter what it is, I want to learn from my mother. My mother is the best person in the world. If I learn with the best person, I will also become the best. You're so clever. Sometimes I can't tell if you're praising yourself or praising your mother. Yao Yao is really a sweet-talking girl. Just by speaking, she can make everyone feel happy. Chungwon first taught Yao Yao how to recognize lingji mushrooms and then how to cook a cold soup. Since they already had a good medicinal ingredient, they didn't need to worry much about the rest. They just put ingredients with compatible properties into one pot and boiled them. When the time was right, the medicine was ready. In the evening, Song Yang came home and saw that there was a bowl of soup in front of himself and Song Mu at the dining table. Chungwon and Yao Yao didn't have any, and their meals were very simple. Song Yang saw that tonight they only ate some fruit, with not a single grain of rice in their bowls. He was a bit suspicious and wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Why? I waited for you and Song Mu to come back earlier, so I ate with Yao Yao first. Now we're just having some fruit to clear the palate. You two should drink the soup I made for you. It's good stuff. If it cools down, the medicine won't work well. Chungwon specially added lingji to the soup. If it didn't make them stronger and healthier after drinking, she wouldn't believe it. Before Song Yang could speak, Chungwon cut him off and drank the medicinal soup in one gulp. It smelled a bit strange, but when he drank it, it was fragrant and left a cool feeling in his mouth that he couldn't quite explain. On a hot summer day, drinking a bowl made Song Yang feel that all his fatigue from a day of traveling outside disappeared. If he hadn't seen that only he and Song Mu each had one bowl and no more, he might have wanted to drink another. After dinner, Yao Yao followed Song Mu to learn how to write big characters. This girl usually complained about not liking to study, but when she was serious about reading, she still sat quietly and wrote. Sometimes she asked Song Mu questions about things she didn't understand. The brother and sister got along peacefully. Chungwon sat aside, eating hawthorn with her chin resting on her hand, wearing a gentle smile. Recently, the market has become much livelier than before. The shop you used to go to often has many villagers wandering around every day. I guess they want you to come and collect the grain. Song Yang didn't know why, but after drinking that nourishing soup, he felt hot all over. He instinctively drank several sips of cool tea, but the heat didn't go away. That will have to wait a few days. Tomorrow, I'll be busy working in the fields with the villagers. But if you want me to go to the county town with you, I can take a day off. Yao Yao and I can go for a walk together. Chungwon rested her chin on her hand, looking relaxed. She raised an eyebrow and asked Song Yang, "What do you think? Should I go shopping with you? If you want to, how could I refuse?" Song Yang said, taking her free hand. He smiled softly, his ears slightly red, showing he was feeling a bit nervous. "Bring Amu along, too." The teacher said he wants to see him. Seeing how serious Song Yang looked, Chungwon couldn't help but laugh out loud. She held Song Yang's hand again, gripping it tightly with all 5 fingers. Her eyes sparkled with happiness, reflecting his figure. All right. Chungwon happily agreed, but she still wanted to make Song Yang happy, so she didn't let go of his hand. Instead, she sat closer to him, leaning slightly forward and spoke seriously. "In the past 2 days, I've been feeding the pigs at home. You must study hard and not let me suffer for nothing." A faint scent from Chungwon entered Song Yang's nose, making his whole body tense. His hands unconsciously clenched his clothes, and his voice became stiff and dazed. "You, of course, it's not a big hardship. You're working so hard to study for the family. But in the next few days, Someone needs to work in the fields. You should ask the village head for leave. Song Yang's gaze was fixed on Chungwon's hand, which was held by his. Her hand, probably because she often did farm work, had a thin layer of calluses on her fingertips and palms. But her calluses were different from those of other women in the village. Her hands were small and delicate, not rough and dark like theirs. Unconsciously, Song Yang kept looking at her hand. When he noticed the intense gaze on her hand, Chungwon tried to pull her hand back with a smile. But just as she moved, Song Yang's hand suddenly covered hers. His large, hot palm wrapped around her small hand, making Chungwon feel like she had lost control. Song Yang's gaze was very complicated. Every time he looked at Chungwon, she felt a sense of unreality and nervousness under his intense stare. Song Yang held Chungwon's hand gently, his voice soft like it could overflow with warmth. You don't need to worry about the farm work. I will do it after I come back from school. Is it that tiring? Chungwon didn't try to pull her hand away. She looked into his eyes directly, without blinking. Tomorrow, we will be together. You go to school, and I will wait outside with the children. Her fingers lightly brushed his palm. Since they wanted to be flirtatious, they might as well go all the way. After Chungwon finished speaking, the flirtation seemed to blend into the air, slowly spreading like unraveling threads, gradually filling the space between them. Song Yang didn't dare to meet Chungwon's eyes again. He instinctively looked away, feeling a restless heat rising inside him, from bottom to top and top to bottom, making him breathe heavily with a warm sensation. Looks like it's getting late. I need to take a bath. Song Yang quickly withdrew his hand and hurried to the kitchen. Soon, Chungwon heard the sound of water splashing in the bathroom next to the kitchen. Really, it's becoming more and more interesting. Chungwon accidentally got tea on her finger. She took the teacup that Song Yang had just finished drinking from and spun it gently. The next morning, Chungwon didn't feel like making breakfast. She casually steamed a few plain buns, and the family sat on the ox cart, munching happily. Since we're going to town today, we're here to shop and have fun. Later, you can tell me what you want to eat. Today, I'll treat you no matter what. Chungwon had already made up her mind. After returning home, she would open up the livestock area. The meal in the county today was a treat for them, a good omen for her future. Her dear little calves and lambs. When they grow up, won't they want a big barbecue feast? Yay, yay! Yao Yao was so happy she had already decided what she wanted to eat later. She carefully counted on her fingers. Yao Yao wants candied hawthorns, wants to drink that sweet syrup, and her brother loves cakes. This time, Yao Yao doesn't want to eat osmanthus cake anymore. I want to try another sweet, pink cake. Whatever you want to eat, just eat it. Brother will give you all the food. Song Mu always spoiled and tolerated Yao Yao very much. In this world, as long as he has something, he is willing to give it to his sister. He is happy to see his sister happy. As long as she is well, he feels good too. Thank you, brother. But you don't have to give it to me. Yao Yao wants to share delicious food with you, and also eat with dad and mom. Yao Yao happily throws herself into Song Mu's arms. The brother and sister are very happy together. Chungwon sits nearby, feeling very emotional. She leans close to Song Yang, watching him drive, and can't help but keep talking about the strong brother-sister bond between Song Mu and Yao Yao. Mu is really good to Yao Yao. Having such a caring older brother, I believe that even when Yao Yao grows up, Mu will always protect her. Sometimes, parents are not as careful as this brother. Thinking about the original story, Song Mu later becomes ruthless and feared by everyone in the capital. When children cry at night, just mentioning Song Mu's name makes crying babies stop immediately. It shows how much ordinary people fear him. Despite being so tough, he always loves his sister. He treats Yao Yao with great care, almost holding her in his hands. Even the princess in the palace, who is loved by many above all others, does not receive as much love as Yao Yao. They also like you very much. Mu and Yao Yao. They treat you, the mother, much better than they treat me, the father. Song Yang chuckles softly, with a look of envy in his eyes. I haven't even said I envy you. Parents treat everyone the same. What's there to envy? Do you want to ask them who they would save if I fell into the river, me or you? Chungwon throws this classic question to Song Yang. She relaxes, leaning half her body on him, resting her head on his shoulder. Chungwon's head is small, with shiny black hair. Song Yang turns his head slightly, and I can't help but focus on her. A gentle smile spreads across his lips. For a moment, it feels like the blazing sun overhead isn't so glaring anymore. The ox cart wobbles as it reaches the county town. Song Yang and Song Mu go to Qingshan Academy. Because there are many students now, even though the academy doesn't have rules against girls entering, Chungwon doesn't want to cause trouble. She just sees them off at the gate. This academy looks so grand. Yao Yao has never seen such a beautiful building before. The clothes they wear are also very nice. Last time I was at the tailor shop with my mother, Yao Yao felt that all the clothes combined didn't look as charming as theirs. Yao Yao looked at the passing students with admiration. The special blue robes of Qingshan Academy are not something an ordinary tailor can make. When Song Yang first wore that blue robe home, Chungwon carefully touched the silk. It wasn't the finest brocade, but it was a high-quality fabric that ordinary families might never see in their lifetime. If you really like it, next time your father can buy you another one from the academy. I can have it altered for you when I return. But you must not complain about my sewing skills then. Chungwon isn't very talented at making clothes. She doesn't care much for fancy silk or satin. She believes that what kind of clothes to wear depends on her status. Right now, she spends every day planting rice in the fields. With so much farm work to do, she has no time or energy to focus on dressing up. She just buys some good clothes within her means. The clothes in this county aren't very pretty anyway. Chungwon has visited many shops but hasn't found many she likes. I won't complain about your sewing, mother. I like anything you make. But if we need someone to make clothes for me, could we ask Sister Shuang to do it? Yao Yao's eyes are full of admiration for Shuang. She is small and chubby, and she mimics the butterfly spreading its wings, as if she loves it very much. The butterflies embroidered by Sister Shuang look so real, flying in and out of my hands. Yao Yao blushes shyly and smiles, showing her cute little dimples. Her big, round eyes sparkle like luminous pearls, full of life. I really like butterflies, especially the ones Sister Shuang makes. But if Mother could also embroider butterflies, Yao Yao would like her butterflies too. That sounds like you're trying to flatter me. I can't embroider butterflies. Chungwon doesn't know much about the Shuang from the Lin family, but Yao Yao likes her very much. Since she is Lin Sijia's sister and the daughter of the village chief, she probably isn't a bad person. Anyway, since I have to let others earn money, I wonder who I should give it to so they can make a profit. I could give it to the village chief's family. If I can't explain things clearly, I might still be able to sell some favors. We are all from the same village, so this is called mutual help.
Chungwon has a new plan.
When she takes Yao Yao to a restaurant for a nice meal, they are happily enjoying dinner together. But unexpectedly, they meet an uninvited guest. Madam Song, after our last meeting, I have been holding some words in my heart. I really need to speak now. Would you please give me a chance? Shen Mayan saw Chungwon and looked at her like a cat seeing its favorite food. Without hesitation, she moved closer to Chungwon. I know you might think I am shameless. As someone who is not yet married, why do I keep thinking about someone else's husband? But I truly like Song Yang. I beg you, please give me a chance to speak. Shen Mayan's eyes were red as she begged at the door of the private room. She looked so pitiful, as if she had sacrificed her pride and dignity. Chungwon, who usually considered herself tough-hearted, was speechless at that moment. Yao Yao looked at them with confusion, not understanding why this pretty older sister was crying and begging her mother. Why do you need to do this? For a man, are you really willing to fall into such sadness? Chungwon reluctantly invited Shen Mayan into the private room. After they all sat down, Shen Mayan lowered her head, using a handkerchief to wipe away her tears. I know Madam Song probably hates me. No one in this world likes a woman who is jealous of her husband's attention. But I truly like Brother Song. Since I knew him as a child, I always thought I could marry him. Now I still can, if only you, madam, agree. If you are willing to divorce him, I can give you 500 taels of silver. Miss Shin, Chungwon interrupted impatiently. That's your own idea. Have you discussed this with your family? Are they willing for you to become someone else's second wife? Are they willing to watch you raise someone else's children? Is she a delicate flower raised in an ivory tower, solely focused on pursuing love, never considering whether the man she admires is truly worth her efforts? Believing this is not a good place for her, and guided by the idea that women should help each other, Chungwon gently reminds Miss Shin, 500 taels isn't much, but if you use it to learn a painful lesson, it would be pointless. You're not me. How can you know I don't want this? Shin Mayan bites her lip, nervously fiddling with a hanging jade pendant, her voice full of clear hurt. I like him. So even if I have to face danger in the future, I am willing to face it with him. How can you doubt my sincere heart? That's an interesting thing to say. I never doubted your sincerity. And if you want to face those so-called dangers with him, have you asked if he is willing to share hardships with you and make you his wife? Chungwon had never seen someone so completely focused on a man, feeling as if without Song Yang, Shin Mayan couldn't live. She wondered what the county magistrate, knowing his beloved daughter, who had been spoiled since childhood, had now become so love-struck, would think. He's unwilling. Shin Mayan's pupils trembled slightly, as if she had never considered this possibility before. She murmured to herself repeatedly, lowering her head, her eyes full of hurt, words she wanted Chungwon to say stuck in her throat. Why wouldn't he want to? When Shin Mayan looked up, her big, round eyes were filled with a thick layer of tears, looking truly pitiful. If Madame Song is willing to step back, I will continue to follow Song Gij every day. They say water can wear down stone, and I don't believe he is so cold-hearted that he can't see my efforts for him. If Chungwon thought earlier that she was just feeling sad for the county magistrate, now she truly wondered if this daughter should even be kept. For a man, she could completely lose herself, thinking only of him in everything she did. The key is not what you want to do, but whether he is willing to accept you. You want to be a stepmother to the children and promise to treat them well, but will he give you that chance? You are still young and don't need to struggle in this muddy situation. You have your own bright future ahead. Such behavior is simply foolish and hopeless. Chungwon felt she shouldn't have called Shin Mayan into this private room. Sure enough, she thought, patience brings peace, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Brother Song, stop calling him Brother Song. You're a young unmarried woman from Yunning, constantly talking about a man who is already married. Don't you have any shame? Have you thought about your father? Or other women in your family? You only think of yourself and ignore others' futures. Isn't that selfish? Before the food was served and she hadn't even eaten anything warm, Chungwon just wanted to leave with Yao Yao now. Shin Mayan really doesn't listen to reason. Chungwon was only trying to help her, but she wouldn't listen. Now she's crying so sadly, as if Chungwon had wronged her. What do I care about what others do? At this moment, Shin Mayan was starting to realize she was wrong, but in front of Chungwon, she didn't want to show her weakness or make Chungwon think she was inferior. She slightly lifted her chin, and seeing tears about to fall from her eyes, she quickly wiped them away. This action was much more confident than her earlier nervousness, where she kept calling, "Brother," so sweetly. Since you don't want to give up, I have one more thing to tell you. Brother Song will take the Imperial exam for the scholar this December. With his talent, he will easily win that title. After the big disaster, many wealthy families realized the benefits of becoming officials. My father's friend is now willing to spend money to buy that scholar position. After wiping her tears, Shin Mayan showed a very proud and smug expression, especially when she saw Chungwon's pupils shrink in surprise after hearing her words. So, what do you mean? Chungwon leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. She showed a hint of nervousness on her face, but inside, she found it all amusing and funny. Shin Mayan actually threatened her using Song Yang's future? Does she think that she, like Shin Mayan, values a man more than herself? Yao Yao had never understood what her mother and this pretty older sister were talking about. Could it be that this beautiful sister also has the surname Song and a brother? Yao Yao blinked her big, round eyes, full of confusion. Shun Mayan thought Chungwon would be very upset after hearing what she said, but after a moment of nervousness, Chungwon quickly returned to her calm and steady look. Shun Mayan felt very frustrated inside. She deliberately provoked Chungwon again, saying, "I heard from the master that you have a child who will also take the imperial exam this year. But only 2 students are chosen each year, and everyone uses connections to get a spot. You're just here to be a backup. What does that have to do with me?" Chungwon smiled gently and asked Shun Mayan back. She stared directly at Shun Mayan without looking away, noticing every tiny change in her expression.
You.
Shun Mayan's voice trembled. "You're his mother." "I said that I am his mother. But studying is so important. I can't take the exam for myself, can I?" The inn's waiter pushed open the door to serve food. Since it was not appropriate for outsiders to see their private matters, Chungwon and Shun Mayan both remained silent. One of them kept smiling all along, while the other looked upset and said nothing. When the waiter saw this strange scene, he couldn't help but glance back before leaving. These 2 girls are really strange. Their faces look so unhappy, and there's a child with them. But the little girl was very calm, as if she was used to seeing scenes like this. The waiter left with a puzzled look, repeatedly turning his head as he walked. Until the private room door closed, Shun Mayan's trembling fingers finally let go of her handkerchief. She took a deep breath, feeling overwhelmed after witnessing such a scene at Chungwon's place. "Since I can't negotiate with Madam Song, we'll find another chance to talk next time." Shun Mayan felt that if she kept talking to Chungwon, she might lose her temper no matter what. "All right, I look forward to meeting Miss Shun again." Chungwon doesn't believe that the next time she meets Shun Mayan, Shun can surpass her. As long as a person has a weakness, they will inevitably be pulled down by it. Shun Mayan has Song Yang in her heart and is determined to become his partner. This makes her feel lighter and more confident than Chung. After Shun Mayan leaves the private room, Chungwon first gives a big chicken leg to Yao Yao to eat. The dishes just arrived, and the table is full of delicious, fragrant, and colorful food. Especially the big chicken leg. When placed on rice, the rice is soaked with its juice, making it very tempting. "Why did Mommy talk to the pretty sister for so long just now?" Yao Yao, nibbling on the tasty chicken leg, tilted her head in confusion. "But I don't like that pretty sister when she talks to Mommy." "It doesn't matter whether you like her or not. She's just someone unimportant to us. After we finish eating, if you want to eat more or buy something, Mommy will take you." Chungwon affectionately ruffled Yao Yao's little head. She was a bit hungry earlier, and many of the dishes she ordered were her favorites. But after talking with Shun Mayan once, Chungwon's good mood disappeared completely. She just didn't want to fall behind in front of her. Worried? Of course, she was worried. If Mommy wants to eat something, Yao Yao wants to eat the same. Yao Yao keenly sensed that her mother's mood was a little strange, as if she wasn't as happy as she seemed. Yao Yao wants to be a good girl and absolutely doesn't want to cause her mother any trouble. So she obediently sat at her seat, nibbling on her chicken leg, eating whatever she liked. Seeing her so well-behaved, Chungwon's complicated feelings grew even more complex. She originally had many hopes for Yao Yao, wishing she could surpass most women of this era and live a unique life. But now, Chungwon no longer wanted Yao Yao to follow her ideas. After all, Yao Yao's life was her own to live, and this life belonged only to her. Interfering too much might not be a good thing for her. With a heart full of mixed feelings and frustration, Chungwon angrily bit into 2 large chicken wings. Although she was feeling a bit down, Chungwon did not want her mood to affect Yao Yao's happiness while shopping and eating. She opened her wallet and bought things freely. After all, she now had money and free time. If she didn't buy everything she wanted, she would regret it later. In the East Market, she bought sweets. In the West, steamed buns. In the South, new clothes, and in the North, decorative hairpins. Chungwon and Yao Yao happily finished exploring all 4 markets. While mother and daughter enjoyed shopping, Song Yang and Song Mu were also busy. After Luo Qingyang tested Song Mu's knowledge, he was explaining what it means to seek knowledge. "Do you know why you, so young, can come to Qingshan Academy?" Luo Qingyang stroked his white beard with one hand and asked seriously, unlike his usual gentle tone with other students. Qingshan Academy only accepts students who have at least the status of a scholar. Otherwise, I need to see the effort you are willing to put into studying. Songmu, since you are not yet a scholar, can you work as hard as one? The path of learning is very difficult and often unfruitful. Hundreds of thousands of students try to change their lives through the imperial exams, but only a few succeed each year. Many work tirelessly, but success is rare. Everyone knows that the imperial exams are tough. It takes decades of persistent effort, and many struggle and suffer along the way. Not everyone can endure it. If you lack talent, you must work even harder after birth. Students understand how hard this path is, but they are willing to accept it. Although Songmu was young, his words were strong and confident, with no hint of joking. Master is my father's teacher, and also my ancestor. I may not be as quick-witted as my father, but I will never neglect my studies just because I am young. I am grateful to my parents for allowing me to read books, so I will not slack off. I hope Master understands. Songmu knelt and bowed his head to Luo Qingyang several times. Since he was the beloved disciple's child, Luo Qingyang still had doubts about what Songmu said. But for now, he was willing to believe him, even if just for a moment. Since you have a sincere desire to learn, you must stick to this path and not easily waver. Your father said that your current teacher is Lin Sijie from Qingshan Academy? This student, Luo Qingyang, also has some impression of him. He is talented in studying. Before taking the imperial exam, Songmu followed him, which was indeed a very good choice. In reply, he said, "My teacher, Songmu, is indeed studying with Master Lin. Master Lin is very knowledgeable, and studying with him is a blessing for Songmu. Songmu knows that Luo Qingyang is the most learned person in the county, and that he is his father's teacher. He respects him deeply, speaking politely and respectfully, without overstepping. Regarding the preface to sending Dongyang Ma Sheng, I will let your father tell you about it when he returns. From now on, you should visit Qingshan Academy every half-month. This is the homework I assign to you. In half a month, you must memorize the content thoroughly. Reading without understanding is the worst. Since you are still young, you may not fully grasp the meaning of the texts, but diligent effort can make up for lack of talent. Yes, Master. Songmu will remember your teachings carefully. Songmu has no idea what the preface to sending Dongyang Ma Sheng is, but he knows in his heart that as long as he follows what his teacher says, he will be fine. All the scholars in this county can get such guidance from their teacher at such a young age. This is his chance. Songmu must seize it at all costs. He wants to become stronger so that his mother, Yao Yao, and his father can live the best life in the world. After speaking with Songmu, Luo Qingyang asked someone to take him to Qingshan Academy. Now only Song Yang and Luo Qingyang are left. Luo Qingyang sighed, with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Although he is your child, his talent in studying is not as good as yours. Luo Qingyang was serious and not joking. In my opinion, instead of pinning hopes on your child, you should prepare well for next year's imperial exam. Song Yang initially wanted to argue that Songmu was not as talented in studying, but when he heard the word imperial exam, he was momentarily stunned and lost his focus. Isn't the student supposed to take the Shiotsi exam in the second half of the year? Could it be that because of the disaster year, students can now take exams one level higher? This year's imperial examination at the official academy is surprisingly unusual. It's indeed the student examination, but unlike before, each county has a recommendation quota for the academy head. This opportunity in my hand is yours this year. Master values his students so much. How can I accept this? Song Yang didn't expect Song Qingyang to value him so highly and be willing to give him this recommendation quota for the student exam. One recommendation quota could bring him or Qingshan Academy many benefits. But he didn't want anything in return. He simply gave it to himself. Just as Song Yang was about to kneel and thank Luo Qingyang, the latter shook his head and helped him up, showing no intention of requiring gratitude. I give you this quota not so you can kneel and thank me, but to let you understand one thing. Mastery in everything is knowledge, and understanding human relationships is also an art. Luo Qingyang pointed to Song Yang's head and said meaningfully, A young student in his 20s is naive, a scholar is average, a recommended student is rare, and a top scorer is truly exceptional. Even the one at the very top of the court would look at you with respect. Master. If Song Yang didn't know his ears were fine, he would definitely misunderstand. He was starting to wonder what his master really meant. Even if he started as a student and worked his way up step by step, it was impossible to skip a year and go straight from being a student to a scholar or a recommended student, right? Could it be that the capital has received new orders, and His Majesty has shortened the duration of the imperial exams? Luo Qingyang knew his disciple was extremely clever, so he didn't say more after this. Go back and teach the children well. Though not as clever as you, they are still smart children. After Song Yang and Song Mu left Qingshan Academy, they went straight to the city to find Chengwan and Yao Yao. At the prearranged restaurant, Chengwan had already ordered a large table of dishes when they arrived. Because they had already eaten several meals that day, Chengwan mainly ordered according to their tastes, so the table was mostly filled with meat dishes. As soon as Chengwan sat down, she asked about what she cared most. I see you guys have been talking for a long time after the appointment time. I guess you had a good talk with the teacher. Teacher said he will recommend me directly for the scholar exam in the second half of this year. Isn't that a very good thing? Why do you look unhappy instead? Chengwan felt more and more that this matter was interesting. Today, Shun Mayan came to talk to her about many things, mainly about the recommendation for the scholar exam. But it seems that the county magistrate's news is not fast or accurate enough, or maybe he didn't understand what the head of Qingshan Academy was thinking. With such a recommendation, Song Yang might have to go through many more detours, not to mention having to use charm or persuasion to deal with Shun Mayan. Chengwan's expression looked a bit strange now. Song Yang wanted to tell her why he was unhappy, but sensing this, he took the initiative to offer her a cup of tea. I'm not sure if I'm happy or not. Your face doesn't look very good. The tea in Song Yang's hand was still steaming. After Chengwan took a sip, she decided to tell him about Shun Mayan. Shun Mayan, I have a clear conscience with her, absolutely no connection. Before Chengwan could finish her first sentence, Song Yang quickly explained. His words were so fast that Chengwan's half-finished sentence got stuck in her throat, making her helplessly lower her head and smile. I don't doubt your feelings for each other. It's just that she suddenly came to me today, saying she hopes we divorce, and she is willing to give you a scholar's spot. I know the waters are deep in this matter. Seeing Song Yang's face change slightly, Chengwan smiled even more happily. But when I heard that, I couldn't help but think that, no matter what, this is very good for you. If you can't handle it, you're willing to sacrifice some things to get what you want. You can get the scholar's position without much effort. Most people wouldn't refuse, right? Anyway, she was just guessing Song Yang's mind. Since she wasn't him, she couldn't really know if he was sincere or not. If it were her, Jin Xiu's bright future would be right in front of her. She couldn't be sure if she would really waver, because the benefits were too great and tempting. Chengwan's face was full of smiles, but she didn't understand what her parents were saying. Song Mu understood perfectly. He couldn't help but feel nervous and looked at Song Yang. If his father really wanted to give up on them just to become a scholar, Song Mu didn't know what to do for a moment. He was also studying now, so he knew how hard it was to pass the exam and become a scholar. If his father really abandoned them because of this, he could understand it in his heart, but he would still be very disappointed in his father. Did Song Yang not notice the strange looks from his children? He just felt overwhelmed, thinking that Chengwan was really good at setting traps, making him carefully consider how to explain things to his children. Seeing Song Yang silent, Song Mu finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Yao Yao didn't understand why her brother suddenly asked such a question, but she knew that whatever her brother said was right. So, the little girl stopped eating the meat in her bowl and ran to Song Yang. She grabbed his waistband with her chubby little hands, acting cute. Daddy, Daddy, Yao Yao doesn't know what you're giving up. Yao Yao only knows she likes Daddy very much, and her brother likes Daddy too. Our family should always stay happy and good. Our family will definitely stay happy forever. Don't forget, teacher already gave me the spot. Even if I have to rely on my own skills to pass this time, I am confident I can succeed, even if they try to cheat. Song Yang picked up Yao Yao. The little girl was held securely in his arms. Right now, these three people were the most important in his life. How could he be so confused as to do something that was upside down and not worth the effort? After hearing Song Yang say this, Song Mu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chungwon's smile remained, but she also felt much more relaxed inside. Living in this world, people are either used as pawns by others or use others as pawns. She had long seen through this. But no matter how clear she saw it, whenever it involved herself, she still couldn't help but be blinded and overthink. Chungwon didn't care at all whether Song Yang and Shin Mu-yen had something going on. A couple living together, she is not interested in his private life. Now that everything is settled, your future seems to be taking shape. The only thing we need to worry about these days is Mu. But you don't need to pressure yourself too much. In this world, do your best and don't leave any regrets. In wealthy families, the spot for a child to take the imperial exams is fixed, and now there's an additional recommendation. This shows how fierce the competition for the exams is this year. I understand. My teacher also keeps telling me to do my best. Song Mu doesn't seem to worry much about this, but his hands under the table are clenched tightly. No matter what, he must pass the exam this time. Outside the academy, Song Mu heard his teacher say that he is not as good as his father. He also heard the teacher say, a boy in his 20s who takes the exam is considered foolish. A scholar is average, a recommended candidate is rare, and a top scorer is a once-in-a-lifetime achievement. Even the highest officials in the court would look at you with respect. Song Mu is not a boy in his 20s taking the exam. He might not be as clever as his father, but effort always pays off. Song Mu is about to become one of the most powerful people in the world, more powerful than his parents combined. Chungwon doesn't know that Song Mu is thinking this way. But if she could read minds and heard Song Mu's thoughts, she would happily and emotionally tell him, don't worry, you are definitely not an ordinary person. You are one of the most skilled power players in the court. After the family finished eating, Chungwon took Song Yang and Song Mu to the bookstore. Their family didn't have many books before. Besides the village head's house, no one else could read or write, let alone have books at home. Chungwon plans to order a new cabinet to bring home. Since half of the family is determined to study hard, their home should always be filled with the smell of books and ink. The first step is to fill the shelves with books. The bookstore owner has been selling books in the county for many years. Many readers have come and gone. Some customers buy books generously, spending a lot of money. Others are more frugal, saving up for half a month just to buy one, and that one is usually a cheap copy. Like this family, they are very generous and confident. They buy all the books they like without caring about the types, as if they can take whatever they want. I reminded them many times that the prices are high, but they didn't seem embarrassed. Instead, they chose more freely and even bought a large batch of paper for me. Are you sure you want so many? The shop owner asked repeatedly, still unsure despite making a good profit. This set costs 10 taels of silver, and you're buying 4 sets at once. When you count it all up, it should last you half a year. Buying so much. Are you perhaps trying to make me happy? The female customer looked plain, dressed in rough cloth. Her husband, though dressed better, still wore the simplest scholar's robe. He looked to be in his early 20s, not even a student yet. Using such fine ink, paper, and brushes seemed a bit wasteful. The shop owner's suspicious gaze was obvious. Even though I had already handed him the money, he still seemed doubtful about whether this order was real. Why would I be unhappy with you? I wouldn't come here just to trick you with money. My family has children studying with their father, and we need to buy many new books for them. I heard you get new books every month. After copying each one, could you leave me a copy? No matter how many, I want them all. Reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles are different experiences. Since Song Mu and Song Yang lack this kind of experience, it's better to have some of it through reading. All right, since you're generous, I have nothing more to say. I'll pack everything now. The total is 68 taels of silver, but I'll give you a discount. 65 taels will do. The shiny silver went into my pocket, and the shop owner finally believed I wasn't trying to cheat him. After everything was settled, Song Mu carefully held the books, not daring to be careless or damage them. Meanwhile, Song Yang asked the shop owner seriously, with no hint of joking. Is this the place to find someone to copy books? His sudden question surprised both Song-won and the shop owner. Both looked at him with confusion, their eyes full of questions, all focusing on Song-yang. Are the guests here to do odd jobs? Nowadays, someone who can casually produce 60 or 70 taels of silver wouldn't be so desperate for money that they need to work as a labor here, right? Surely not. Wealthy people today are becoming more frugal. However, Chung-won didn't stay surprised for long. In that moment, she quickly understood Song-yang's meaning. Copying books is a bit troublesome, but it's a good way to improve memory of the texts. Plus, it can also earn some extra money for the family. It's really a good thing. So, Chung-won took her 2 children and watched the whole time as Song-yang discussed copying books with the shop owner. Before leaving, Song-yang also got a few new books from the owner that weren't for sale. They agreed on a time to exchange the books, and the deal was done. The family packed up and headed home. When the cart arrived, it was empty with few things, but when they left, it was completely filled. Except for the space where they sat, the cart was packed tight, with no empty spots. Back in the village, Chung-won found that besides Uncle Neo and the village chief's family, there were 2 more plowing oxen now tied at the village entrance. Almost everyone in the village was gathered there, looking at the 2 oxen with a strange admiration. Uncle Neo, why are there 2 new plowing oxen in our village? Did your family get new members? Such expensive things, we can't just buy them casually. Uncle Neo saw their ox cart return and heard Chung-won call him, so he happily went over to talk. He looked excited. Even though those oxen weren't his and he didn't have much to do with them, he was genuinely happy. Our village has everyone chip in a little money for plowing oxen. Starting tomorrow, everyone can farm more easily. Having oxen makes a big difference compared to not having them. But your family's ox doesn't look like it can work in the fields. Maybe you should talk with the villagers and contribute a little. Uncle Neo kept looking at Chung-won's ox. It really was a bit thin and couldn't be used for plowing. It could pull carts or carry people, but it's a pity. No need for that. Our land isn't much, and my husband and I can manage with what we have. We're leaving now, Uncle Neo. Chung-won was not interested in this kind of group work, and her family did not rely on farming for income. All right, you can go ahead. We still have some work to do here. Uncle Neo saw that Chung-won was not interested in buying a cow, so he didn't try to persuade her further. But he couldn't tell if it was his imagination. He felt that the boy from the Song family was wearing something that looked a bit like a school uniform. No way, I heard his family's child is studying, but I never heard that adults also go to school. Uncle Neo left, full of questions. Yao Yao, meanwhile, was dozing off all the way. When they reached the village entrance, she woke up and saw 2 cows mooing loudly, which was quite interesting. Mom, why don't we raise this cow too? Those 2 cows look so strong. They seem much bigger than ours. If they used those 2 cows to pull a cart, would it go faster and be more stable? Could they carry more things? Our family doesn't have time to work in the fields now. It's just you and me and Mom. Today, I was even talking to Dad about renting out half an acre of land, leaving only 1 acre to plant. Before Chung-won could reply to Yao Yao, Song-mu spoke calmly. Rent out the land? Why didn't you discuss this with me first? Chung-won looked at Song-yang in surprise. She tilted her head in confusion. Although Yao Yao and I can't do much farm work, if we rent out the land, we need to find a suitable person. Otherwise, we'd have to rent out all of it. I thought you wanted to work hard yourself. I didn't expect you to say you want to rent out all the land. Song Yang's words caught in his throat. Hearing Chung-won's reply, he was momentarily speechless. If we rent out everything, will the family have other sources of income?
Don't worry about that.
I told you, I have channels to sell things in the village and the county town. Our family definitely isn't short of money now. We're not short now, and we won't be in the future. Rest assured. After getting off the ox cart, Chung-won kept moving things. Song-yang followed her, helping her carry. Since everyone had eaten outside today before returning home, Chung-won cooked a bowl of tomato and egg noodles for a late-night snack. The tomatoes in this era are different from those in their time. They're smaller in size, and their sour taste is more noticeable, more like unmodified lab varieties. However, few villagers eat these tomatoes. Chungwon happened to find a few on the mountain and asked some kind aunts and young women in the village. They all said they didn't like the taste and were not willing to try. But this is not surprising, since they also can't accept the taste of scallions and garlic. Chungwon can only feel sorry for them for missing out on good flavors. When the tomato and egg noodles were served, Songyang was teaching Songmu the preface to sending Dongyang Ma Sheng. Hearing such a familiar piece, Chungwon suddenly felt like she had returned to that earlier time. But she also remembered that her current role is that of an ordinary person who doesn't know much about literature. She glanced at them, ears perked up, while she kept eating with her chopsticks. When Songyang and Songmu saw the food arrive, they stopped their discussion for a moment. They ate very quickly, and in just a few bites, Chungwon and Yao Yao only managed to take a few bites before their bowls were empty. At that moment, Chungwon could only think that if they needed to escape and fight for food, these two would definitely not go hungry on the road. After eating, Songyang explained the article to Songmu, word by word. The teacher wants you to read this article so you can understand how hard it was for the author to study. The author of this piece is truly a person who can endure hardships. Songyang studied under Luo Qingyang, and the first article he learned was this one. But he was still young then, and didn't understand the deeper meaning of the text. Now that he's grown to her age, he no longer needs a teacher's guidance and can understand every word and sentence in the article. Songyang has a special charm when teaching children to read. Chungwon couldn't help but be drawn to his serious expression while he was teaching. Although Songyang's face is handsome, it's not to the point of being perfect in every way. At this moment, as he looked sideways teaching the child, there was a hint of youthful innocence and some pride from being a scholar mixed in his expression. Chungwon rarely saw this kind of expression on his face. Perhaps when people are doing what they love, they naturally show a joyful smile. Chungwon casually ate her noodles, while Yao Yao sat beside her, occasionally glancing at her mother and then at her father and brother. She felt that today's mealtime atmosphere seemed a little strange. She couldn't understand a word of what her father and brother were saying about books and principles. But the tomato and egg noodles really tasted so good. Yao Yao wanted to eat them again tomorrow morning. Yao Yao nudged Chungwon with her elbow, but Chungwon was too focused on reading with her brother and father to notice her call. This story is about a writer who couldn't go to school because his family was poor. He studied by copying books in the cold winter. When he met good teachers, he didn't give up just because they were strict. The students studying with him came from wealthy families, but he didn't feel inferior. This is what the teacher meant, that the most important quality for students is perseverance. When Songyang said the last part, he looked at Songmu with deep, dark eyes. His lips slightly curved, and under the flickering candlelight, Chungwon felt that Songyang's features looked softer. Not to mention, his voice was very magnetic. At this moment, he deliberately lowered it, making it even more attractive. Studying mainly depends on personal effort, not on talent or conditions. Now that we have a good environment for reading, we should cherish it and focus on learning. Chungwon strongly agreed with what Songyang said. People should indeed cherish their current environment, especially when studying under such circumstances, which is not easy at all. In their entire village, there are fewer than 5 people who have read books, and even fewer who can recognize characters. Chungwon never wanted to tell her children about the efforts her family made for their education. But compared to others, Songmu was truly ahead of many. These thoughts were in Chungwon's mind. As she was about to finish her meal and gather her thoughts, she suddenly heard Songyang add another sentence. Living in this world means facing many hardships. The hardships you experience while studying now are nothing when you grow older. Before he could finish, Chungwon immediately interrupted him. Who says life is meant to be full of suffering? I don't agree with what you just said. Whenever it came to the topic of hardship, Chungwon really disliked those 4 words. She doesn't care how other families raise their children. As for her, she absolutely won't allow her kids to grow up receiving harsh or difficult lessons. Difficult lessons are like a big poison in a child's childhood. Songyang was suddenly interrupted, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he sat up straight, looking very serious. What do you mean by that? Songyang had already realized that many things Chungwon said to him were like truths in the world. Don't you think that, all along, we've been taught to make children develop a tough and hardworking nature? Many parents believe that only by experiencing hardships can their children succeed. Do you really believe the saying, endure hardship to become a better person? Chungwon never understood what good hardships do for children. Do parents really feel happy when they see their children suffer and struggle? Chungwon couldn't agree with that at all. If she saw her own child suffer, she would feel heartbroken and unable to control herself. Songyang heard such a fresh way of saying things for the first time. But he couldn't deny that at this moment, he thought Chungwon was very right. At least, he couldn't think of anything to argue against her. You make a good point. I still believe that there's a saying that's very true. In this world, never believe that suffering is worth it. Suffering is just suffering. It doesn't bring success, and it's not worth pursuing. Toughening your will is just because suffering can't be avoided. After saying this, Chungwon looked seriously at Song-mu and continued, Yao Yao is still young. Some things might not make sense to her if you tell her. But you must understand that suffering is real pain that weighs on a person. Even if you endure for a long time and grow up, when you look back at your childhood, you might still feel the pain. Song-mu looked at Chungwon, seeming to understand but also a little confused. He knew every word his mother said and understood their meaning. But how these words fit together into such a long paragraph and their deep meaning, Song-mu found a bit hard to grasp. Especially since Chungwon said all this with a calm face, and her eyes, which usually looked at him with gentleness, even seemed to hide some anger. He hadn't seen Chungwon like this in a very long time. He lowered his head and poured himself a glass of cool tea, rubbing his finger along the outline of the cup. He didn't really want to drink tea. He just wanted to distract himself and wait for his father to return and talk to his mother. Yes, Song-mu felt that he couldn't say much about this topic, so he decided to leave this important matter to his father. I won't tell the children what I said earlier again. You're right. We should tell the kids that life is full of hardships. They will only face endless difficulties. As parents, we plan so much for them, but it's not meant for them to suffer. At this moment, Song Yang's usual way of thinking was broken, but he would never refuse to do what was good for the children. Chungwon was doing it for the sake of the children, and he was doing it for them too. Their goal was the same, to understand and accept each other's ideas about raising the kids. Then, I guess we're on the same page now. Song Yang's cooperation surprised Chungwon. Mother has finished talking with father. Yao Yao still wants to eat another bowl of noodles. Yao Yao pushed her soft fingers on the noodles and handed the bowl to Chungwon. Her short hair was pressed against her forehead, and her bright eyes looked especially big in Chungwon's view. Yao Yao was eagerly pushing her bowl, and only then did Chungwon realize that Yao Yao had already called her earlier. She quickly felt embarrassed and took the bowl from Yao Yao's hands to the kitchen. Although eating too much late-night food isn't good for digestion, after a day of running around outside, it was normal to enjoy a good meal. But when Song-mu also took the bowl to the kitchen and wanted another serving, Chungwon started to doubt herself. Did she put too little noodles in today's bowl? After the family finished their late-night snack, Songyang took Song-mu back to the study to continue reading. Chungwon and Songyang clearly divided the responsibilities of raising the children. When it came to studying, Chungwon was responsible for the expenses, and for everything else that required attention, Songyang took care of it all. The next morning, Chungwon got up as usual to prepare breakfast. As soon as she opened the courtyard gate and stepped outside, she saw many villagers coming and going on the road. Several villagers looked angry, as if they had encountered some serious trouble. Oh my goodness, did something big happen in the village again? Chungwon didn't like to join the crowd, but she didn't want to miss out on important village news either. So she casually asked a villager passing by her house. They can't just be clueless about what happened in the village, right? Miss Hua, what's going on in our village today? Why do everyone look so unhappy? And early in the morning, everyone is heading to the fields. Could something have happened to the crops? Earlier, Chungwon had carefully looked around. Their house is on the main path many villagers take to go to their fields. Usually, not so many people go to work in the fields at this time. Something unusual must have happened. Oh, you don't know yet. Miss Hua said with worry on her face, as if she couldn't bear to speak. Something's wrong in the village. This morning, people found their crops completely ruined. Not only the dry rice you gave us recently, but also the potatoes and potato vines everyone bought from you. All destroyed. Thinking about her own ruined crops and how all her hard work had gone to waste, tears started falling uncontrollably. Don't be angry, sister, Chungwon said gently. Getting upset might make you sick, and that's not worth it. The crops in the field were destroyed? Could wild pigs have come into the village? Chungwon guessed and tried to comfort Miss Hua. She was already feeling very upset, and hearing kind words made her cry even more. She kept wiping her tears and sniffling, understanding why she was so sad. Chungwon patted Miss Hua on the back, feeling sorry for her. It's like a rope that breaks at the weakest point. Misfortune always finds the unlucky. Chungwon comforted her for a while, but didn't rush to see her own field. It's not that she didn't care. Her family's dry rice had only been planted a few days ago. Even if it was good seed from the experimental field, it was just sprouting green seedlings now. If wild pigs came, they might just dig up the seeds, possibly helping to fertilize the soil for the next crop. When Chungwon finished preparing breakfast and her family finished eating, everyone was about to do their own things. Songmu was putting on his backpack to go to school, and Songyang was ready with the ox cart to head to the county. Suong, from the Li Zheng family, suddenly came to their house to deliver a message. The girl seemed to have run all the way here. Her bangs were sweaty and clinging to her scalp, and she was covered in sweat. Chungwon quickly welcomed her inside. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Is there some urgent matter on the teacher's side today? Does the child not need to go to school? Chungwon thought that the only reason Suong would rush over so anxiously was because something was wrong with the teacher. Songmu, hearing that he wouldn't need to go to school recently, had a surprised look in his eyes. A few days ago, the teacher had told him that he must not be lazy during the reading ceremony. Skipping days or being careless was not allowed. But today, the teacher even gave him a day off? It's not that something happened with the teacher. It seems our village might have attracted thieves. My father said that Brother Song doesn't need to go to the county town today. We need to go to the fields together to check things out. Are the two people at home no longer required to study? Chungwon's face instantly turned grim, and she grew tense. All right, let's pack up quickly and head to the fields. Are all the villagers in the fields now? Chungwon had to ask clearly what was going on. If this wasn't caused by wild boars, then it was probably human trouble. Songyang also thought of this possibility. When their eyes met, both of them clenched their fists unconsciously, their bodies tense and alert. Suong didn't notice the tension between the couple. She hurriedly nodded repeatedly. All the adults in the village have gone to the fields. My father and brother are already there. Sister-in-law and brother Song, pack up quickly and go too. But Yao Yao and Amu should stay at home. Remember to lock the doors and windows. Don't open the door if our parents knock. Suong emphasized the last part strongly. Chungwon sensed the hidden meaning in her words. At that moment, her body hairs stood on end, and she had a faint bad feeling. Since it was still a year of famine, they wondered if their village might be attracting fleeing refugees. With a heart full of doubts and guesses, Chungwon took out the sharpest kitchen knife from the kitchen for Songmu. She also placed the sickle and other tools that could be used for self-defense under the beam in an easily accessible spot. Sinwon didn't forget to take a basket to cover them. As long as she knew where to put her weapons, she wouldn't give thieves a chance to hurt the children. Did you hear what Sister Shuangshuang said? You and your sister should stay at home and not come out if your parents don't return. There is food in the kitchen. If it's not enough, go with your sister to get more, Songmu. Sinwon put her arm around Songmu's shoulder. She felt, for some reason, like she was leaving her children behind in her final moments. Mother knows you're a smart child. I won't say much more. I just hope you understand deeply that protecting your sister is important, but your safety is also very important. Sinwon knew what Yao Yao meant to Songmu. Both children are equally important to her. Even if danger happens, she can't accept sacrificing one child's life to save the other. Even if her heart is twisted and different from others, if something bad happens at home, she thinks everyone should die together. Just a few die, and for those who live, it's also a kind of suffering. Songmu looked at Sinwan in a daze. She opened her mouth to speak, but only made a single sound. Since Songyang decided that Sinwan was fully dedicated to the children, she handed over all the education of the children to her. Especially after Sinwan spoke about the hardships of teaching the children yesterday, Songyang admired her even more. So Songyang agreed. Listen to your mother. Your sister is important, and you are important too. After settling the two children at home, Sinwan and Songmu followed Shuang to the fields. If earlier, when Sister Hua was crying, Sinwan mainly focused on her emotions and didn't pay much attention to the damage to the land, at this moment, seeing all the crops in the village's fields destroyed and the soil turned upside down, her face showed an instant, undeniable pain. The damaged farmland looked like discarded pieces of fat, left to be gnawed at by the wind. The remaining wheat seedlings in the field were thrown carelessly on the ground. All their efforts seemed almost completely destroyed. Only some unharvested wheat and potato vines remained, abandoned in the fields, rotting away. How could it be so serious? Are these really the work of those disaster victims?
Probably yes.
The village chief, looking worried, squeezed out from the crowd of villagers. He said sadly, yesterday, everyone just bought cows. No one was unhappy about it. We all agreed to let the cows go to the fields early today. Brother Su is in charge of feeding the cows. The village chief looked at the man who was crying the hardest and said he went up the mountain this morning to cut grass. When he saw people working in the fields at the foot of the mountain, he thought someone was breaking the village rules. But by then, things had already gone wrong. Songyang went to his own field to check the situation. His family's crops weren't many, and the wheat seedlings had just been planted a few days ago. Now the green wheat and the yellow soil mixed together, creating a strange kind of beauty. Now, it's clear that the people seen on the mountain this morning are not from their village. Songyang took out a half-used sickle from his field. He held it high so everyone could see. This sickle, he said, looks different from those made by our local blacksmiths, both in shape and material. It's not something our county's blacksmiths could make. The only explanation is that some refugees have come into our village. Oh my goodness. Is this a sign that we're all going to die? A few village women, hearing about the refugees, looked like they were about to cry. Some were so scared they almost fainted. The village chief saw this and tried to stay calm. He knew how terrifying refugees could be. He also knew how crazy people could get when they're hungry. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the fields became tense and worried. They're just some disaster victims. Why is everyone so scared? I say, let's go up the mountain and find these refugees. They might have wrecked things and run away fast. Maybe they're hiding in that cave. Uncle Neo was hot-tempered. He definitely didn't like these refugees sitting around and causing trouble. What do they think they are? Did they run to your house to cause trouble and eat for free after their own home was destroyed? It's one thing to want food, but they even damaged their fields like this? Everyone knows that fields are the livelihood of farmers. It seems these refugees are rushing to their own doom. Still, we shouldn't be so quick to judge. Although we initially think these refugees are responsible, without solid proof, Uncle Neo, what you're doing could get you taken to the officials. Violence is never the right answer. If we impulsively hurt those refugees, and they die, even if we are in the right, we would lose our moral standing. I just think they went too far. I was angry and spoke out of impulse. Song's wife, don't take it to heart. Uncle Neo realized his words were problematic. He patted his mouth to show he meant no harm, but the anger in his eyes toward the refugees didn't fade at all. The village chief also stepped in to smooth things over. Old Neo, what you said isn't right, but he only cares about us all. Recently, the men in the village shouldn't just rest at home at night. We should organize patrols. Those refugees better behave themselves these days, or, if I catch them doing wrong, I won't hesitate to punish them severely. This was the first time Chungwon saw the village chief speak so sternly. But thinking carefully, these refugees have gone mad, selfishly making it impossible for others to eat. It's normal for the village chief to find ways to control them. Don't let me catch those scoundrels or I swear I'll smash their heads. you're too harsh. If it were me, I'd just slap a few of them and cut off those annoying arms. The villagers gathered around were all talking more viciously than the last. Chungwon quietly took a few steps back, only to look up at the messy land and sigh in frustration. Well, this really is hard to judge, isn't it? The refugees are struggling too. It's understandable that they might steal food to fill their stomachs. But after doing so many frustrating things, why did they also have to destroy their land? Their land isn't very large, but it still takes a whole day to clean it up properly. And there are families in the village with 5 or 6 acres of land. Later, you go home first to stay with the kids. I'll finish tidying up the land at home before coming back. Just like this morning, don't go out unless necessary. Until the refugee issue is resolved, don't go up the mountain again. Song Yong pulled Chungwon aside and whispered to her. Song Yong is a head taller than Chungwon. Now he lowered his head to speak to her, and his warm breath brushed her face. In that moment, she felt her whole body stiffen, her hair standing on end, and she didn't know where to put her hands. She bit her lip and looked up. The tenderness and deep affection in Song Yang's eyes almost made her drown. Chungwon managed to squeeze out a reply from her throat, but before going home, she warned Song Yang, I'll be at home cooking and waiting for you to come back. I don't know if you'll encounter refugees during the day, but no matter what, like you said, you must find a way to protect yourself. Don't rush into trouble just to show off. Chungwon knew that Song Yang wasn't impulsive, but some things couldn't be explained clearly in a short time. What if he got carried away and did something irrational? Wouldn't she have nowhere to cry? Song Yang understood what Chungwon was worried about. He shook his head with a helpless smile, almost speaking in a coaxing tone like to a child. Don't worry. I know your family, and the 2 kids are waiting for me. I wouldn't do anything reckless. As long as you understand that, it's fine. I don't have any other intentions. Chungwon didn't want to admit she was pleased by the words, your family and the 2 kids. She suppressed the urge to smile widely and happily went home. On the way, she met Sister Zheng, who was returning, and now she had someone to chat with. My child was also sent to Lin Fuzi's place a couple of days ago. I was thinking of having the 2 kids take turns studying there. The tuition fees are quite high, and my husband and I can't afford it. Whenever Sister Zheng talked about this, she sounded very emotional, but she was also genuinely grateful to Lin Fuzi. Sister Zheng happily linked arms with Chungwon, speaking with gratitude. Thanks to your advice that day. I went back and told the children about the chance to go to school. They were all very happy and promised me one by one that they would study hard and become officials someday, so I, as their mother, can enjoy a good life. When Sister Zheng said this, her face was filled with happiness. The joy seemed to surround her, and Chungwon felt like she was seeing real happiness in that moment. The children are sensible, which is the most comforting thing for us as parents. Whether they can enjoy a good life in the future or truly be filial, at least right now, they are grateful to you. They really appreciate the chance you gave them to change their lives. Chungwon responded sincerely to Sister Zheng. It's undeniable that Sister Zheng has qualities Chungwon greatly admires. Asking for her opinion and being willing to accept her suggestions makes her one of the most lovable people in the world. Chungwon carefully observed Sister Zheng. She was dressed in dark blue linen pants, with bright, sparkling eyes and a calm, happy smile on her face. Sister Zheng looked at Chungwon seriously, and Chungwon was also thinking about her quietly. Although Sister Zheng's family was very poor, her whole family's money was less than what Chungwon's fingernail clippings could amount to. She was diligent. Her husband was also hardworking. This time, the whole family worked together to plant potatoes and earned quite a bit of money. They should also be grateful to you, the aunt. Without you, would they have the chance to go to school? In a few days, after the refugee issues are settled, I plan to go with my 2 children to visit Master Lin. They will go to school with your children, but the master only charges 1 person for tuition. If it weren't for this opportunity to save a lot of money, Sister Zheng wouldn't have any way to send her children to school, even if she wanted to. It's not just about money. It's something that can't be changed easily. It's really because their family situation has improved now. Otherwise, in the past, they wouldn't even know where their next meal would come from, let alone send their children to school. The more Sister Zheng thought about those hard days, the more she felt grateful to Chungwon. Hearing this, Chungwon knew that her two brothers' futures were already settled, so she couldn't help but ask about their sister. I heard you have a girl at home. Is she staying there? I listened to what you said last time.
We really suffered back then.
I understand that being a woman is a bit harder than being a man. But now my children still have choices. I may not be able to send her and her two brothers to school, but I have discussed it with her brothers. In the future, if she wants to learn, they will teach her. Sister-in-law Zheng has now also understood. She is her own child, and there's no need to only think about her two sons. Her daughter is her little comfort, born after a long, hard pregnancy. Her husband always says he loves both sons and daughters equally, but when there's something good in the house, he thinks of the daughter first. But the leftovers are what the two sons don't finish, and only then are they given to the daughter. Zheng's sister-in-law has experienced this kind of life at home, and it's not very comfortable. So now that there's hope for change, she doesn't want her daughter to go through the same thing she did. Her love for her daughter is clear in sister-in-law Zheng's eyes. I was wrong earlier. Your sons will be grateful for the chance you gave them to go to school, a chance to change their lives. But your daughter is different. She will always remember that as a child, she was different from others. Her mother truly cares for her. She has brothers and she is her little sister. Chungwon previously said that Yao Yao was lucky because she had a mother who came from the modern world. This core inside her is someone who is well-educated and strongly believed in gender equality. But sister-in-law Zheng is different. She grew up in this era, but still has a caring heart for women and can empathize with them. On the way home, Chungwon talked a lot about what to pay attention to when educating children. That's why everyone likes to find someone who resonates with their soul. Every word Chungwon said to sister-in-law Zheng, whether she agreed or disagreed, she could explain clearly and logically. It's undeniable that Chungwon couldn't understand many of sister-in-law Zheng's thoughts, but she enjoyed this lively, responsive conversation. So, after talking all the way home, Chungwon still felt a little reluctant to leave. Once this refugee issue is settled, remember to bring the kids and your husband to my house for a meal. We'll be friends from now on, so please don't refuse me. As Chungwon spoke happily, she had already decided that Sister Zheng was a good friend. Being with friends and sharing drinks is natural. Chungwon remembered she still had some good wine at home. Maybe she could take this chance to celebrate? It's also a way to give the wine a chance to be enjoyed by others. Then I won't refuse. When you come to my house for a meal, tell me what you want to eat. I can't say I'm the best cook in the village, but I'm definitely in the top 3. Sister Zheng and Chungwon became more familiar, and their talk became more cheerful. Then I'll be lucky. I must thank you properly for giving me this chance to take care of my belly. The two praised each other back and forth. After seeing Sister Zheng off, Chungwon went back to check on the two children. Song Mu and Yao Yao were very obedient. They stayed at home quietly and didn't go out. Chungwon knocked on the door several times. Only after Song Mu confirmed it was Chungwon through the door did he open it. Mommy, you're back. Brother, and I have been waiting for you and Daddy. I really wanted to go to the fields to find you and Daddy, but my brother said it's dangerous outside and didn't let me go. Yao Yao, holding Chungwon's leg, looked sad. She pressed her small face against Chungwon's leg and said, "Luckily, Mommy is back." Yao Yao can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The little girl looked so distressed that Chungwon couldn't help but smile. All right. Your daddy and I are fine. But there's work to do in the fields today, and your dad won't be back for a while. The weather is still good, so let's take a nap. Some things Chungwon didn't want Yao Yao to know, so when she saw her curiosity, she quickly arranged for Yao Yao to take a nap. Kids need plenty of sleep to grow strong. Okay, but today I want to hear a different story. Can you tell me a new one, Mommy? There was nothing wrong, but Yao Yao was very happy inside. I'm very happy today, so I want to hear some new and interesting stories. The stories my mother told me before, I already know by heart, and I am quite good at it. I can tell these stories to my friends in the village who are close to me. My mother is smart, and the stories she tells are always new and never heard before. Because of this, I am very proud among the other children in the village. Okay, whatever you say, I will agree. When have I ever refused you, my dear? Chungwon gently pats Yao Yao's little head and takes her inside to sleep. Yao Yao is young and loves to sleep. She was nervous all morning, so after Chungwon started telling her a story, she quickly fell asleep. After putting Yao Yao to bed, Chungwon then tells Songmu everything that happened in the village today. The main points are that there are now refugees in the village, and recently, everyone has been taking turns patrolling at night. Until the refugee issue is fully resolved, your studies will be more difficult. Starting tomorrow, I will take you to school. We can't go up the mountain anymore, and your father's trip to the county town will have to be postponed for now. Where did the refugees come from, and how did they arrive here? These are important questions that need careful discussion. Because it concerns the children and their safety, Chungwon does not dare to joke around. I understand. I will listen to my mother and never run around outside. But I wonder how my father's studies are affected because of this. Songmu naturally worries about Songyang. The mountain master has emphasized more than once that your father is very smart. If such a small matter affects his future, it would be a real pity. You're worried about your father? Just relax. We have plans for his studies. And your father is different from you. He's already past the age of early learning. He can study on his own for now. Chungwon tilts her head and raises an eyebrow at Songmu, saying, but your father will be happy. You, as his son, think of him and care about him. Nothing makes parents happier than knowing their children are thinking of them. It makes all their efforts worthwhile. I also think of my mother. Songmu spoke carefully word by word, saying, my mother treats me and my sister well. I remember that. I will study hard for my mother and sister, and I will not let you two down. Songmu clenched his fists, with a firm look in his eyes. Every moment made Chungwon truly feel his determination. But studying is not for others. From beginning to end, it is only for oneself. Amu, I am very happy that you care about me, his mother said. But you must remember, studying is for yourself. Your father studies for a bright future too. Never do anything just because of others. Always start from yourself. Only you will never betray yourself. I remember everything you said, mother, Songmu replied. Chungwon planted many seeds in Songmu's heart. Each seed was beginning to sprout. Even though he didn't go to Lin Fuzi to study, Songmu didn't neglect his lessons. He studied carefully in the study room, writing big characters seriously. After finishing the homework assigned by Fuzi, Songmu took paper and pen to copy the essay, sending off Dongyang Ma Sheng, that Songyang wrote for him yesterday. Next time he visits the Qingshan Academy to see the headmaster, he wants to show him his own version of sending off Dongyang Ma Sheng. Many things in this world cannot be faked. What Songmu is experiencing now is the importance of studying. Hard work pays off. Success in this world is never without reason, he thought. Chungwon took the vegetables that had been dried in the yard to the kitchen, glancing at Songmu sitting in the study, reading seriously. She couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. In the fields, Songyang, after preparing his land well, did not immediately plant again. Instead, he went directly to the village elder to discuss renting out their land to others. Uncle, you know our situation. My family and I need to study outside. Only my mother and sister are left at home. They can't do much farm work. It's too time-consuming and hard. It's better to rent the land to others so we can earn a little during the new year. Songyang supported with his left hand, then raised his right hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. The refugee situation was truly hateful, tearing the wheat seedlings into shambles. Songyang initially took a quick look and thought he could simply mix the soil with the wheat seedlings, using the seedlings as fertilizer to help them grow better. But after inspecting the field carefully, he found that about 1/3 of the seedlings were not damaged. Some were here, some there, far apart from each other. Seeing this, Songyang almost held his breath, feeling frustrated about wasting food, and decided to abandon all of it. At this moment, Songyang was even more reluctant to let the workers in the field work for Chungwon. She was so weak, with thin arms and legs. How could she do such hard work?
To rent out the land.
That's usually not a problem. But you know, the villagers in our village have been having trouble taking care of their own land lately. It might be hard to find someone willing to take your land, The village chief stood on the ridge, looking down at the field, where all the villagers were working hard, heads down. Few of them took breaks to rest. When they got tired, they just drank some water and immediately picked up their hoes to continue working. I understand. So, I'll ask the village chief to help us find someone. It's a pity if the land goes to waste. As long as someone is willing to take it, it can still bring in some harvest for them. Song Yong knew his family didn't need money right now, so he didn't expect to support his family with such a small piece of land. How much could they earn from farming in a year? All right, I'll go ask around for you. But since you're studying with your son, you should focus on your studies. Even though we're farmers, if you can pass the imperial exam and become a scholar, your status will be different. The village chief patted Song Yang's shoulder kindly, showing his support. If you have any questions, you can come to my house and ask Brother Lin. The local scholars here are proud of their knowledge. If he says he's second, no one will dare claim to be first. Of course. Having Brother Lin teach me is a blessing. Song Yang always shows humility when meeting scholars. He also knew Lin Sijia. Although he wasn't a disciple of the Confucian master, he was a talented young scholar. The master had mentioned him several times. If he takes the exam next year, and if he goes to the testing hall, his name will surely appear on the list. This person could be their child's teacher, and Song Yang was truly pleased. As long as you study hard, you won't have to farm this land for your whole life. If each village has 2 talented scholars, they can be excused from 3 years of forced labor. Our village, with dozens of people, is counting on your success. Before leaving, the village chief patted Song Yang's shoulder and said something meaningful. Song Yang finished tidying the fields and hurried home for dinner. After filling his stomach, he seriously told Chungwon that tonight they must lock all doors and windows and absolutely not go out with the children. Tonight, they might make some noise. Even though we follow the village chief's orders and take turns patrolling, there are always some things we might miss. Please remember to take care of yourself and the children. Song Yang glanced at the sickle and Chungwon left at the door. If it becomes necessary, protecting your life is the most important. I understand. You must be careful outside too. No matter what, stay with everyone and never fall behind. Chungwon was skilled. Ordinary refugees couldn't compare to her. Dealing with a group of hungry people who haven't eaten for a long time, she was confident she could protect herself and the children, even if there were 3, 4, 5, or 6 children with her. Dad must come back safely. Yao Yao can only sleep after Dad returns. Yao Yao usually had a good appetite, but today she kept thinking about Song Yang leaving, so she was distracted during dinner and barely ate a bowl. She looked at Song Yang with tearful eyes. Her big, watery eyes made the normally calm man lose his composure. He quickly bent down to pick up his little princess and reassured her, "You don't know how amazing Dad is. Today's matter is just a small thing for me. Just stay at home and listen to Mom and Brother and wait for Dad to come back. Dad, you must come back safely." Song Mu also spoke. "Today I memorized the first part of Sending Dongyang Ma Sheng's preface, and I will recite it to you when you return." "Okay, I want to hear it again tonight." The men in the village took turns patrolling. Although Song Yang was assigned to patrol late at night, the village chief worried that people might slack off or get delayed by emergencies. So, he arranged for them to rest in his house, in a separate room. When it was time, Song Yang immediately went out. Even in summer, the night breeze was a little cool. The dark night looked like thick ink spreading across the sky. Song Yang looked up and saw no stars shining. The wind was cool, but it didn't chase away the summer heat. He looked outside the window. The small farm road looked like a calm, flat river winding through thick trees. He could hear the rustling of leaves in the wind. All the sounds mixed together, as if recalling the busy daytime. When it was his turn to patrol, Song Yang followed Uncle Su to the edge of the field. They both kept their eyes and ears alert for any strange movement. If they noticed anything unusual, they would immediately ring their drums to wake the others in the village to help. Song Yang walked around the field edge. At first, he didn't see anything wrong. But after completing the circle, he suddenly noticed movement in the distant field. It looked like shadows gathering in a dark circle, doing something unknown. He immediately narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice, pointing in that direction with Uncle Su. "Is there someone over there?" Wow, it really is someone. Uncle Sue looked in the direction Song Yang pointed. After confirming there was activity in the field, he quickly struck his drum loudly to wake everyone. You dare to steal my chickens. Today, I won't let you get away with it. Look at you, so skinny, probably nibbling on grass on the mountain. But you still come to steal. Huh? Let's see if your hands can take a good beating. This kid looks even younger than my son. I can't bring myself to hit him right now. After the drum sounded, the figures in front of Song Yang suddenly scattered and ran away. But behind them, villagers' angry voices started to rise. There were sounds of things falling, people being hit, crying, shouting for mercy, all mixed together. Various sounds mixed together. Song Yang and Uncle Sue didn't care where the people in front had gone. They immediately ran toward the village. Sure enough, besides the person who had just stolen in the fields, many others were heading to the village along a different path. Looking around, Song Yang saw about 20 people, including men, women, and children. Some were lying on the ground crying out in pain, while others tightly held onto chickens and ducks. There was also a man holding a large bag of rice, which he seemed to have taken from someone's house. At this moment, several villagers were kicking him, punching him, and hitting him on the body. Song Yang saw his head was badly injured, his body hunched from kicks to the stomach. He looked almost twisted in pain, but still refused to let go of the rice in his hands. I'm about to beat you to death, and you still cling to that thing? Uncle Neo waved his fists. If he kept hitting, the man might die. He wanted to make him understand how serious things could get, and how tough life was. But he didn't want to cause a death. Frustrated, Uncle Neo looked at the rice in the man's hands and couldn't help but kick him again. I know you're all victims of the disaster, leaving your homes and walking here. I understand your hunger, but why did you choose us among all the nearby villages? Today, Song Yang and Lin Sijia had only met briefly in the fields. There was one piece of news Lin Sijia hadn't even told the village chief. Refugees heading south had caused many small villages, which weren't heavily affected, to suffer losses because of selfishness and greed. The damage caused by human action sometimes exceeded that of natural disasters. Some of these refugees were indeed heading in their direction. But the surrounding villages hadn't been affected yet. Theirs was the first. The Song family boy is right. Why do so many villages prefer us? One villager after another asked, their faces filled with open hatred for these refugees. Finally, we've been able to eat enough these days, but I never thought it was all just for you people to use as a trap. If I had known things would turn out like this, I would have taken my family and starved to death. Don't say that.
Who knows how cruel they are?
They've never shown any kindness. I think today we should arrest all of them and send them to the authorities tomorrow. The nearby villages will know they are disaster victims. Even if they are released later, no village will dare to take them in. One villager after another suggested ideas, while the village chief stood silently aside. But Song Yang caught a glimpse of the village chief's expression and could guess what he was thinking. These disaster victims caused great damage to their village, and it's impossible to just forgive and forget easily. However, Song Yang felt there was something suspicious about this. The fact that the disaster victims found their village must mean there is a problem. So, Song Yang looked at the old woman again. He sighed and said sincerely, "Grandmother, you are a smart person. I believe you now see the situation clearly. No matter what, this is your fault. If you don't want to lose your life, stay silent like you are now. Can I trust you?" The old woman trembled as she spoke. Her hair was silver, and her forehead and the corners of her eyes were deeply wrinkled. Her eyes looked cloudy, and her raised hand was as big as a fan. Each finger was thick, as if about to bend, and her exposed skin was wrinkled like tree bark. Because she was fleeing, she wore torn clothes. Though some parts of her still had flesh, Song Yang thought she looked more swollen. In fact, she was so thin that she was just bones with a little flesh left. If I don't trust you, who else can I trust? Song Yang never took his hand off her shoulder. His hand was large and strong. After experiencing a difficult escape, the old woman, who had long lost trust in anyone, suddenly felt a strange sense of trust. I say, Song family kid, What's there to ask about these people?
They made such a big mistake.
I think it's best to catch them and send them to the authorities. If they can't compensate for our losses, they should all go to jail for a couple of years. Uncle Sue snorted coldly. He hadn't forgotten that it was because of these refugees that he nearly became the village's scapegoat. At this moment, Uncle Nyo also began to agree. You're right, Uncle Sue. These people are rotten to the core. We're all farmers. Don't they know how important crops are to us? Stealing food is bad enough, but wasting it makes everyone angry. Who wouldn't be upset? Gwa the carpenter nodded as well. His usually calm face showed rare anger. The rice they stole was from my family. I kept it for my grandson to make porridge. Normally, I wouldn't even eat a grain. Now, the bag is stained with the thief's blood, and I'm sure all the rice was wasted. The villagers showed clear dislike for these refugees. Song Yong had no doubt that if he stood up and left now, the refugees lying on the ground, whispering and gasping with all their strength, would be harshly judged and criticized by the villagers. Young Master Song, Li Zheng, who had been silent, finally spoke. The villagers. It was someone named Qian who pointed us here, the old woman added. Before Li Zheng could finish, she struggled to lift her arm. Her broken voice sounded from her throat, each word small but clear enough for everyone present to hear. The villagers fell silent. Only Song Yang asked, Qian? Then it must be Qian Laosan. The old woman nodded with all her strength. She coughed twice, her voice like a broken drum, leaking out little by little. It seems that capturing him and handing him over to the authorities won't leave a deep impression on him. Song Yang turned to look at Li Zheng with a calm face. In the same shocked expression, he said, This time, perhaps Uncle will act for justice and break family ties. The others in the village, hearing that the daring person's surname was Qian and considering recent events, quickly guessed who he was. Everyone's eyes focused on Li Zheng. Seeing this, Li Zheng closed his eyes and took a long breath, calming himself. In that moment, he lost some of his sharpness and looked much more peaceful, but also seemed older. Lock these people in the house at the end of the village, Anyo, the village chief said again. When the village chief opened his eyes, his face showed deep exhaustion that he couldn't shake off. Ask each of them if they can speak. If you find out that this matter was really ordered by third money, even if he is my nephew, I won't let him go easily. When he said this, his whole body radiated a sharp, intense light. Uncle Nyo was so frightened by this look that he shivered all over. If he weren't so old and able to hold his composure, he might have shown signs of panic. Yes, I will do as the village chief commands, Uncle Nyo replied. Uncle Nyo and Uncle Sue ordered the remaining villagers to tie up all the refugees. They linked the ropes together and pulled them all outside. Unlike Song Yang, Uncle Nyo and Uncle Sue hated these refugees deeply. They didn't care if there were elderly women or small children who looked hungry and weak inside. They used all their strength to pull them without waiting. If anyone stumbled and fell, they couldn't avoid being trampled by those behind. Seeing this, Song Yang frowned slightly. He knew that if he spoke up for them again, he might upset the villagers. So he held back and only said to the village chief, who hadn't left yet, the appearance of refugees, whether or not someone ordered it, shows that the southern team has already arrived here. Tomorrow, I will contact nearby villages. If this is a large-scale refugee migration, it must be reported to the authorities. You're young and clever, and your wife always has good ideas. You two should think of a plan together. The village chief had been tense in front of everyone, but now, just the two of them, he relaxed suddenly. He couldn't hide his helplessness and the deep pain in his heart. Song family boy, I can see you care about the refugees. You have a kind heart. If you take action, you might do much better than I could. The village chief was old and powerless in many ways. In his position, he was just a minor official, rarely mentioned or noticed. But in such a large village, everyone relies on him to make decisions. Many things cannot be avoided, and he must consider the interests of the whole village. For example, today, the village chief watched helplessly as a woman slightly older than himself was beaten and cursed. She is already at an age where she could be a grandmother, Yet now she seems to receive no respect from the younger generation. Although they were in the wrong and deserved blame, he still felt sorry for her.
Uncle, please don't say that. You have contributed a lot to the village and made sacrifices.
We all see that. There are few people in the village whom Songyang admires, and the village chief is one of them. I will discuss this with my wife when I go home. But we must handle the refugee issue carefully. Catching them and bringing them to the government office is a last resort. Since the refugees have entered the county town, it shows that the county magistrate isn't blocking them intentionally. He might be trying to bring them under control. Songyang could guess what the county magistrate was thinking. But this plan is risky. The refugees have suffered a lot on the way and endured many hardships. Many people's personalities change during the journey. Now, giving them a little benefit won't make them behave honestly. They're used to stealing and have forgotten what it feels like to give. Songyang doesn't believe such people would easily submit obediently. Of course, the village chief also thought of this. No matter what the officials think, as long as we survive tomorrow without more refugees causing trouble, we won't have to worry. The village chief now had a different idea about dealing with the refugees. After returning home from the village chief's house, it was already midnight. Yao Yao and Song Mu had long gone to sleep. There was still a candle burning in the yard, with a lantern hanging under the eaves. The flickering orange candlelight danced inside the lantern, creating a special atmosphere. Tonight was a sleepless night for Chungwan and Songyang. Why aren't you asleep yet? As soon as Songyang pushed open the yard door, he saw a graceful figure sitting at the table. Chungwan was wearing a coat, resting her chin on her hand, with wide-open eyes, seemingly watching the door. Although his eyes showed no focus, Songyang, who had just entered, seemed a bit hard to read in his feelings. I've been waiting for you. You haven't come back all this time. Even if I go to sleep now, I won't rest well. When Chungwan saw Songyang come into the house, her previously tense heart finally relaxed. She also saw that Songyang's clothes were wet from the rain, which made her worry even more. She wondered how long he had been outside. Come, have some wine to warm yourself. It's windy in the middle of the night, and your clothes are wet. I'm worried you'll catch a cold tomorrow. Chungwan spoke softly and gently as she poured wine for Songyang. Her words touched his heart, making him tremble involuntarily. His lips curled up and then down, and his mood was strangely beautiful and hard to describe. Do you really have to get sick so easily? Although she said that, Songyang took the wine from Chungwan's hand. One sip, and the spicy taste rushed down his throat. A warm feeling spread through his body. He was a bit surprised and raised his eyebrows. Is this hot wine? It's been kept warm by the stove. Since you came back soaked in dew in the middle of the night, I didn't want to give you cold wine, right? Chungwan rested her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes a little dreamy. The night fog rose in the forest, and Songyang couldn't see the scenery clearly. Unexpectedly, Chungwan's eyes also had a layer of mist, making him wonder what emotions she was expressing in her eyes at this moment. But since he couldn't figure it out, Songyang didn't dwell on it. Instead, he decided to tell Chungwan everything that had happened tonight. Now, with refugees moving south, both land and water routes are open. We are already here. From the county town heading west, it's only 3 or 4 towns to reach the capital. No matter the high or low, our location is very important. If we can't hold it and the refugees keep moving forward, it might put great pressure on the capital. Songyang used his finger, dipped in wine, and drew on the table like a painting, describing everything clearly to Chungwan. In her sparkling eyes, Songyang couldn't help but show a bit of pride. He asked, if we let the refugees continue westward, what do you think the capital would do? Additionally, send more capable people to separate the refugee groups from our side and prevent them from moving forward. Currently, the country is suffering from multiple disasters, and the common people have long held resentment. If the capital sends someone to block their way to survival, it might temporarily stabilize the ruling regime, but it could also lead to the fall of the dynasty. Chungwan was just making a bold guess, speaking carelessly. She doesn't know much about political strategies. If she had to talk about ancient affairs, it would be based on a few historical dramas she watched before she started studying seriously. But with her skills, she probably wouldn't survive even one episode of those challenging historical dramas. Sure enough, as soon as Chungwon finished speaking, Song-young couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's not as exaggerated as you say. The disaster has eased quite a bit now. Things aren't as serious as before. The capital won't block their way westward, but they will definitely try to settle the refugees here. Just watch, our county and villages are still quite chaotic. Song-young kept drinking hot wine, one cup after another. Even though the wine was very spicy, he didn't feel like he was getting drunk. Instead, the wind blowing over his head made him feel more awake. He became clear-minded enough to understand the current situation, but he couldn't figure out his own position. You make a good point, but how do you know so much about these things? Before the refugees arrived, I only knew there were disasters and people moving, but I didn't realize it was such a large-scale migration. Seeing Song-young drinking so heavily, Chungwon frowned and showed her displeasure. She snatched the wine cup from his hand and coldly reminded him, "I brought out the wine to warm you up, not for you to act like a fool." "I'm not happy about that at all. I'm sorry, don't be angry." Song-young could tell Chungwon was upset. He sighed deeply and tilted his head, smiling as he said, "I know you're curious. But there's really nothing much to say. How difficult can it be to see the overall situation of the world?" Song-young waved his hand, pointing to several places in the air as he carefully explained to Chungwon, "Look, we are here, and the capital is here. It should have been the most prosperous place in the land, but this time, the area that suffered the most from the disaster is Gyeongnan." Chungwon held back her frustration, wanting to see how he would explain further. "You're right," Song-young continued. "Do you know why His Majesty ignored the restrictions on the imperial examinations for the past 3 years? The rules set by our ancestors aren't something that can be changed so easily. This is just a way to calm the powerful families in Gyeongnan and also a chance for the emperor to win the people's support. This time, not only are the restrictions lifted, but even those below the level of recommended scholars have a chance to be nominated. With just a little effort, a family can have more scholars. Who could refuse such a great opportunity?" Song-young spoke lightly, almost mockingly, as he described these political maneuvers and exchanges of power and resources. Now Chungwon finally understood why this year's policy was so unusual. The emperor's true intention was clear. He used the imperial examination as a tool to silence public criticism, giving poor but talented students a chance while also saving face for the powerful families. Such careful planning. No wonder some people are born to be emperors. There's always a reason behind it. Chungwon looked at Song-young suspiciously, her eyes scanning him from head to toe. Suddenly, she remembered something she had long forgotten. Song-young wasn't actually the biological child of the Song family. He had been adopted when he was young. If he were just an ordinary farmer's son, how could he have such deep understanding of political affairs? And how could someone so young have already gained the favor of the academy's headmaster? An ordinary farmer's child couldn't possibly have such abilities. So, if Song-young wasn't truly from a humble background, everything would make sense. A seed of doubt about Song-yang's true identity began to grow in Chungwon's heart. Unfortunately, when she had read the book before, she hadn't paid much attention. She had skipped through many parts. If she had known she would one day end up inside the story, and that Song-young had another identity, she would have read every single word carefully. But now it was too late. Asking Song-young directly might not bring any answers either. Chungwon silently swallowed all her doubts and drank a glass of wine, feeling sad and upset. The two of them talked for a long time tonight. When Chungwon and Song-young went to bed, it was already dawn. Chungwon was only thinking about maybe taking it easy today. Since they didn't have to go to school, she didn't need to wake up early to make breakfast. Anyway, there were still some steamed buns and bread in the kitchen. She could just make do with that for breakfast. So, Chungwon stayed up all night without feeling any guilt or stress. But she didn't expect that what woke her up wasn't making breakfast for the kids, but the troublemakers who had been causing chaos all night. The next day, they showed up at the village entrance with weapons, still causing trouble. Last night was enough chaos, and today are still causing trouble, without stopping. I think you shouldn't care about their difficulties. If they need to be taken to the authorities, just send them there. Today, there won't be any more of this. Chungwon had only slept for about an hour before being called. She was probably the most resentful person in the whole village now. The village chief didn't call us to come see anything. They just sent someone to tell us not to go out casually today. I was planning to stay home and teach the kids to read, and I can also spend a little more time with you. Song Yang touched Chungwon's almost irritated look from waking up early and couldn't help but laugh and sigh. You weren't always this temperamental. Why are you so easily angered this time? Who says I have a bad temper? I just woke up and found out for no reason that more troublemakers are coming. How could I have a good temper now? Chungwon pouted and continued to sleep. She was determined not to join the chaos. But after calming down, she thought that since the village chief sent someone to notify them, it meant someone from their family would have to go and check. Thinking about this, Chungwon sat up and tugged at Song Yang's sleeve. Her voice was a little groggy, lazy, like a little wildcat, gently scratching at Song Yang's heart again and again. Why don't you go check at the village entrance? If something's wrong, you can help out in time. I'll stay at home to take care of the kids and won't go join the fuss. Chungwon was hoping Song Yang would come back and tell her all about the chaos. She couldn't just easily tell him not to go out. You're so good at making plans. One moment you want me to go, and the next you don't. So, should I go or stay? Song Yang feels like Chungwon has arranged everything for him. Surprisingly, he doesn't dislike this feeling. In fact, he enjoys being planned for. Of course, this person must be Chungwon. You make it sound like I am unpredictable, Chungwon says with a look of slight annoyance. I just think our family shouldn't have no one going out. We shouldn't let the village officials take all the risks this time. We're all from the same village, and about the child's schooling. Song Yang knows he must go this time, even though he secretly wants to go. He teases Chungwon. Remember to watch over him. Make him recite his lessons for you. I know you can read a few words. Even if I can't read at all, I can still count, right? Chungwon chuckles. Amu is a good kid. He wouldn't do something to trick me. I trust him. By the way, go to the kitchen and steam the leftover buns. Wait until the kids finish eating, then you can leave. You won't eat? Song Yang frowns immediately. His eyes focus on Chungwon's pale face. Your face doesn't look good. To stay healthy, you need to eat 3 meals a day. Today, Song Yang just noticed how bad Chungwon looked in the morning. It was so bad, he couldn't bear to look at her. He wonders if she stayed awake all night. Have you not slept well for several nights? Now you're not even eating properly. If this continues, I don't know what to do. Song Yang reaches out to hold Chungwon's hand, but his face shows concern. He doesn't want her to ignore her health. Get up and wash up first. I'll cook a couple of dishes. The kids can have buns or steamed bread now and then. But you look so weak. I really don't think you're okay. I'm about to go to bed and rest soon, Chungwon says, raising her hand to pat Song Yang's hand. She quickly pulls the blanket over her face and rolls into a long, curling up in bed. Song Yang watches her roll into a bundle, then gently smiles and touches his forehead. Just sleep well. I'll put the food in the pot. Remember to get up later and eat. Song Yang saw that she really had no intention of getting up and didn't insist. Instead, he pushed open the half-closed window and asked Chungwon to stay inside to avoid it becoming too hot. Song Yang thought that in a few days, he would cover all the windows in the house with rice paper. This way, it would let in fresh air but keep out mosquitoes so they wouldn't get bitten by red spots. In the kitchen, Song Yang carried the steamed buns and bread to the yard. He called the 2 children to eat. Yao Yao was nibbling her bun and kept looking at Song Yang with big, watery eyes. She quietly asked, "Is Mommy still sleeping?" "Sure. Mommy slept late last night. After we finish eating, we will do our own things and not disturb her." Song Mu gently wiped the remaining oil from Yao Yao's lips. "Why are you so careless when eating?" "Because the buns are so delicious. Later, I will give some to Shanja. She and I both love Mommy's cooking the most." Yao Yao's face lit up with a smile whenever she mentioned her cute little pig. Song Yang wasn't sure why his daughter liked pigs. It was probably because Chungwon repeatedly told her not to bring her pig to bed. He was afraid Yao Yao might be sleeping with Shanja every day. Thinking about feeding the pig, Song Yang spoke softly, full of concern for his child. I'll feed Shanja today. You can rest for a day. I don't need Daddy to help me. I'm a good child who listens to Mommy. Mommy said I should do my own things. Shanja is the one I want to raise. I will take responsibility for caring for her. That's my duty, not Daddy's. Yao Yao had just finished stuffing a bun into her mouth and shook her head very sensibly. She didn't want her brother or Daddy to help. She could do her own things. It seems you have really grown up and become responsible. Since that's the case. Song Yang took a sip of tea, glancing at the already chopped pig grass nearby. Just like last night, lock the doors and windows. No one is allowed to open the door before I return. There were refugees causing trouble at the village entrance. The refugees had come down from the mountains yesterday. No one knew how many entrances they had to the village. If this time they take advantage of the villagers' strong men all being at the village entrance and deliberately circle around the mountain to harm the elderly, women, and children, wouldn't that be a loss for everyone? Wouldn't they just end up sending hostages for nothing? I know, I will definitely protect my sister and mother at home. Song Mu understands that once his father is not around, he must take on the responsibility of being the man of the house. He knows how important it is to protect his mother and sister. The villagers cut wood and set it up at the village entrance as a temporary barrier for protection. On the other side of the wooden barrier are the refugees holding sickles, wooden sticks, and forks. The villagers are holding hoes and kitchen knives. Any object that can be used to attack or harm others, the villagers are tightly holding onto all of them. When Song Yang went out, he brought his big pig-feeding knife. Now he stands tall at the front, protecting the village chief and other villagers, giving everyone a strong sense of safety. Yesterday's events are clearly your fault. You fled to our land without respecting our customs, didn't ask for help kindly, but instead forced your way in. Now that things are exposed, you still dare to block here and demand an explanation from us. Song Yang raises his big pig-feeding knife silently, intimidating the refugees. After months of fleeing and wandering, these refugees no longer look like they used to. They are ragged, thin, dark-skinned, and each face looks fierce. The dozen or so men standing at the front still look somewhat human, with women and children in the middle. They are crowded together, their faces showing no hope for the world. If an artist were to paint them, only their faces would create the most tragic picture in the world. The children's faces still have tears. They cling tightly to their mothers, looking extremely suffering. But when Song Yang looks at them, he feels calm inside. He doesn't feel pity or disgust. Living in this world is already very hard for everyone. A very thin, skeletal body stood in front of these weak, sick, and disabled refugees. The man coughed weakly twice and then said, "It's not easy for us. Not easy for you? So it must be very easy for us." The village chief didn't plan to speak at first, but seeing how shameless these refugees looked, he snorted coldly and stepped past Song Yang. "People who do wrong are so arrogant. Do you think we really dare to kill you?" The man's lips curled into a mocking smile. He reached out and pulled a small child hiding behind his father to the front. His bony, skeletal hand grabbed the child's neck. In the danger of suffocation, the child showed no struggle. Instead, his dull eyes, which had lost all will to live, surprisingly showed a hint of seeking relief. "Do you know what it means to kill someone?" The man chuckled and looked carefully at the small wound on the child. It wasn't just a small cut. It was a wound that hadn't fully scabbed over and was still bleeding. Like this, you dig into his wound with your nails, digging and digging. One time isn't enough. You have to take out all the flesh and blood from his body. Watch him die. When he's completely gone, he can feed many people. Have you ever tasted that smell? The man forcefully scraped at the child's wound, and soon it was bleeding heavily. Even Song Yang, who usually felt cold and indifferent, couldn't help but frown at the child's pain. He felt a pang of sympathy. Publicly killing someone, do you know how serious that crime is? After all, it was a life. Watching it fade right before his eyes, even if it wasn't his own, was hard not to feel compassion. Anyway, we're not going to survive. What's one more person dead? The big man looked at Song Yang as if he were a fool. He leaned his head slightly forward, as if trying to see all of Song Yang's foolishness. Do you think we haven't killed people just to stay alive? Look at this poor child. When he kills, he does it quickly without blinking. With that big knife in your hand, you might not be faster than him when you strike. When the villagers heard that this child was also a ruthless killer, most of them stepped back in fear. They didn't expect these refugees to be so terrifying, even a seemingly harmless child holding so many lives in his hands. If a small child can be so frightening, then the adult holding him looks even more ruthless and cruel. Whatever this child was like before, at least right now he is the weaker one. Every life is precious. His actions, driven by survival, aren't as evil as you think. If you say he has committed terrible crimes just to stay alive, then what does it say about you to threaten us with his life? Song Yang stepped forward, crossing his leg over the wooden frame that separated them. He showed no fear in his eyes, only calmness and a colder, more fearless stare than theirs, even in the face of death. Holding his big sword, he pressed it against the man's neck. The man could see the murderous intent in Song Yang's eyes clearly. You are ruthless, even more ruthless than us. The man raised an eyebrow and loosened his grip on the child's wound. He pushed the dirty, trembling child towards Song Yang. The moment he was released, the child didn't dare to touch Song Yang. Instead, he hugged his head and crouched in a corner. Perhaps because the environment was too quiet, neither the villagers nor the refugees spoke. Song Yang could hear the child's tears falling onto the grass. The sound was soft, and the tears quickly mixed with the dirt. But at that moment, Song Yang couldn't help feeling a twinge of sadness. He was softening. Looking at this child, about the same age as Song Mu, he couldn't bear to see him continue living such a turbulent life. If he hadn't returned quickly from the mine, or if Chungwon hadn't changed from the woman he remembered, would his own child be more pitiful than this one? Song Yang didn't move the knife from the man's neck. He showed no hesitation in his compassion for the suffering refugees. The pity in his eyes made Uncle Li Zheng see everything clearly. We can't let them stay in the village. The village chief understood that Song Yang meant to let these refugees go. However, these refugees had already caused damage to the village, making all their previous efforts worthless. Both publicly and privately, these refugees had made enemies of the villagers. Forcibly tying them together would only cause more trouble. The village chief definitely wouldn't want to blame himself or make the villagers feel unhappy. He squinted, his sharp eyes meeting Song Yang's, and said, "People can be released, but if I see refugees in the village again, whether it's a group or not, I will kill them on the spot and bury them as fertilizer." Killing? You dare to do that now? The man stepped back 2 steps, just to avoid Song Yang's big sword, but he showed no fear of the village chief. His mocking smile didn't fade, and combined with his gaunt, hungry face, like a skeleton with no flesh, people felt a sudden cold wind around them, making them shiver involuntarily. If they really wanted to kill, these southern refugees might fill this mountain, and you wouldn't be afraid of waking up in the middle of the night hearing screams? Ha ha ha. I'll shout right into your ear. I don't believe I'll turn into a ghost, and you can still threaten me with that big sword of yours. The man's eyes grew more wild as he spoke, looking like he didn't want to live anymore and felt he couldn't survive. The refugees behind him never spoke a word from the beginning to the end. They didn't dare to look at the villagers, let alone stare at Song Yang, who looked fierce and terrifying. Children clung tightly to their parents, while those without children leaned against others nearby. The elderly trembled constantly, their bodies so thin they seemed about to collapse. Just one glance made people feel too sad to watch anymore. Let them go, just let them go. I see that old man looks about the same age as my parents, and I can't bear to see them die like this. That child isn't much younger than my kid. One ear is missing. Maybe it was bitten off by a beast or eaten by someone on the road. They knew they shouldn't feel pity, but the man had just said they were ruthless killers. Still, seeing these pitiful people made them sigh, feeling helpless and wishing they had a kind heart like a Buddha. The men in the village whispered among themselves, quietly discussing behind Song Yang. The man among the refugees was going crazy. The small child sitting on the ground kept crying, tears flowing nonstop. His pitiful look made Song Yang, who was watching him with a sidelong glance, feel like he was going to lose his mind. Let them go. Bring out those people. As I said before, if I see you again, it will be the end for you. The village chief made a firm decision and told Uncle Neo to bring out the refugees he had yesterday. Refugees don't have official household registration, and you probably don't have travel permits either. Since no one knows you exist, you're not really considered people. If you're killed and buried on the mountain as fertilizer, who would know? After saying this, the village chief turned and left directly. The villagers watched him go, and there was no point in continuing the discussion. Anyway, if a fight really broke out with these small and weak refugees, they wouldn't stand a chance against anyone. If a real conflict happened, the county magistrate wouldn't blame them. I knew it. How could the village chief be a good leader? I forgot that these refugees don't have travel permits and are all illegal residents. Uncle Sue spat at the man and rolled his eyes. Just behave yourself. Look at your current situation. If all of you rush forward, I wouldn't even need a single axe to deal with you. The wooden barrier separated the refugees from the villagers, dividing comfort from poverty. On one side were the villagers in coarse cloth and garments, all with round bellies. On the other side were the refugees in tattered clothes, all gaunt and thin. The two worlds were so clearly divided. The man, frightened but unchanging in expression, waited for the arriving refugees and watched Song Yang with interest, saying, I didn't expect you to be a kind person. But what's the use of you always watching over Shaoan? His parents died on the escape route. Now he's the only one left. You look at him with such pity. Can't you find another way to help him live? Song Yang's pity almost turned into something tangible, spilling out. The man, on this escape journey, had seen many cold-blooded people and many who showed mercy only to be betrayed and killed in the end. But none of them looked at others with such pure, simple pity. Sadly, this was just a look of hope to save someone. Why not? Song Yang's lips moved slightly as he spoke. He stepped forward to stand beside Shaoan, still gripping his large sword tightly. He crouched down, holding the sword's back toward Shaoan, with the sharp edge facing the man. Song Yang's voice was gentle, just loud enough to be heard clearly, but not so loud as to cause discomfort or fear. I'll find a way for you to live. Follow me back and you won't have to run away anymore. Ha ha. That's a funny thing to say. The man threw down his weapon and went to pull the tearful Shaoan up from the ground. He grabbed Shaoan's shoulders and shook him hard, speaking with increasing sarcasm. Did you hear that? He says he wants you to go to his house and be a. But after living as a refugee for so long, isn't it a good thing to be able to work for someone else? I don't want to be a. Shaoan opened his mouth to speak. His small face was thin, with prominent eyes. He spoke hesitantly. Uncle Gua, I want to be with you and the villagers. People can feed you and keep you warm so you don't have to run away with us anymore. You're not happy about that? Uncle Gua sneered. He threw Shaoan back onto the ground and pointed at him, curled up on the dirt. He chuckled. Such a softa. What are you going to do with him? Bury him in the ground to be fertilizer. You won't be my, and I won't let you be one. Throughout, Song Yang never took his eyes off Uncle Gua. His gentle expression remained, and his voice was soft. As long as you agree to follow me back, you and my children will be the same. I will ask the village chief to accept you. From now on, you will be one of us, not a. Shaoan stared in disbelief, eyes wide. He slightly opened his mouth, unable to believe that Song Yang truly saw him as a person. He nervously stretched out his arm, which was covered in scars, some from fingernails, some from knife cuts. There was no medicine, so the wounds healed slowly, leaving fierce scars. He tilted his head and handed over the two broken arms to Song Yang, trying to make him understand that he was not someone worth pity or compassion. Tears rolled down his cheeks and Shaoan choked with emotion. Uncle Guo was right. I killed people. When they were struggling, they kept grabbing my arms. I didn't mean to kill them, but they wanted me dead. They said they would eat me. I don't want to become food inside someone's stomach, but I made a mistake. I am a bad person. No one will like me. Why do you need to tell him all this? When Uncle Gua heard Xiaoan say this, his face immediately changed. He pulled Xiao and close to himself and firmly shielded him behind. His eyes shifted from mockery to caution as he looked at Song Yang with a protective attitude. Even if Xiaoan told you all this, are you still willing to take him away? If you try to escape further, do you think you can really go west? All the way to the capital, Song Yang looked at Uncle Gua with a cold expression. The tenderness he showed earlier when looking at Xiaoan was gone, replaced by a sharp, unkind gaze. This place is where you will stay, whether to settle down or to come and go. You no longer have the choice. If you follow me, I will treat you like my own child and send you to school to learn. Everything you did on the road was because of the circumstances. Whether you wanted to or not, it was all out of necessity. Song Yang had already struggled for this child. If he was willing to give him a way out now, he wouldn't mind. His kindness would not be wasted. If you agree to come with me now, everything I just said will come true. But if you don't want to, then later you will leave with them. If you don't see your father and brother again, then you will be our village's enemy. Your life or death depends on your own legs. Having one more child didn't bother Song Yang. With the current conditions at home, feeding one more mouth was just a normal matter. Xiaoan stared blankly at Song Yang. His eyes, which had lost their tenderness, now carried a strange sense of tension. It was as if, the moment he refused, a piece of his heart would quickly be taken away. Xiaoan doesn't know what he truly feels right now, but he knows that if this part of him is lost, he will feel so sad that he won't know what to do. He will suffer, and he's afraid that in the future, he might fall into endless regret. I want to go back with you. Xiaoan tightly closes his eyes, finally agreeing to leave with Song Yang. His legs are weak and fragile. The short distance of just 3 or 4 meters makes him gasp for breath. Xiaoan doesn't dare to reach out his dirty hands to hold Song Yang, afraid of dirtying his clean clothes, which smell faintly of soapwort. Feeling helpless, he lowers his head and bites his lip, tentatively trying to reach out his finger. He doesn't know if Song Yang will hold his hand. If he does, then Xiaoan will truly be willing to go back with him. No one has ever truly disliked him for being so dirty along the way. Uncle Gui sees the child he cares for run over to someone else, but he doesn't feel disappointed. Instead, there's a faint sense of satisfaction in his eyes. For people like them, having one more person who can climb out of this already rotten swamp is a good thing, isn't it? Having good days, being able to eat enough, wearing warm clothes, who would want to live in constant danger, and be disliked everywhere. The child standing behind Uncle Gua is still protected by his parents. Yet, many look at Xiaoan with envy. He is so lucky to have met someone willing to save him. At this moment, Song Yang doesn't know what the refugee is thinking, nor does he notice Uncle Gua's feelings. He simply doesn't hesitate. His eyes show no trace of disgust as he reaches out and takes Xiaoan's hand. He doesn't mind the smell on him or his wounds. Then come with me. From now on, you'll have a brother and a sister. Song Yang crouches down and lifts Xiaoan into his arms. The child, who looks about the same age as Song Mu, feels surprisingly light. There's no real weight at all. Song Yang feels like he's holding a skeleton, cold and bony, with only a thin layer of skin covering it. He walks step by step, carrying Xiaoan home. Along the way, many villagers see him carrying a refugee and stop to point and whisper, "Is this Song family's kid crazy? I can't believe they brought refugees to our village. Isn't that the young man who was just talking about killing people without mercy? Is it really okay for us to stay in the same village as someone like him? I'm afraid that if I fall asleep, my mind might be overwhelmed. Someone who has killed so many people and seen so much of the world wouldn't be someone I want to be around. I will tell my children not to associate with the Song family. It's a pity because the young man from the Song family looks good and seems kind. I even thought about waiting until they are a bit older to arrange a marriage." Villagers passing by are talking about this, but Song Yang continues to hold Xiao and go home as if he hasn't heard anything. The villagers know Song Yang is not someone to mess with, so no one dares to stop him or stop him from taking Xiaoan home. Some might even go to the village head to ask him to settle things. Chengwan slept until noon before finally getting out of bed. She lazily yawned several times, still not fully awake, while dressing and thinking about what to cook for dinner tonight. The refugee issue has probably been settled, and soon the family's fields will be rented out again. She hopes things will relax a bit soon. She also hopes the county will quickly resolve all external problems, so she doesn't have to worry about safety when she drives her ox cart to the town. Thinking of this, Chungwon sighed after waking up. The breeding area hasn't been unlocked yet. After dinner, she plans to go into her space and check. Her experimental field hasn't been planted in a long time, not because there are no seeds or because the soil has lost fertility. It's just that after some recent tinkering, she hasn't sold all the grain stored in the warehouse. The growth of the experimental crops is very fast, and most of the original seeds in the space are basic varieties. Chungwon wondered if she could combine modern crop varieties with the ones in her space. She thought about grafting them when she has time. If she can develop new varieties or improve modern ones, it would be a good use of her skills. Thinking about all the things she has planned for the future, Chungwon happily got up to eat. The sunlight in the yard was just right. The tall osmanthus tree filtered the sunlight through its many leaves, casting soft, round, gentle flickering light around the two children studying underneath. The light on the children's clothes, the dappled shadows under the osmanthus tree, and the occasional swaying shadows all unexpectedly formed a beautiful picture. Being narrow-minded and ignorant and foolish are all things to be criticized. The auxiliary words in classical texts like yen, zai, hu, and yi are important. Song Mu patiently taught Yao Yao to recite the 1,000-character classic, explaining its meaning along the way. This sentence means that if we are narrow-minded and ignorant and don't understand these principles, we will only live a foolish life, laughed at by others. The words yen, zai, hu, and yi are helper words in old texts. Song Mu spoke patiently, each word clear as if he had engraved them into his bones. Today, you just need to learn these 4 sentences. Then, write them on paper 100 times. Tonight, you must show me and also memorize their meanings. Mother said we should all study hard. Remember, you can't be lazy or careless. Song Mu tapped Yao Yao's head with his pen, pretending to be serious. I am your teacher and my words are the most important. But brother, I can't remember them. Can you let me write 2 fewer times? 100 times is really a lot. I'm not as smart as brother, and brother is so amazing like dad. I can be a slow learner. Can I hand in this tomorrow? Yao Yao bit her pen, her big, watery eyes wide open. She and Song Mu pouted and begged, I know brother loves me the most in the world. How can the one who loves me so much see me work so hard? You're not studying hard now, and you don't recognize many characters. How will you learn medicine with mother in the future? Do you want her to write the names of herbs for you every time? And if you meet a patient with a prescription, what will you do then? Song Mu didn't soften because Yao Yao was whining, nor did he get angry at her laziness. Instead, he patiently explained, Our Yao Yao is so smart. She can recognize herbs and even feed pigs. How could she give up just because of a little thing like this? I know you're praising me, brother, but writing these characters is really so tiring. Yi pouted sadly, not feeling happy just because Song Mu praised her. She said, but my brother said I am a talented person. I can't let him down because of this. I will study hard, starting right here. It's just 100 times. How hard can it be to finish writing? Yi knew she couldn't be a dull person. She couldn't be fooled by others, and she wouldn't let others get hurt just because she was tricked. Her mother called this a sense of responsibility. Although Yi was still young, she understood that everyone has their own responsibilities. Her current duty was to be filial to her mother, brother, and father, take good care of the hawthorn, and then study hard. Unaware and ignorant, foolish and naive, I speak of the helpers of speech. What a shame. Yi read carefully and wrote diligently on her paper. The scene of the brother and sister studying seriously was a beautiful sight in the yard. Chungwon leaned against the door and watched for a long time. Just as she was immersed in this warm atmosphere, her eyes unconsciously glanced toward the door and suddenly widened in shock. Was she just waking up? Could her eyes be playing tricks on her? How could she see the husband who went out to find refugees, standing at the door with a child so thin that only bones remained? He hadn't entered the house for a long time. Chungwon squinted, unable to believe what she saw, focusing on the child. She looked at the child's ragged clothes and how thin he was, almost unrecognizable. She already had a guess in her mind. Did Song-yong go out and bring back a refugee child? He was so sudden and so decisive, didn't even discuss it with her. Chungwon suddenly felt offended. She leaned against the door. She was hungry earlier, but now her stomach was full. It was filled with anger. Why are you standing at the door? Why didn't you come in? Where did you find this child? Don't tell me you had another child with another woman outside and brought him back, hoping I would help raise him. Chungwon knew that the child was a refugee from the south. Song-yong wasn't the type to mess around outside. But at this moment, looking at the child, he just seemed in a bad mood. He didn't want to add another family member, without warning, catching her off guard. Yi Yi and Song-mu were still studying. They didn't notice Song-yong and the refugee at the door. Hearing Chungwon's voice, her gaze shifted to the door, where two pairs of eyes looked back in shock.
Dad.
Is there really another child outside? Yao Yao's tears suddenly fell, blurring the words she had just written. The little girl pouted sadly, as if she had lost something very precious. How can Dad betray Mom? How can he be unkind to me and my brother? Don't say that. The child outside isn't Dad's. He's a refugee from the recent escape. Song-mu held Yao Yao's hand gently, patting her back to comfort her. Yao Yao's tears suddenly stopped. She looked at her father, then at her mother, and finally at the dirty boy who looked like he had rolled out of a mud pit. At this moment, she was a bit confused about what was happening. Both children know he's a refugee. Do you still doubt me? Song-yong led Shaoan home. During the walk, Shaoan stayed behind him, afraid to step forward. Song-yong noticed his fear but didn't hide him behind as he did before. Instead, he pulled him to the front, letting him walk ahead toward Chungwon and her two children. He is a child I found among the refugees. He's 6 years old. From now on, Yao Yao will call him brother and Amu will call him little brother. After making eye contact with the children, Song-yong smiled and said to Chungwon, "Give him a new name. I hope he can start fresh. We are all family now, and he is your child too." Chungwon was not happy about suddenly having such a big child without warning. She was able to accept Yao Yao and Amu quickly because the original owner, as their stepmother, hadn't treated the children well. Chungwon, now in the original owner's body, felt she should make up for the harm caused to the children. During these days together, Yao Yao and Song-mu had indeed helped her heal a lot. Their relationship was mutual, and Chungwon was willing to treat the children kindly. However, this refugee seemed too timid. It wasn't that he didn't seem honest, it was just that at this moment, Chungwon felt less friendly toward him because of Song-yong. "I only have 2 children, but since you're willing to bring him into our home and accept him as your own, I have nothing to say. You just arrived here, and we're not very familiar yet. From now on, just call me Auntie Chung." Chungwon crossed her arms and looked at Shaoan with a calm, cold expression. It seemed she wasn't emotionally affected by the fact that there was now another person in the family. Shaoan stood in front, feeling scared. Looking at the woman who asked him to call her Auntie Chung, he felt she was hard to approach. Her cold attitude was like an icy mountain, making people hesitant to get close. "Auntie Chung," Shaoan spoke nervously, trying to call her. "Since you're like the 2 children," Song-yong frowned and wanted to speak for Shaoan, but Chungwon cut him off harshly. "If you want to give him a new name, call him she. Since you hope he can start fresh and not be troubled by the past, then this she, with dark memories behind him, can look forward to a bright future. That's what you mean?" After saying this, Chungwon went straight to the kitchen to eat. She didn't care how Song-yong would talk to the new child. There was still some rice kept warm over the charcoal in the stove. When Chungwon took the food out, it was still hot. Song-yong was becoming more attentive to her, but he still didn't respect her enough. Chungwon cared about the fact that there was a new child in the house, and she was angry about it, which was understandable. Since everyone in the family was involved as an adult, he had the right to make decisions.
But why?
Song Yang didn't discuss anything with her, didn't ask for her opinion, and directly made her the child's mother again. Chungwon finished her lunch angrily. She left her remaining dishes on the stove and went outside to the yard. When she arrived, Song Yang was inside the house, holding Song Mu's clothes and comparing them to Shaoan just right. After you take a bath later, wear this first. Tomorrow, we'll go to the county to buy you new clothes. Song Yang was always gentle with those he cared about. Shaoan had suffered a lot, but since he had decided to treat him as family, he would treat him and the two children equally. If the two children had something, Shaoan would have it too. I thought you were going to the county to settle things with third old man Qian, but I didn't expect you to be busy buying new clothes for the children. Chungwon leaned against the kitchen door and raised an eyebrow. I boiled some hot water on the stove. Since the weather is nice today, you can let him take a bath right here in the yard. Never mind, there's no need to involve the children in the problems between the two of them. Although they are refugees, the things they did before were out of necessity, not by choice. As long as he genuinely stays honest and doesn't do anything harmful to himself or the children, Chungwon can get along peacefully with him. After all, he's just a child. Thank you, Auntie Chung. Shaoan nervously fiddled with his fingers, his gaze shifting between the clothes on Song Mu. He liked that outfit very much. Even before their family faced hardships, he had never worn such nice clothes. It's just boiling water for you. There's no need to thank me. Seeing his weak face and his pleading smile, Chungwon suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. Xiao-An's effort to look brave and cheerful made her feel especially compassionate. Tomorrow, you go shopping with him. Ask him to buy you a few ready-made clothes and bring back some fabric for Shuang to make clothes. Chungwon didn't mind the dirt on Xiao-An. She gently touched his face with her fair hand. Her fair hands contrasted sharply with his dark skin. Being so close, and since she was a girl, Xiao-An felt a bit overwhelmed and turned his face away. But he quickly realized that this might upset Chungwon, so he turned his face back. Tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you, Annie Chung. Mom, why are you so kind to him? Weren't you just saying you didn't like him? I only have one brother. I don't need Dad to find another brother for me outside. Yao Yao suddenly rushed forward and bumped her head against Xiao-An's shoulder with a bang. He lost his balance and almost fell. If Chungwon hadn't caught him quickly, Xiao-An would have fallen to the ground. Chungwon scolded her sternly. How can you treat others like that? Didn't I teach you to be polite? Why are you scolding me, Mom? You don't like this brother either, right? Dad only cares about himself and hasn't even discussed this brother with us. If you ask him, he probably wouldn't like having someone older than himself around. Those big, watery eyes of Yao Yao were shedding large tears like pearls, while she pouted with a look of hostility towards Xiao-An. Seeing this, Song Mu quickly stepped forward and pulled Yao Yao behind him, apologizing to Xiao-An. Yao Yao is still young, and it's normal for her to take time to accept having someone new in the family. Please don't take it to heart. The children at home were causing some unrest. Meanwhile, the village chief and Uncle Nyo came looking for them. When they saw the village chief and Uncle Nyo approaching, Chungwon told Xiao-An to go inside the house. She and Song Yang went to the yard to talk with the village chief. Bringing that refugee into the village, do you understand what consequences that might have? The village chief's usual gentle tone was gone, replaced by a serious look. You clearly heard what that person said. The child you brought back is a dangerous person who has killed many. If you do this, aren't you putting everyone in the village at risk? Young Master Song, I think you should send this child out of the village quickly. This afternoon, we plan to organize people to repair the fences and take turns on patrol. From now on, only villagers should enter. These refugees have caused us a lot of trouble. Why are you still bringing them into the village? Uncle Nyo advised Song Yang and then spoke to Chungwon. You should talk some sense into your husband. We can't afford to do something so reckless. It's just a child. He only did what he had to do to survive. If it were us, we might have done the same. I believe he won't do that again. Right now, the most important thing isn't the child but whether the village can handle the refugee situation properly. Also, Old Man Qian, if he can tell the refugees the village's routes, he can also inform others. Changwon skillfully shifted the topic to Old Man Qian. At this moment, The village chief heard about Old Man Qian's death and looked even more upset. Old Man Qian has died. Just now, the refugees left, and immediately after, the county magistrate sent people to call us to the county town. Pack your things quickly. You and your husband need to come with us right now. Since he was his own nephew, even though he knew Old Man Qian was a deeply wicked person, the village chief still felt some sadness and grief upon hearing of his death. But compared to the safety of the villagers, this sadness was insignificant. I want to bring the child with me, but why did the county magistrate suddenly call us together? No matter what, I can't think of a good reason. There are only two things connecting Chungwan and the county magistrate. First, it was the water wheel design she submitted. To reward her, the magistrate gave her 25 taels of silver. Second, Chungwan and Shenmayan have a romantic connection, linked by Song Yang. Thinking of this, Chungwan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Song Yang. People say women are troublemakers? If this man attracts outsiders, he might cause more trouble than women. Sure enough, when he heard county magistrate, Song Yang clearly thought of this too. He turned his face away, not daring to look at Chungwan. Maybe it's related to the recent refugee rebellion. The refugees heading south are definitely not just this group. The village chief said these refugees make his head ache. Since you've decided to keep this child, there's no point in talking further. I won't try to persuade you anymore. But this child can only stay at your house and can't run around the village or contact other children. The village chief must protect the safety of the other children. This time, I will take him into the city with us. Uncle, don't worry. Since we've decided to raise him, we will take responsibility for disciplining him. He won't do things he shouldn't. Chungwan kept reassuring the village chief again and again. He trusted this young wife of the Song family. Compared to the young man of the Song family, she seemed much more reliable. If the Song family wife had been here earlier, how could this young man have done such foolish things? The village chief was disappointed and looked at Song Yang with more concern. Uncle Neo also thought this junior was reckless. They already had 2 children at home, and now he wanted to raise someone else's child, a refugee? Inside, Song Mu and Yao Yao quietly peeked through in the door, watching the outside carefully. Shaoan stood nearby, and Chungwan and Song Yang didn't bother to lower their voices, so Shaoan heard them talking about treating him well. What kind of experience is this? Since they started fleeing, after their father and mother died on the road, no one had ever cared for him so sincerely. This feeling of being chosen and never abandoned again is surprisingly comforting after so long. Xiao Shi, get ready to go take a bath. Once you're dressed, we'll head to the town. Song Mu doesn't have strong feelings about the sudden appearance of his younger brother. He heard that he is a refugee who suffered a lot on the road before. Dad has always been a kind-hearted person, so it's normal for him to bring home such a pitiful child. Also, Song Mu doesn't think that his parents' attention will be divided after this brother arrives, so he feels no hostility toward him. Xiao Shi is still struggling to get used to his new name. When he nervously stands in place, fidgeting with his fingers and looking worried, Yao Yao proudly lifts her chin, as if she's looking at a fool, watching her new brother. Why do you look so silly? My brother said you need to take a bath soon, and you won't be called Shaoan anymore. You have to take my family name. Do you understand? Yao Yao still dislikes this person, but her brother whispered to her earlier that Shaoan is a very unfortunate person. Yao Yao is a generous and smart girl, so she won't compare herself to someone so pitiful. Anyway, whatever her brother says is right, and Yao Yao is willing to listen. Plus, Shaoan is so thin, not even as chubby as a hawthorn, so he must have had a very hard life before. Mother said, and the teacher also said, that strong people should protect the weak. Shaoan is part of the weak group. How can he have your family name? If he wants to keep someone else's family name, he should stay with Dad. Song Mu helplessly glances at his sister. From now on, he will be called Song Shi. Respect him. Just like us, he's your brother. I don't want to. If you want me to call him brother, he has to act like one first. If he cares for me, then I'll be a good little sister. Yao Yao pouts proudly, her haughty expression making Song Mu even more helpless. I will love you in the future. I will try my best to be a good older brother. I used to have a younger sister too. When I had free time, I would take her to the mountain to pick fruit. If you want, I can take you to the mountain too. Song she didn't dislike, Yao Yao. He knew she was just a spoiled child. She had no bad intentions towards him from the start. If he were someone who hadn't experienced hardships, he might also feel upset if his father suddenly brought home a child. Thinking of this, Song she gradually became braver. He wiped his hands, which had just been washed clean, on his clothes and carefully reached out to touch Yao Yao. My hands are clean now. Of course, they need to be clean before you can hold my hand. The hawthorns at home look cleaner than you. Yao Yao held Song Shi's hand and sighed as she looked at the raw wound on his hand. When I was hurt before, my mother bought me a very good medicine. After you finish your bath, I will give it to you to apply. Your wound will heal. Yao Yao, still young, didn't know what disgust was. At this moment, she only knew that the person formerly called Shaoan, now called Song Shi, was truly unfortunate. But when she grew older and looked back on these moments, she would feel very lucky. She was glad she met Song Shi when they were very young, holding him tightly in her hands, not letting him be taken away by others. Chungwan and Songyang were outside talking with the others. They didn't know that inside the house, the children had already become friends and didn't need their worry. After the water was boiled in the kitchen, Songyang told Song Shi to go to the yard to take a bath. Chungwan was inside the house packing things with the two children. This sudden trip, they didn't know if they would be able to come back at night. If they couldn't return in time, they would have to stay at the inn for 2 nights. Not having clean clothes to change into would be very uncomfortable. Songyang bathed Song Shi, using 2 large buckets of hot water. Of course, Song Shi had many mud stains on him, but most of all, he had old scars from past injuries. Many areas of his skin were wrinkled, and a handful of the wrinkles would easily shed large clumps of mud. During Song Shi's bath, he was so shy that he didn't dare open his eyes. He was afraid that if he opened his eyes, he would see disgust in Song Yang's eyes. If that were true, Song Shi felt he would wish to die right away. If a person struggling in water finally manages to grab a piece of floating wood to save themselves, but before they can hold on, they realize the wood is broken, how deep would that despair be? Song Yang understood Song Shi's inner struggle and didn't ask him to open his eyes. Instead, he carefully and patiently washed him and changed into clean clothes that smelled strongly of soap nuts and had been dried in the sun. From now on, you won't be called Shaoan. You are Song Shi, the second son of me and Chungwan. No matter who asks you that in the future, remember to answer this way. Song Yang gently tidied Song Shi's clothes and took him inside to meet the 2 children and Chungwan. You are really too thin. When we go to the county town later, if we can come back, let's buy 2 big pork bones at the meat shop to make soup for the children. If we can't come back and stay at the inn, then buy some good food there. Chungwan had fully accepted the new family member and started caring for Song Shi's health. Yao Yao was even happier and started setting the table. I want to eat water chestnut cake and a bowl of sweet soup too. I want the one with honey. Can I have 2 more chicken wings this time? It would be great if they also had honey on top. Yao Yao grinned happily, showing her 2 white, neat canine teeth. Whatever I eat, my brother will eat too. The brother I like will like whatever I like. Your brother cares for you so much. Of course, he will eat whatever you eat. But this time, we need to take good care of your second brother. His health isn't good, so he needs to eat some nourishing food. How about lotus root and pork rib soup? Chungwan thought about the menu in her mind. The family's 2 pigs hadn't grown enough yet and wouldn't be slaughtered until the new year. Her livestock area hadn't been opened yet either. The past few days had been so busy with one thing after another that she couldn't find a good time to relax and play in the space. She was only saving money and waiting for the storm to pass before starting anew. Whatever you cook, the children will eat. How can they pick and choose? Song Yang helped carry all the luggage that Chungwan packed onto the ox cart, and one by one, he also carried the children onto the cart. The village head and others walked ahead. Uncle Neo drove the cart, and when they reached the village gate, many villagers had already started building a wooden fence. Everyone saw their ox cart and knew they were going to the county to discuss something. They looked at them with curious eyes. But when they saw Song Shi, everyone's gaze suddenly turned to one of dislike. This is the child my husband mentioned when he came back. After washing up, he looks quite decent, but who knows? He has such a cruel heart. He even killed so many people on the road. Knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. Who can really tell what's true? I think we shouldn't have contact with the 2 children from the Song family anymore. Playing with such bad people, who knows if those 2 kids will also be corrupted. I don't dare to get involved with them. It's a pity. I actually like that daughter-in-law of the Song family. I didn't expect her to be such a woman who only listens to her husband and has no opinion of her own. The villagers didn't hide their gossip at all. Chungwon was being looked at with very strange eyes. If she didn't care about others' comments and didn't mind these villagers, she might have been really upset by their words. Song Yong knew that Chungwon was involved because of him. He looked at her with a guilty expression, his broad hand covering hers. When we get back, I'll go find them and make them apologize to you. I won't let you suffer this unfair treatment for nothing. Right now, there were more important things to do, so he couldn't argue with them about this moment's quarrel. But once he had the chance, he would definitely not let them gossip so freely. A cold glint flashed in Song Yang's eyes. His gaze was so cold that even Chungwon, standing beside him, felt that Song Shi might be a ruthless person who could kill. She didn't know, but Song Yang's current look definitely seemed capable of violence. Why make things complicated? You know I don't care about these things. And Song, she'll still stay in the village. He can't stay at home forever without going out. Song Shi didn't expect Chungwon to consider him so much that she didn't want to trouble them. At this moment, Song Shi's eyes almost flickered with uncontrollable emotion. He finally truly believed what Song Yang told him, that bringing him back was for him to be a son, not a. Since Song Yang and Chungwon Guanyin still had children in the car, they didn't insist on pressing this matter further. The ox cart soon arrived at the county town. Thanks to Song Yang, everyone was able to arrive safely. Shun Mayan even personally brought many people to the city gate to welcome them. I know Brother Song is coming this time, so I waited here specially for him. My father has been waiting for you at the government office for a long time. This time, with the refugee situation in the south, we need Brother Song's help to do more. Seeing Song Yang, Shun Mayan walked over with a bright, cheerful smile, not caring whether her beautiful face was met with coldness or warmth. My father said this matter also needs the help of Li Zheng. Your village is the strongest in our 10-mile radius. Now, this concerns the safety of the entire county. I hope everyone will take it seriously. Although Shun Mayan's heart and eyes were full of admiration for Song Yang, she didn't forget her main purpose for coming. She politely called Li Zheng and Uncle Niu, not showing arrogance just because their status was lower than hers. Instead, she was very down-to-earth. Seeing her so easy to talk to, Li Zheng and Uncle Niu chuckled and kept praising Shun Mayan for being beautiful and sensible, saying she was truly the county magistrate's cherished daughter. Although Song Yang didn't say a word to Shun Mayan, she wasn't upset. She smiled happily and talked to everyone, including Chungwon. In fact, after meeting the county magistrate, there was nothing major. They just needed to stay in the county for the next few days. The village heads around would all come to the county. Starting today, the city gates would open to accept refugees. When Chungwon heard this, she felt only one thing. It was expected, but also beyond reason. She had thought the county magistrate might temporarily close the city gates, since the arrival of refugees was not good for anyone. Until the higher authorities issued a formal order, her actions might cause dissatisfaction among others. Especially since these refugees have been mentally disturbed for a long time on the road, if even one city is willing to open its gates and accept them, Chungwon cannot imagine how terrifying these refugees might become if proper planning is not in place. However, the county magistrate has already issued such an order, and there is nothing they can do but obey. Of course, Chungwon also did not forget about the charity event of giving porridge. She encountered something more interesting. Shun Mayan not only helped serve the porridge, but also actively stayed very close to Song Yang. They seemed to forget that Song Yang was already a married man with children. Although Shin Mayan was proactive, Song Yang never once took the initiative to speak to her. Many refugees came to get food at the porridge station. The government truly wanted them to benefit, so they prepared very solid rice for cooking, with no extra water added. The porridge was so thick that when chopsticks were dipped in, they could stand upright. Even ordinary families, even during the New Year, rarely eat such good rice. It shows that the government put a lot of effort into providing such good conditions this time. Everyone, eat as much as you can. Starting tomorrow, our county will distribute grain continuously for 7 days, and many places are beginning to recruit workers for jobs, with food and accommodation provided. Honest work for honest pay. But I must also say this clearly. We welcome everyone to work honestly to support themselves and their families. However, if anyone tries to cheat or deceive, we won't be lenient. We will send you straight to jail. Shin Mayan appeared gentle, but her words were firm and powerful. Being sent to jail means no food. I know everyone has suffered a lot on the journey and knows what it feels like to go hungry. So I hope everyone will not cause trouble. You see, the principle is that the one who causes trouble is the one who gets caught. You all understand this, right? Shin Mayan directly presented the worst possible outcome to these refugees. Those who behave well will have food to eat, but those who don't will go hungry. This time, the refugees would face starvation in dark, gloomy jail cells, not like on the road, where they could eat bark to survive when they were extremely hungry. As soon as they heard that the people in the town would not tolerate trouble, the refugees dared not cause any more trouble and lined up quietly to receive their porridge. She sat on a small stool behind the porridge shop. He looked expressionless at the refugees coming toward him, who, like him, had a sad fate. I thought you would feel sorry for them. After all, they've been hungry all the way, from the beginning of the disaster until now. They probably just ate one decent meal. Songmu also looked at the book in his hand with a blank face. My teacher says that children of our age are the most compassionate. Books should teach some lessons about being cold-hearted. Compassion won't help people survive in critical moments. She shifted his gaze to the book Songmu was holding. He couldn't read, and he wasn't curious about what was inside. Reading has always been something only wealthy families could do. Their family has never been rich, so he never had the chance to read books. Even among children his age who read, Songmu was the first he had seen. That's not always true. Songmu closed the book and glanced at his sleeping sister with a meaningful look. Everything written in books depends on whether you have the ability to find it out. When your mother sends you to study in a few days, you'll see whether the cold-heartedness you want is really in the books. After saying this, Songmu went over to help Chungwon serve porridge. The new younger brother looked a bit slow, but that was okay. As long as there are him and their father, who are both smart, the family is fine. Of course, their mother is also very clever. Even if the sky falls, the three of them can handle it. Chungwon was a little surprised to see Songmu come over to help. He studied very hard, always carrying his daily lessons everywhere. His busy appearance meant he almost never had a moment to stop and read. Seeing him come to help now, Chungwon tilted her head and glanced at the two children behind. One was sleeping, and the other was staring blankly. Nothing much could be seen yet. Why don't you rest with Yao Yao? Yao Yao is the sleepiest person in the family. She sleeps most of the day. If I spend my whole life with her, how can I finish the lessons my teacher assigned? Songmu took the spoon from Chungwon and started serving porridge. He is the man of the house, and a man should protect his mother. Protection is not just about a few words. It requires genuine action. Chungwon was able to rest for a while now that someone else was taking over. The village chief also replaced Song Yang, and Uncle Neo helped Shin Mayan serve porridge. Everyone had just finished working together, and now was resting together. It was truly quite coincidental. I heard earlier that you adopted a refugee as your son. Is it you? Tell me your name, sister. Shin Mayan appeared friendly and eager to get close to the child, but She just backed away 2 steps with a blank expression, seeming to want nothing to do with her. I don't know you. She spoke coldly, showing suspicion toward Shin Mayan. I don't want to see you either. Why are you talking like that, child? I was polite to you, and now you ignore me, and even say such disrespectful words. Shin Mayan was curious about these refugees. especially since they had escaped southward and somehow survived. The fact that the child was still alive made her very curious, considering all the factors. But he's just a child. Why get upset over him, Miss Shin? Children don't understand much. As adults, there's no need to argue over such small things. Chungwon stepped in front of Song Shi, shielding him, and smiled at Shin Mayan. If Miss Shun has any complaints and if you want to blame the child, just scold me instead. After all, I am the child's mother. If you think I haven't raised him well. The more Shin Mayan looked at Chungwon, the more she felt Chungwon was smiling on the surface, but mocking her inside. Adults shouldn't argue with children, but why does Chungwon keep setting traps for her? Shin Mayan felt more and more wronged. Tears welled up as she looked at Song Yang with anger, stomping her foot. Brother Song, don't you care at all about your child and wife? They look like this. How can they be normal? Tears almost fell from her big eyes. Shin Mayan didn't know how Song Yang would react. She was too tired to observe his expression and, based on her current understanding of him, she knew he would never have any tender feelings for women. Shin Mayan had placed her sincere heart on such a man, and she could only think how unlucky that was. The child is shy. It's normal that he didn't want to talk to you the first time you met. As for my wife, what's wrong with a mother protecting her child? Song Yang spoke to Shin Mayan with his usual coldness, or perhaps he simply no longer bothered to hide his impatience. The county has more than one porridge station. Since you are the magistrate's only daughter, and your father is away, you should help him inspect the others. Tell me, Miss Shin, are you neglecting your duty today? His lonely eyes were icy as he looked her up and down before saying with irritation, Miss Shin, you weren't like this before. Then what should I be like? This time, Shin Mayan was truly on the verge of tears. But just as she was about to cry, a commotion broke out near the porridge station. Before her tears could fall, a group of people hurried forward. What happened? What's going on? Weren't we just serving porridge? Did something go wrong? These were her father's people after all. Shin Mayan quickly wiped her tears away with her sleeve, determined not to show any weakness. Chungwon followed behind her, watching the young woman who had been crying moments ago. Just a short while ago, she had been lost in talk of love, but now she had suddenly regained her composure and was ready to take responsibility for what she should. Seeing her like this, Chungwon couldn't help but feel a bit more fond of her. A sister who only thinks about love is hard to like, but a sister with a sense of duty is admirable. She was fine just now but suddenly collapsed. Now she's foaming at the mouth. It looks like a seizure. Uncle Neo covered his mouth and stepped back in fear, not daring to go near the person lying on the ground. The townsfolk and refugees nearby also backed away, as if the sick person were something terrifying. Everyone was afraid to get close. Someone should carry him away quickly. He doesn't look like he'll make it. I don't even know how he managed to get this far, Uncle Neo muttered, both complaining and keeping his distance. At first, Shin Mayan was startled by the seizure, but she knew that such an illness wasn't contagious and that the patient wasn't dangerous. So Shin Mayan showed no sign of disgust and quickly went to the side of the patient. She first checked his pulse to make sure he was not in immediate danger, then looked around at the crowd and asked, Is there anyone who can help me save him? This person has epilepsy. What if I catch it? Yeah, we're different from those refugees. They're just a bunch of useless lives. If they die, they die. If I accidentally catch it, who wants to be unlucky? None of the people around were willing to help. Even the refugees who had escaped with the patient kept their distance. Everyone looked numb, as if they were used to death. A single insignificant life disappearing, what does it matter? As long as they could keep themselves safe, others' lives were just like tiny ants on the ground or a small drop in the ocean. Nothing worth caring about. I'm willing to help. Tell me what to do and I'll do it. Seeing how cold and indifferent the crowd was, Shin Mayan didn't like their attitude. She disliked their apathy toward life, but she also found it hard to understand why they made such choices. Tears flickered in Shin Mayan's eyes, not because of her unrequited love this time, but because someone finally respected life and understood its value. Dad, epilepsy. It's not contagious, but it's not as safe as they think. Aunt Chung, she's a good person, and that Shin girl is too. She stood there blankly, staring at Shinmayan, who was kneeling on the ground, worried about the refugee's life. For the first time, he deeply understood what regret really meant. Whenever she gave an order, Chungwon immediately followed her instructions. We need to first remove his clothes and place something under his head. At this moment, everyone has already dispersed, leaving us enough space. Then loosen his collar so he can breathe easily and wipe away any saliva in his mouth. Turn his head to the side to prevent him from choking. Shinmayan also inserted a soft cloth into the patient's mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue during the seizure. Once everything was done, she arranged for someone to take him to the medical clinic. After watching the person leave with the patient, Shinmayan took a deep breath and addressed the villagers who had just stood there, not helping and making dismissive remarks. I understand that everyone has biases against people with epilepsy. That's normal. We are often afraid of the unknown. I don't mean to criticize you. You are all fleeing from danger, and after traveling through mountains and waters, it's natural to have some hidden illnesses. Imagine if the person who just collapsed was one of you. We are just spectators, but would you feel that your life is not respected? Would you think that having an illness means only a dead end? Shinmayan took a deep breath. Her face was stiff, and it was hard for her to smile brightly. I hope everyone won't lose all hope because of one disaster. There are still many things worth loving in this world, many things worth spending time on. Sometimes, protecting others is also a way of protecting ourselves. After speaking, Shinmayan stood still for a while. She looked at Song Yang and, for the first time, held back her tears tightly. Then she turned and walked away in another direction. Chungwon used to think that this young lady was proud, someone who was in her own world, only caring about love. But at this moment, she realized that Shinmayan's presence was not as deep as she had imagined. When she disappeared from sight, her figure was thin and fragile, as if a gust of wind cut her over. After a sudden incident, the porridge distribution continued. Right now, everyone's mood isn't as bright as before. The refugees eating porridge are silent, and Chungwon rarely looks at Song Yang, not speaking for a long time. They had been busy at the porridge station all day. As the sunset approached, Chungwon finally had time to take a few children to buy clothes. She is only half a year younger than Songmu, but he looks 2 or 3 years smaller. Not only is he shorter, but he is also so thin that he looks half as big as Songmu. The shop owner at the tailor's was surprised to see how thin she was. She couldn't believe a 7-year-old could have such a small body. She even looked at Chungwon with a strange expression, almost asking if she was mistreating the children. But seeing how Chungwon treated the other 2 children and judging by their faces, she didn't seem like a cruel person. She was silent for a moment before showing Chungwon some clothes in the style she wanted. Ready-made clothes similar to his size. We don't have any in the shop right now. If you're serious about buying, you can leave his measurements. I'll make the clothes, and you can come to pick them up in a few days. Otherwise, you'll have to take fabric and make them yourself. I suggest you do that, as it's cheaper and you can make 2 more outfits for the children. The tailor shop owner initially thought Chungwon was from a wealthy family. Although their clothes were simple, nowadays, dressing richly could attract robbers on the street. Simple clothes were safer. But then he wondered if he was mistaken. If the family really had no money, selling the clothes at a high price would only add to their burden. Thinking of this, the tailor shop owner advised Chungwon to make her own clothes. Leave his measurements and please, could you hurry up and make him a set of clothes in the next couple of days? Money is not an issue, but it would be best if he could wear the new clothes tomorrow. This village wouldn't be able to return to normal soon. Without Shuang to make clothes, Chungwon couldn't just take fabric and cut it randomly. Paying for clothes and letting him wear torn ones wouldn't make sense. So, she still had to rely on the tailor shop owner. She took out some silver coins from her pocket and placed them on the table, asking the tailor to make some clothes for her. That much silver. Madam, how many sets do you need? The tailor shop owner suddenly realized that she had underestimated herself. This was not an ordinary woman without money. Clearly, she had a lot of wealth and was willing to spend it on her children. Thinking she had found a wealthy customer, the shop owner's eyes lit up with excitement. She kept glancing back and forth between Yao Yao and Songmu. Does the young lady and the young master want to have a new outfit made? It's okay to do more work. I just want to serve such a kind lady. I think she looks nice and knows about clothes. She's different from other ladies. A wealthy family. Since the disaster, it's been very hard for the shop to meet such a big customer. Maybe she made a wish to the god of wealth last night, and the god heard her. Or how else could she meet such a rich client today? No need. They already have plenty of clothes. Just finish the one for him first. Besides, if your work is good, won't I come back to you in the future? Chungwon looked into the tailor shop owner's eyes. Her desire to earn her own money was very strong. After leaving the tailor shop with the children, Chungwon went straight to the inn where Song Yang had arranged for them to rest. Song Yang ordered a big table of food. Everyone was tired today, so they needed a good meal to recover. Chungwon thought about taking a nice hot bath after dinner tonight. And when she was resting in bed, she planned to relax and imagine her space, opening the breeding area directly. Who could refuse little calves and lambs? No one could refuse. Nighttime was always the most relaxing time, especially since Chungwon had already planned her late-night activities in her mind. She was so happy now that she was talking kindly to everyone around her, with a gentle, spring breeze-like smile on her face. Eat this chicken leg, and also finish this bowl of soup. I already asked the waiter to bring hot water for bath. Today, everyone should enjoy a nice, fragrant bath. We have work to do tomorrow. Chungwon put some meat into each child's bowl and also scooped a bowl of meat soup for Song Yang. She didn't eat much herself, but her mood was so good that she felt full. This meal is not necessarily to be eaten, but tonight, she must plan everything carefully. No one is allowed to disturb her alone time at night. Chungwon has already decided that tonight she will leave the children in Song Yang's care. After dinner, Song Yang will also supervise the children's studies. Isn't that a perfect chance for her to enjoy some peaceful alone time? Why are you so happy right now? Just now, when you were at the porridge stand, you looked so annoyed. Even people passing by would get a big eye roll from you. The steaming bowl of meat soup was brought over, but Song Yang hesitated to drink. He wasn't joking at all. Chungwon rarely shows such warmth to him. Usually when they speak kindly, it's because one of them has something to do for the other. Look at what you're saying. I was just in a bad mood earlier. Now I've already calmed down. After dinner, you should take the children back to rest. Whatever happens, don't come looking for me. Chungwon happily brushed her short hair back from her forehead. She pointed her finger at her hair, but shook her head with a very happy mood. Tomorrow morning, remember to come find me only after breakfast. I don't want to get up even a minute earlier, so that's how it is. I was wondering why you suddenly acted so strangely. You're just being lazy. Song Yang was able to drink the meat soup now. It wasn't poison, it was honey. Can I sleep with Mommy? Can Mommy take Yao Yao with her? Thinking about having to find Dad later to recite lessons, Yao Yao twisted uncomfortably. She hadn't finished her meal yet but was already starting to feel a little upset. I want to stay with Mommy. Whatever Mommy does, I want to do too. Seeing Chungwon look a bit reluctant, Yao Yao even ran down from her seat and tightly hugged Chungwon's waist. The little girl acted cute and spoiled, making it hard for anyone to refuse her. Please, Mommy, just take Yao Yao with you. Tonight, I promise I will listen very carefully. If you tell me to go east, I won't even look at the west. She patted her chest and promised repeatedly. If this had been before, Chungwon wouldn't have been able to refuse such an adorable child. But she admitted that at this moment she had sealed her heart like cement, and without hesitation, she pushed Yao Yao directly into Song Yang's arms. Children shouldn't think about playing all day. Today, you and your father will study properly. Your second older brother will also study with your father. You mustn't be less capable than your second brother in the future. Yao Yao wasn't shy just because her purpose was discovered. She continued to nuzzle in Song Yang's arms, trying to persuade him again. However, Song Yang was willing to indulge his precious daughter in everything except her studying. That was a line he wouldn't cross. He calmly patted his beloved daughter's shoulder, then gently ruffled her messy hair. Today, you don't need to write big characters. Just memorize the 4 sentences I taught you last time and explain their meanings. If you do that, your father will let you go to bed early tonight. Then I won't sleep, Yao Yao tilted her head, looking like she didn't want to study. I will sleep with my father tonight. When he sleeps, I sleep. I don't want to memorize or read books. Yao Yao quickly ran back to her original spot. Since she couldn't avoid tonight's disaster, she might as well fill her stomach early. If she was forced to memorize and couldn't sleep, at least her stomach would have some food stored. Kids can be quite charming when they act spoiled, and Yao Yao's stubbornness was strangely amusing. Song Mu and Song Shi didn't speak or join the conversation. They just focused on eating, occasionally passing dishes to each other, giving off a warm, brotherly and sisterly vibe. Chungwon sat in her seat, observing everyone with interest. When she thought enough time had passed, she planned to go back to her room to tend to her breeding area. But just as she was about to leave her chair, Uncle Neo suddenly burst in, looking anxious, shouting, "Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Those refugees. They've all gone crazy." In that moment, Chungwon wasn't sure if the refugees were truly crazy, but she knew that if things continued like this, she would lose her mind. Her good mood from the whole evening vanished instantly. Chungwon swore she had never hated refugees so much before. Now that they had food, drink, and shelter, she couldn't understand what more they were unhappy about. Why did they keep causing trouble in the town? After settling the 3 children and making sure they would stay safely in the inn, Chungwon and Songyang hurriedly followed Uncle Neo out the door. Are they crazy? After drinking so much porridge from the county magistrate today, they still dared to go rob the granary tonight? With their bodies so weak from hunger that they can barely walk, why do they think they have the ability to fight the guards? Chungwon took a deep breath, feeling extremely angry and speechless. They stayed up late at night, causing trouble. Knowing they couldn't get the grain, why did they still rush to steal it like mad? After being on the run for so long, have they forgotten what order is? What rules they should follow? Chungwon admitted she was angry, but her frustration was hard to hide. Who knows what those crazy people are thinking? They're just bored and hungry, with nothing better to do. Uncle Neo was also very upset. He had just finished eating and hadn't even had time to rest when they came to him with so many difficult problems. Tonight was quite lively. If they didn't cause some trouble like hurting someone, how would those refugees realize their limits? They probably still think the county magistrate is protecting them, letting them into the city, and even giving them food. When they reached the granary door, Chungwon realized the situation tonight was much more serious than Uncle Neo had described. About 50 or 60 refugees gathered at the door, holding torches. They silently pointed the flames toward the granary, threatening the guards who had surrounded them. It seemed that if the guards dared to step forward to catch them, the refugees would throw their torches directly into the granary, causing everyone to go hungry in the future. Song Yang stood in front of Chungwon to protect her. Uncle Neo had called them here, but then disappeared somewhere. Almost 100 people stood before her. If Chungwon said she wasn't afraid, she would be lying. But if she said she was very scared and didn't dare to go forward to handle this, that wouldn't be true either. We need to find Shinmayan. To handle this properly, we must ask for her help. Chungwon swallowed her saliva, pushing all her fear deep into her heart. Her face was calm, and her tone was steady, without a hint of emotion. Do you see the watchtower at the granary? If we prepare archers there and get ready for 2 actions, one group can shoot down the torches of the closest people, and another can shoot at their arms, without hurting them fatally, but making them suffer a little. Uncle Neo was right about one thing. These people are acting this way because they are bored and have nothing to do. They don't really fear the county officials' orders. They just don't want to see them suffer and want them to survive. She is right there. When Song Yang came over earlier, he saw her standing near the granary door, with a servant holding an umbrella for her. In the dark night, Song Yang didn't immediately understand what Shinmayan's eyes were trying to say. She looked gloomy standing in the night, very different from the girl he remembered. Go talk to her now. Every second counts. We still don't fully understand what the county official is thinking. Shinmayan here can represent him to some extent, but she hasn't moved yet. No matter what, the county official won't just watch the granary burn. Whatever her reason for standing there, we just need to do what we should, leave no regrets. After Song Yang finished speaking, Chungwon also agreed that this was the right approach. Shinmayan was standing under a house not far from the granary. It was a damp night, and her maid was worried she might catch a cold. So, she brought an umbrella and accompanied her outside. Shinmayan had already fallen asleep and was awakened by someone calling her. She took off her daytime hairpin, and her hair fell like a black waterfall over her shoulders, simple and unadorned, tied with a plain red ribbon. Father gave me an order. If these refugees really throw torches into the granary, as soon as they make a move, the hidden guards will rush forward and cut them all down. Shinmayan's gentle eyes now looked dark and gloomy, unable to shake off the shadow. What was once enough to feed them is now a death sentence for them. This is their own fault. However, if Miss Shin truly cannot bear to see so many people die, I have a plan. We don't need to keep arguing with them. Within 15 minutes, we can completely resolve this troublesome matter for Miss Shin. Chungwon and Songyang circled around the small path behind to stand in front of Shinmayan. After sharing the experience of saving people together during the day, their gazes at each other are now unusually gentle. I know you're kind-hearted, but overly kind people are often easily manipulated. We need to act quickly and not delay. Chungwon then looked toward the fire at the granary. Shinmayan felt as if her heart was burning fiercely. But if someone refuses to save themselves and only hopes for others' pity, then this situation will have to be handled as they wish, accepting kindness in return. Tell me what to do. I will follow your instructions. If tonight someone at the granary door is destined to bleed, then let her be the one to do it herself. Her father is right. Someone like her cannot always be a delicate flower in a safe greenhouse. Since Shinmayan has decided to grow stronger through this, it's time for her heart to become tough. When the archer reached the watchtower, Shinmayan gave the order, and dozens of arrows shot out swiftly. Half of them knocked down the torches, and the other half shot through the hands of the refugees. Screams of pain and cries echoed at the granary door. The torches were thrown to the ground, but didn't go out immediately. The people who fell to the ground in pain were burned by the flames, causing them additional injuries. But no one would pity them. They had already prepared to raid the granary, so they should have foreseen this outcome. The captain guarding the granary seized the opportunity and captured all the troublemaking refugees. It didn't matter if they still had wounds or if their hands were bloody and torn. Their injuries didn't matter. Today, Shinmayan wore a long, pale yellow dress. Her light-colored shoes, originally embroidered with pink lotus flowers, now had bloodstains as she stepped toward the granary door. With each step, snowflakes seemed to bloom beneath her feet. Today, I already spoke at the place where porridge is distributed. People who do not obey discipline, once they enter the county town, are considered part of our town. Since you do not cherish food and have a disrespectful attitude toward this hard-earned meal, you will no longer be allowed to eat anything in the future. For the first time, Shinmayan's beautiful face showed an extremely cold expression. Her clenched fists revealed her slightly unsettled heart. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, sometimes burning with anger, sometimes tense and hard to control. Tomorrow morning, tie them up at every free porridge station in the market. From morning till night, they are not allowed to eat or drink. When they starve to death, they will be free. Shinmayan turned around, her gaze sweeping over those who had not caused trouble but were now gathered near the granary, glaring at her with hatred. Once you come to our town, you must follow our rules. Those who listen will survive. Plant roots here, marry, have children, settle down, none of that is impossible. But those who do not listen will have to try the taste of hunger again. Everyone only gets one chance. If you fail to hold on, regardless of age or health, everyone only has one life. The idea is to warn the monkeys nearby that their arrival is not a paradise where they can do whatever they want. In one night, in front of the blood-stained granary, the refugees finally saw what a harsh warning made of blood looks like. During the day, the county magistrate's daughter seemed gentle and kind, never raising her voice. But at this moment, she could easily threaten their lives with a single of her sword, making them all die instantly, without leaving a single life behind. Chungwon and Songyang stood nearby, watching Shinmayan's back. She looked as thin as ever, but silently, she seemed to stand much taller than before. The constables cleaned up the mess and dispersed the surrounding refugees. Among these refugees, some looked at Shin Mayan with fear, while others looked at her with hatred. Some of the injured were their loved ones. Their demand for food might actually reflect what they truly feel inside. Everything is over now. Let's go back. After a noisy night, both Chungwon's body and mind felt exhausted. If I had known these refugees were such restless people, I definitely wouldn't have arranged so many pleasant things for myself tonight. Now it's like pouring water into a basket, completely useless. Even though I still think about my breeding area when I go back at night, I feel so exhausted that words can't describe it. Go back early and rest. You look very unwell now. Chungwon's face was extremely pale. She had been fine just a moment ago, but now her face was without color and her lips were pale. All right, don't stay up reading with the children. Everyone should rest early tonight. With these unruly villagers causing trouble, who knows what crazy things might happen tomorrow? Helplessly, Chungwon pushed her messy hair back from her forehead. She looked at Shin Mayan one last time. If there was any comfort to give, it would have to wait until tomorrow or the day after. Meanwhile, Shin Mayan, after dispersing all the refugees, dragged her tired body back to her home. Her personal maid supported her all the way. Without her maid's help, it's no exaggeration to say Shin Mayan would have collapsed halfway. Her body was weak, and her mind was so empty she had lost the ability to think. Today you did a good job, County Magistrate Shin, and was not resting. After learning about the refugee disturbance, he initially wanted to handle it himself. But when he heard that Shin Mayan was at the scene, he decided to let his daughter take care of it. Sure enough, his daughter never disappointed him. She handled the situation very well, neither too harsh nor too gentle, just right. She strongly warned those refugees that causing trouble and disobedience would have consequences. She also reassured the refugees who wanted to behave properly. As long as they behaved and didn't bring the unruly habits from the road into their lives, they wouldn't be targeted. They could live just like ordinary people here. I truly sympathize with them. Since our country faced hardships, disasters and calamities have affected many regions. Famine and suffering are everywhere. I can understand their pain, but why, despite our shared suffering, do they still refuse to learn and be educated? When Shin Mayan thought about the fierce looks the refugees gave her today, she felt she had never been so wronged in her life. Seeing her father and hearing his warm words, filled with pity, made her tears flow uncontrollably, like broken pearls falling down. The county magistrate's heart ached, and he quickly reached out to wipe away her tears. People who suffer from disasters are often different from others. You did very well this time. After everything is settled, they probably won't dare to cause trouble again. In the past, I thought you were too soft, too gentle when making decisions, but this time, you showed some toughness. The magistrate lovingly held Shin Mayan in his arms, gently patting her shoulders like soothing a child, his voice soft but strong. My dear, I will soon be transferred to a new post and leave in a few days. You need to stay here in the county for about a month. Things happen suddenly, and I can only leave you to finish up the remaining matters at home. The issue with the granary was an opportunity for Shin Mayan to prove to her father that she was no longer the helpless girl who had no way to fight back when faced with danger. Now, she had the ability to protect herself. Leaving her alone in the county was risky and helpless, but it also gave Shen and some peace of mind. On his way to his new position, he wouldn't have to worry too much about his daughter. I will do my best. When the new county magistrate arrives, I will help him handle the county's affairs quickly. Rest assured, Dad. Shin Mayan is no longer the girl who would hold you back or be clueless about everything. Shin Mayan sniffed and pushed aside all her feelings of grievance. Since she wanted to be a strong and determined woman, she couldn't afford to cry and whimper like before. Tears were just her way of releasing her emotions, not something others could judge or look down on. Seeing her daughter become so capable, Shannon finally relaxed and put his worried heart back in its place. But then he remembered that Shin Mayan still had someone she cared for in the county, though that person was now in love with someone else. Shin Mayan's true feelings had no place to rest, So it was as if the goddess had her heart, but the prince had no interest. You are now living alone in the town. You must not think about someone else's husband like you did before. No matter how good he is or how bright his future might be, he is no longer connected to you. Shannon looked at her daughter with a more complicated expression as he mentioned Song Yang. If he didn't have a family, even if he was poor and not suitable for you, I could accept him as part of our family. But now, you must understand, he has children. Are you willing to be someone else's stepmother? Even if I am a stepmother, I am still his child's mother. If he likes me, I like him too. I am willing to change my preferences for him. When my mother was alive, wasn't your father the same? Hearing that she might have to give up Song Yang, Shin Mu-yen felt her heart tighten painfully. Over the years, she had met many excellent men, but her eyes only saw Song Yang. There will never be a better man than him in this world. We are different from you. Shannon didn't expect his gentle, kind-hearted daughter, who was usually so peaceful and never argued with anyone, to speak so sharply for a man. But no matter how unhappy he was, she was his daughter. As a father, he couldn't just watch her stumble in her big life decisions, nor could he allow her to do anything that might break up someone else's family. Your mother and I loved each other. After she passed away, I stayed with you, not finding another mother for you, so you wouldn't grow up living with someone else or calling another woman mother. That doesn't mean a man can't remarry. Parents think not only of themselves but also of their children. If Song Yang marries you, and you have other children with him later, would you treat his original children as your own? Shannon knew his daughter was kind-hearted and wouldn't mistreat her younger siblings. But in the years to come, who would risk their child's happiness or their entire life to gamble on her? To bet that a person will never change, that they will always be the same pure-hearted person in their memories. Shin Mayan felt that not a single word her father said at that moment was pleasant to hear. She was stubborn and refused to accept that her love for him over many years was now overshadowed by Song Yang and another woman's few months. If it was about children, she loved them very much and would never mistreat or neglect them. Even if that refugee was willing to call her mother sincerely, Shin Mayan would not discriminate against his background. Her face was full of stubbornness, and she still wanted to try one last time. I don't accept it. I insist on trying one more time. If he still chooses not to be with me and instead stays with his current wife, I will accept that. Over 10 years of persistence and effort shouldn't be so easily betrayed. Shin Mayan only regretted that she hadn't been more determined at the start. If she had been willing to go back with Song Yang when his family was in trouble, if she hadn't looked down on his hardships and had helped him when he was working in the mine, maybe her life wouldn't be so difficult now. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she felt deep regret, known only to herself. Do as you wish. This is your life, and your choices are yours alone. But remember one thing. You must protect yourself. Once your father has handled everything on his side, I will come to pick you up. Shannon already had a plan in mind. After he settled himself, he would bring Shin Mayan over and arrange a marriage for her. Instead of watching her daily struggle with a married man, it was better to find her a trustworthy and stable person. His daughter deserved the best husband in the world. Shin Mayan didn't know that Shun and had already made arrangements for her future. Right now, he was still preoccupied with Song Yang. As for Song Yang, he had never once remembered her. After returning to the inn, he simply told his children to go to sleep. Chungwon was still sleeping alone in her room. After returning to the inn and washing up, she closed the doors and windows and then entered her space. The experimental field still didn't have any crops planted, but because of the refugee incident, Chungwon unexpectedly discovered a hidden feature of her space. Patriotism and concern for the people task. For every 1 stone of grain donated, you will receive 10 taels of silver. Limited to 1 month. Chungwon read the words on the transparent board. She had long known that this laboratory occasionally released hidden tasks. She had completed a few before, but the rewards were usually modest, mostly crops she had grown herself. Only this time, she would really receive silver coins. 3 months. Enough for me to get rich. While working hard in the experimental field, Chungwon kept calculating in her mind how much grain she needed to donate to become a millionaire. Based on a harvest cycle of every 2 days, Each acre of the experimental field can produce about 1,000 gen of rice. That means she could earn 100 taels of silver every 2 days.
Wow.
If she keeps earning like this, in a month she could make 1,500 taels of silver. This incredible number made Chungwon hesitate to convert it into Chinese yuan just to feel happy. Oh my goodness, is this like making a huge fortune overnight? While working in the field, Chungwon's eyes sparkled with excitement. If only the experimental field weren't so high-tech, with little room for her to control, and if the time flow weren't fixed, she would want to work every second, speeding up the crop's growth. She didn't waste any land. Even the corners of the field were planted with fragrant herbs. These are valuable, and digging them up in the mountains would require finding someone else. But now, planting them in the corners means she can harvest a large amount every 2 days. Who wouldn't say she's a genius at farming? After taking good care of the plants in the experimental field, Chungwon hurried to the breeding area. She had finally saved enough silver to start breeding, and she wouldn't miss this chance. She wanted to understand everything about the breeding zone as quickly as possible, so she could welcome her beloved calves and lambs. Not only would she enjoy fresh meat, but she could also open a barbecue shop to let everyone taste the delicious lamb. Chungwon didn't dare sell the oxen, but she could sell the sheep. However, after arriving at the breeding area and pressing the confirm button under the transparent panel, the system immediately deducted 1,000 taels from her account. Chungwon couldn't hold back her pain. She clutched her wallet, and tears almost welled up in her eyes. Just 1,000 taels gone. The system only knew how to take money and didn't understand how hard it was for her to earn that amount. Tears of pain streamed down Chungwon's face. Then she saw the wall of the breeding area split open, revealing a vast green grassland before her. Oh my! So this is what it feels like to own a piece of grassland. Chungwon swallowed hard, unable to control her amazement. Looking at the lush green grassland in front of her, she almost doubted whether what she saw was real, unless she pinched herself to be sure. It turns out that what poems and documentaries describe is true. Vast grasslands are truly breathtaking. Under the shade of the Ain Mountains, the sky looks like a giant canopy covering everything. The sky is blue and endless, and the wind blows, making the grass sway and revealing grazing sheep and cattle. The grassland is not just grass. Bees buzz among the bushes and mountain peaks stand tall. The breeding area is different from the experimental fields. Here you can clearly see the 4 seasons. Right now, the time flow is similar to outside. In late summer, bees are collecting nectar from blooming flowers. The fresh scent of the leaves fills the air. Even standing at the entrance of the breeding area without entering, Chungwon can smell the fragrant aroma. The grass on the plains is thick and lush. Occasionally, a gentle breeze causes the grass to sway and rustle softly. Chungwon looked up at the sky. High above her, fluffy clouds shimmered in the sunlight. If the experimental fields before felt cold and lifeless, like a system created by programmers with code, then at this moment, this system seems alive. Whether in appearance or in actual use, it offers a more impactful first impression for its owner. Chungwon stood there in awe for a while before stepping onto the soft grass. The moment her foot touched the grass, a new transparent panel suddenly appeared before her. Perhaps it can be called a simple shopping mall where she can buy the types of livestock available now. Sheep, 2 taels of silver each, 40-day growth cycle, can be given hormones. Cattle, not enough host level, breeding requirements unknown. On the first page of the transparent panel, she already saw breeds that she couldn't afford. Chungwon didn't even want to turn the page. She simply gave up and angrily clicked several times on the panel, deciding to raise 10 sheep. Spending 20 taels of silver, 10 lambs suddenly appeared, one after another, dropping onto the grass like dumplings boiling in water. Wow, after the last one fell onto the grass, a new purchase panel popped up. Hormones, 10 taels of silver each, can speed up plant and animal growth, doubling the growth rate. Cannot be used repeatedly on the same plant or animal, only in breeding areas. When Chungwon saw the first line, her eyes lit up, thinking her experimental crops could grow faster. But when she read the last line, she almost rolled her eyes in frustration. Good news, it can speed up growth. Bad news, limited to certain areas. Chungwon was completely speechless. Her expectations for the experimental field dropped to almost nothing in that moment. She definitely needed to buy hormones, but she planned to give them to the lambs on the 19th day. Moreover, Chungwon shook her head and sighed. She caught a glimpse of her wallet, looking at the amount of silver inside, and her heart started to ache again. Chungwon had been busy in the space for a long time. When her consciousness returned, she heard the crowing of chickens. The days were getting more tiring, and Chungwon decided not to overthink anymore. She hugged another pillow and fell asleep immediately, determined not to waste a second of rest. At breakfast, Songyang didn't call her to wake up. Only when it was time to serve porridge did Chungwon yawn repeatedly and get out of bed. She ate a bun while stumbling toward the porridge station with her eyes barely open. In the county town the past 2 days, most people on the streets were refugees. Originally, the local residents rarely went out. Even the vendors at the market were now only a few scattered stalls. After finally finding a place to buy a bowl of wonton, Chungwon tasted it and found that the flavor was not as good as the one she bought more than 10 days ago. Boss, your cooking isn't as good today. The wonton wrappers are thicker than before, and the meat doesn't taste as fresh. Could it be that you didn't cook it properly with chicken broth? Chungwon was very hungry. She was determined not to waste food, so she finished the bowl of wontons. There's nothing I can do about it. I heard last night that those refugees were stealing grain. People say they are hard to get along with, and no one knows what they are really thinking. That's why today no one wants to come out to sell things. My chicken was brought by my son from the countryside a few days ago, originally for making soup for myself. The boss looked troubled and sighed several times. Alright, so it turns out that because of these refugees, everyone is afraid to go out and do business. Although Chungwon thought this was a bit too sensitive, she believed it was wise to be cautious for safety. She chatted with the wonton shop owner for a while. As she was about to go to the porridge stall, holding her round belly, she suddenly saw Shin Mayan walking from ahead. Madam Song. What a coincidence. Shin Mayan's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had just cried recently. She looked very upset, trying to hide her bad mood. Miss Shun, you don't look happy. Is something bothering you? If you want, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you feel better. After yesterday's events, Chungwon had changed her opinion of Shin Mayan quite a bit. She realized that Shin Mayan was just a young girl caught up in love, but she still cared about her country's interests. She wasn't only focused on romance. Chungwon thought such a person was worth getting to know. These things shouldn't really bother Madam Song, but I don't have many friends in the county. My father is only my family, and I wouldn't want others to mock me if they knew I was upset. If Madam Song doesn't mind, I'll tell you. Shin Mayan invited Chungwon to sit at a sweet soup shop. As soon as she sat down, tears started flowing from her eyes uncontrollably. In Chungwon's eyes, it looked like Shin Mayan's eyes had a faucet, and once the valve was opened, tears poured out like water. The sudden order from the emperor surprised me. My father was unexpectedly transferred to another place. Because our family needed time to settle things, I would need about a month before I could go to the new location. Today, I learned the identity of the new county magistrate, and I didn't expect it to be my long-lost uncle. Shin Mayan turned her face away to wipe her tears. At this moment, she was feeling very sad. My uncle is actually my mother's younger brother. When I was a child, he often visited our home, and my father got along well with him. But since my mother passed away, our two families rarely interacted. Now that he has taken my father's position, I should be happy. We are family, and his coming shouldn't bother me. If it doesn't bother you, then it shouldn't be a problem, right? Chungwon felt that Shin Mayan hadn't yet gotten to the main point. My uncle is a good man, but my cousin, his daughter, doesn't get along well with me. I believe she will come here with her father. Talking about her sister, Shin Mayan cried even harder. She has always been against me since we were young. I suspect she might cause trouble during the disaster relief effort. If I end up causing trouble for so many people just because of me, I will be the eternal sinner. The young girl cried so sadly that Chungwon didn't know how to comfort her. Perhaps, as she said, not everyone in this world cares about the greater good. Some people only care about their immediate interests, and they focus on small, emotional matters. But having a bad relationship with relatives and friends, especially between sisters who should be close, makes it hard for Chungwon not to feel sympathy for Shinmayan. Still, she knew she had to say something caring. There's no need to worry about things that haven't happened yet. It's better to prepare for possible problems than to be sad over imagined troubles. If you think she might cause trouble, we should prepare some plans. And since her father's career is involved, I believe he won't do anything reckless for his own future. Chungwon handed Shinmayan a warm cup of tea so she could calm down and also warm her stomach. Don't think too much. There's no need to make yourself unhappy. Chungwon comforted Shinmayan with many kind words, but she did not expect that Shinmayan's cousin was such a difficult person to deal with. After Chungwon experienced many setbacks because of her, she realized how weak and powerless her words had been. The disaster relief efforts went smoothly. The events from last night just ended, and today the refugees are much more obedient. They are honestly taking food and supplies, and those who have the strength are honestly looking for work. Overall, they are not causing any more trouble. Whenever Chungwon has free time, she quietly enters her space to watch her little sheep grow strong. Then she remembers the disaster relief task she needs to complete, like donating grain, but she knows she can't talk about this directly with Shinmayan. As an ordinary farmer woman in such a poor environment, how could she have so much grain to donate? To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chungwon quietly left after dinner one night to meet with a merchant she had known a few days ago and discuss a good deal. She has a large amount of grain, which now functions as money, an exchangeable currency. When Chungwon left, she dressed up carefully. The merchant was surprised to see her. The woman in her memory, Chungwon, did not look like this bent-over, older woman. "Boss Chun, how come you didn't recognize me? It's only been a little over half a month since we last met. You're acting as if you see a stranger now." Chungwon took off her veil, sat upright in the chair, and confidently crossed her legs, showing a relaxed, elegant style. "About the deal we discussed last time, I wonder if Boss Chun still remembers? You're leaving the county soon to do business in the West." Chungwon smiled lightly as she saw a change in Boss Chen's face. "Sorry for speaking so bluntly. If Boss Chun is truly lucky, he wouldn't want to get involved with us small folks." "Madam Chung, you're really putting me in a tough spot," Boss Chun said, quickly waving his hands. His smile also carried a hint of bitterness. "Even though I am going west, my goods are not ready yet. Didn't Madam Chung say a few days ago that you have connections and can find a large amount of grain?" Chinyu glanced toward the door. Outside, there was a cart, but he wasn't sure if the goods on it were what he wanted. "I have brought grain, of course. But I wonder if Boss Chun is ready to show his sincerity. This time, the deal with Boss Chun is different from before. I am donating 30 bushels of grain to help the refugees along the way, without asking for any payment. The rest of the grain will be sold at our usual prices as before." Chungwon roughly estimated the amount of grain stored in her warehouse. The grain accumulated from the trial fields over the past few months might not be enough to fill the entire town with rice, but it is more than enough to make 2/3 of the county see rice, but not people. Chunyu didn't expect that Chungwon, who seemed cold and uninterested, was actually someone who cared about the suffering of the common people. There are so many refugees on the road, bringing trouble to the town. Chungwon has been busy helping with porridge and doing things she shouldn't have, without a single complaint. She even actively provides a way for these refugees to survive. Thinking of this, Chunyu felt more confident that doing business with her was the right choice. Having such a kind-hearted partner, he no longer needed to worry about being deceived. "That's good, but besides rice, I wonder if Madam Chung can help me get some white sugar?" Chunyu took a small risk, hoping that the capable Madam Chung could help him solve a big problem at this moment. Now, grain is valuable. It's a hard currency that can fill stomachs. But besides grain, sugar prices are doubling every day outside. Life is hard for everyone, and no one doesn't want to taste something sweet. If Madam can get this, we will all be rich. Chunyu has almost explored all the ways in the town. Although he found someone to help buy sugar, no one could get it at the price Chungwon offered. The rice she sold him was not only 50% cheaper than the market price, but also better in quality than what was sold at the grain shops. Chen Yu now considers Chung-won a valuable partner in his business. Naturally, he is willing to put all his hopes on her alone. Anyway, if he had to figure things out on his own, he wouldn't only lack connections, but also wouldn't know how many complaints he might keep making. Can it be any kind of sugar? Chung-won still had some extra wheat in her storage. Using it to make malt sugar would probably be a good idea. Making sugar with white granulated sugar is too complicated, and she doesn't have the right raw materials either. Thinking about it now, it wouldn't be too hard for her to do these things. As long as it's sugar and tastes sweet when you eat it, that's good enough. During this festival season, who has the energy to be picky? People just buy whatever's sold at the market. Chen Yu knew Chung-won was capable and was now doing his best to praise her. As long as the sugar Chung lady sends is the best in the town, who dares say ours is not good? I just wonder when you'll be able to prepare all this sugar. Actually, I might be leaving soon. Chen Yu looked at Chung-won with sincere hope, and with such a flattering face, Chung-won found it hard to refuse. But having another business wasn't a bad thing for her. If she could make money from making malt sugar, she might even earn some extra income. Right now, the town was full of refugees, and she couldn't go to the market to buy grain and exchange it for money like before. However, after her space upgrade, she realized she could collect as much local grain as she wanted. Her space had no limit. This meant she could store as much grain as she could gather. It's a pity that this was a bad year. Otherwise, she could have made a lot of money just by buying low and selling high through middlemen. Now, she was already thinking of ways to earn money just a few days later. Thinking of this, Chung-won became more eager to make money from malt sugar. Without much hesitation, she agreed to Chen Yu's request. 5 days from now, or maybe 3, I will come back with the malt sugar. But the price will be about 30% lower than at the market. Still, even so, the price in the town, when sold in the West, would be a huge profit I can't even imagine. Even in the capital, they need to spend more money just to breathe compared to small towns like theirs. Chen Yu thought about how much money he could make from these items, so Chung-won didn't bother to calculate carefully. Although he was doing a no-cost business, not earning money would be foolish. Why let himself suffer losses for nothing? All right, whatever Lady Chung says, that's what we'll do. Just 3 days, and I'll be waiting here for Lady Chung. Seeing the price finally settled, and knowing more silver coins would come looking for him, Chen Yu was so happy he almost couldn't keep his mouth shut. He ordered his men to unload the grain from the carts outside. After personally inspecting the goods and seeing the bright white rice inside, he couldn't help but feel extremely pleased and couldn't find enough words to share his good mood. With such beautiful rice, wouldn't it sell for 40 or 50 copper coins per jean at the grain shop? But he had only spent 20 copper coins per jean and had already taken all of it. Hey, SK, no wonder he said Lady Chung was truly a benefactor to him. Chung-won walked to the door to watch them unload. The rice she produced was naturally of top quality. However, before leaving, there was one thing Chung-won needed to repeatedly emphasize to them, especially to Chen Yu. She had spent a lot of money on him, so she absolutely wouldn't allow him to do anything that could harm her interests. I told you to donate every grain of rice exactly as I said. Not a single grain less. I have my own channels to know whether you've listened to me. If I find out you haven't followed my orders, not only will we no longer work together, but I also have ways to make you pay for your greed. Chung-won stood on the high steps, giving Chen Yu a cold, sideways glance. Her icy stare made Chen Yu shiver with fear. He had some unspoken thoughts in his mind earlier, but now, after such a direct warning, he didn't dare say a word. He could only stand there, nodding quickly to show his loyalty. Lady Chung, please rest assured. With such a reliable main customer like you, I wouldn't dare to do anything shady. I'll even donate more grain to help the common people. You're a kind person, Lady Chung, and we, the little ones, will follow your lead. Chen Yu shyly rubbed his hands, looking eager to follow Lady Cheng's instructions. However, Chung-won thought it was unreliable and unnecessary to ask him to donate money together. There's no need to donate, Chung-won said coldly, raising a small, somewhat warm smile. You just need to honestly follow my instructions and make no mistakes. If you do that, I will be satisfied. Remember, we will meet here again in 3 days. Don't forget our promise. Chungwon planned to make the caramel directly in her space, using the flow of time there to fix the mistake she had made. On the way back, Chungwon adjusted her hood to hide her face from passing refugees. Just as she was about to turn the corner toward the inn, she suddenly saw lights on at the county office, not far away. Her instinct made her want to see what was happening. As she approached, she saw many carriages parked at the county office entrance. There were many people gathered around the front of the carriages, and some were getting out. From their clothes and appearance, it was clear they were wealthy. Thinking about what Shin Mayan had told her in recent days, Chungwon quickly guessed who these people might be. It seemed the county magistrate hadn't left yet, and a new magistrate was already moving in with his family. Shin Mayan's uncle was a difficult person to deal with. It looks like things are getting lively in this town lately, Chungwon said with a curious smile, but she didn't stay long. After glancing for a moment, she left. Unbeknownst to her, just as she walked away, a wealthy young lady, feeling watched, turned around uncomfortably and whispered to her maid. I don't know why, but I just felt like someone was watching me. Maybe it's because there are so many refugees here. They have no manners. The wealthy young lady shivered with disgust, as if just being looked at had contaminated her with something she dared not think about. Maybe there are really many refugees here. Didn't the master say we shouldn't go out for no reason? It's very chaotic now. Miss, we must listen to the master. If anything happens in this unfamiliar place, there will be no one to help us, the maid comforted her lady, glancing nervously toward where Chungwon had disappeared. They are really unlucky. Why was the Lord assigned to such a poor and remote place? Chungwon didn't even realize that her first encounter with the new county magistrate's daughter wasn't official. She was already being harshly looked down upon, as if she were a refugee. When she returned to the inn at night, Song Yang was still awake. He was holding a half-read book and waiting for Chungwon to come back. Deep night and heavy dew. Drink a bowl of tea before bed. If you don't, you might catch a cold, and that would be a shame. Song Yang pushed the tea he had been warming over the stove toward Chungwon. Drink some. Once you finish, you can wash up and sleep. Why didn't you ask me where I went tonight? Chungwon asked, holding a cup of tea but not in a hurry to drink. She idly twirled the cup's rim with one hand and propped her chin with the other, looking a bit upset. When I was coming back just now, I passed by the county office and saw many people there. I suddenly remembered that Shin Mayan just told me her father is being transferred elsewhere. The new magistrate is her uncle, and her sister doesn't get along well with him. A ruler's daughter, a ruler's son. Chungwon, only this evening, couldn't sleep and suddenly felt like sharing her thoughts. Do you think, because of Shin Mayan, they might deliberately cause trouble for us later? That probably won't happen. Song Yang shook his head slightly. The candle flickered on the table, casting shadows on Song Yang's slender figure. Though he looked the same as always, Chungwon couldn't help but be drawn to him, her gaze fixed on him and losing focus. Why do you say? It won't happen. Not wanting her gaze to seem too infatuated, Chungwon awkwardly cleared her throat and looked away. She stared blankly at the window, lost in thought. Do you know this magistrate? Or have you heard anything about him before? If Chungwon didn't know the magistrate, based on her understanding of Song Yang, he wouldn't be so certain about trusting someone he just met. A stranger she had never seen before. I can't say I know him. I just heard my teacher mention him a few times, Song Yang replied. He liked sharing what he knew with Chungwon. Most of the time she was the one talking to him. Song Yang is happy to be a good listener, but he cannot accept always being just a listener. This makes him feel like he cannot hold on to Chungwon, and he really dislikes this feeling. He looks at Chungwon with more gentle eyes, but because she rarely looks at him, he doesn't notice that his gaze is almost soft enough to melt. The teacher said that the county magistrate was originally a merchant, someone who traded in the market. He married his sister to Shin Daron because of a connection with the previous magistrate. Since they are now family, Shin Daron couldn't ignore his wife's brother's humble background and helped him get an official position. This story involves a past event. If Song Yang remembers correctly, the new county magistrate and the prince who is always thinking about him seem to come from the same background. Shun and was suddenly transferred away from the county city. Could there be some hidden reason? Song Yang quietly guesses in his mind, but never tells Chungwon his true identity. Until everything is settled or until he has a safe plan to protect himself, he doesn't want Chungwon to know too much. Chungwon is a capable person. If one day something happens to him because of his identity, she can still live while using her own skills. Thinking about the possible danger and unknown threats, Song Yang's gaze at Chungwon suddenly becomes a little sad. There is a deep sadness in his eyes. His slightly raised hand shows his unsettled mood. If one day something happens to me, you are willing to take care of the 3 children, or not? I will never use the children to tie you down. You can do what you want. No one in this world is your responsibility. That's an interesting and sudden thing to say. What kind of books are you reading? Why are you suddenly so emotional? Could it be that someone's tragic story is written in those books? Maybe you should read less of that. Chungwon doesn't understand why he suddenly says such things. She feels inexplicably anxious, as if her heart is overwhelmed with unease. She quickly turns her face away, not wanting to hear him say more. Before Chungwon could finish speaking, and before Song Yang could explain himself, a loud crash suddenly sounded outside their room, followed by a sharp scream, as if something heavy had fallen. It's Yao Yao. The moment Chungwon heard the noise, she immediately reacted. No one in this world knows their child better than a mother. It was Yao Yao calling out just now. But shouldn't she have been asleep by now, lying quietly in her bed? Chungwon and Song Yang rushed out of the room together. They exchanged a surprised look at the door, both showing signs of panic. Outside, Yao Yao was being protected behind Song Shi. Several boys, about the same age as Song Shi, stood in front of them. However, these boys were dressed in torn clothes, looked very thin, and seemed like refugees who had just arrived in the town. Big Brother said you found a rich family to adopt you, and you'll be different from us now. I didn't believe it before, but now I see you're protecting this girl for no reason. Turns out, you've really risen in the world. The boy at the front looked at Song Shi with a careless attitude. He spat on the ground and then looked up with some resentment. You should be the one suffering the most in this world. Why are you being protected now? And taking care of this little girl? Do you see her as your sister? His eyes were full of resentment, making Yao Yao afraid and step back several paces. Her big eyes blinked nervously at the boy, while her hands tightly clutched Song Shi's sleeve. At first, she bit her lip, afraid to speak, but then she hesitantly asked, "Brother, are they your friends?" Song Shi shook his head coldly, but he tightened his grip on Yao Yao's wrist. "Stay behind me and don't move. I will protect you, no matter what." Song Shi wouldn't let them hurt Yao Yao because of his own problems. He wanted to protect the sister, his only sister now. Song Shi looked at Zhu Er, who was holding a knife tightly in his hand, with a blank expression. When he approached earlier, Zhu Er kept his hand hidden in his sleeve. Song Shi saw a quick flash of light, but this time Zhu Er was coming straight at him. Does he want to take his life? If he dares, then come and try. Anyway, Song Shi no longer owes him anything. This time, he won't let them go easily like before. He stayed still to protect Yao Yao. But Zhu Er's eyes, like they were poisoned, stared tightly at Song Shi. Zhu Er, who should have been the one to attack, was now so scared that he wavered slightly. He quickly reacted and stood there, sneering. "You think I don't dare? We can trade lives. I want to send you to be buried with my sister." Thinking of his smiling sister, who he would never see again, Zhu Er's face twisted with hatred. He looked at Song Shi with a vengeful glare and said, "Everyone in this world deserves a good life, except you. If I can't forget the screams of pain they made lying on the ground, if I can't forget their blood flowing like a river in front of me, and if I can't forget all that, then why should you forget?" Zhu Er moved closer to Song Shi step by step, while Song Shi kept pulling Yao Yao back. Zhu Er had a knife. If he only wanted to hurt Song Shi, he wouldn't need to threaten him like this. Song Shi would have stepped back without hesitation. But now Zhu Er was threatening Yao Yao. He had no choice but to take Yao Yao somewhere safe. Their room was just a few steps away. Song Shi decided that after he put Yao Yao in Chungwon's room, he would come out and settle things with Zhu Er once and for all. If one of them had to die to end this chaos, so be it. Let them see who can truly become the other's victim. I won't forget. Song, she said quietly, each step calculating the distance between him and Chungwan's room. Yao Yao's big, round eyes were filled with fear. Her fingertips, clutching Song Shi's sleeve, turned white. She was too nervous to let go, and she lowered her voice to ask her new older brother, "Brother, can we run downstairs together and find someone to help? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." When Song Shi heard the words about killing the young girl, his eyes instantly filled with anger and hatred directed at Zhu Er. "I won't take her with me, but if it's a trade, do you really think you can compete with me?" Song Shi pushed away Yao Yao's hand, which was clutching his sleeve, and one by one, he gently pried her fingers apart. Seeing her silently crying, he stiffly forced out his first smile of the night. "Take care of yourself. If anything happens, go to your father or Aunt Chung." After saying this, Song Shi clenched his fists tightly and charged forward, trying to block Zhu Er's sword with his bare fists. Yao Yao felt that this was the most brutal scene she had ever seen since she became aware. It was the first time she saw someone use a knife to attack another person. It was also the first time she saw flesh and blood being cut open, with blood flowing out rapidly. She saw Zhu Er being knocked to the ground by Song Shi. His knife was kicked far away, but the people Zhu Er brought kept attacking Song Shi, each punch hitting him hard. Yao Yao even saw Song Shi spitting blood. She had always disliked her sudden older brother, but now, seeing him about to die, she couldn't hold back her tears and started to cry painfully. When Yao Yao saw someone pick up the knife and aim to stab Song Shi, she couldn't help but scream loudly. Her scream drew the attention of the attacker, who then looked at her and raised the knife, as if coming for her. The sharp knife flickered with a bright, piercing light under the candle flame. Terrified, Yao Yao fell to the ground, not expecting the knife to come toward her or that they would actually want to hurt her. I'm not afraid of you. Yao Yao is a brave girl. My parents will come to protect me. I will never beg for mercy." Tears of fear streamed down Yao Yao's face, but she still tried to control her fear. Even if she had to die here with her brother today, she absolutely could not lose her parents' face. "You little girl still has some courage. But who asked you to become a family with him now? Anyway, we've long given up on life. Since we are all destined to die, I might as well pull you down with me. On the way to the underworld. At least we can have company, right?" The boy who was about to attack looked at Yao Yao's soft and cute face. At first, he couldn't help but make a move. But then, thinking of this little girl calling Song Shi brother so affectionately, the boy suddenly hardened his heart. Just as he was about to stab the knife into Yao Yao's chest, a force suddenly pushed him in the chest, making him lose his balance. He tumbled down the stairs and accidentally cut his own arm with the knife. Yao Yao saw Song Yang kick away the person who was about to hurt her. Overwhelmed with sadness, she couldn't hold back her tears and started crying loudly. At this moment, the girl, who was nearsighted, suddenly realized what a savior looked like. If her parents hadn't appeared suddenly, she couldn't imagine how terrible it would have been if she had been stabbed. She would have been in a very sad state now. Yao Yao cried out loudly, feeling wronged. But then she remembered that Song Shi was being beaten badly, so she immediately pointed in front of her and told Chungwan and Song Yang, "Dad, Mom, please help my brother. Save him. He'll be killed if they keep beating him. He will definitely be killed." When Yao Yao looked towards Song Shi, she saw him still being trampled and beaten by those people. The refugees didn't feel afraid because Chungwan and Song Yang arrived. They continued to cause trouble as usual. Zhu Er even looked at Song Yang with a malicious smile and increased the force of his foot pressing on Song Shi's chest. He sneered and said to Song Shi, who was coughing up blood in pain, "Are these the two people who adopted you? You think they can change anything just because they're here? I can still kill you." Zhu Er, fearless, pressed harder on Song Shi's wounds. "People like us, who are no different from mud, won't be missed when we die. Do you really think they see you as their son? I think you'd better go down and join your unfortunate family. Maybe if you're reborn, you can be with them again." "Really? Can I be with them again?" Song Shi was originally holding Zhu Er's leg to prevent him from stepping on his wound, so the sharp pain wouldn't keep tormenting his nerves. But when he heard Zhu Er say that he could spend time with his family, Song Shi felt an uncontrollable heartbeat. He had always felt sorry for his family. They sacrificed a lot to let him live alone. If he could go back, Song Shi would willingly die alone. Living isn't always the way to happiness. Sometimes, being the only one left in this world is a kind of torment, an unforgettable, deep pain. Zhu Er expected Song Shi to waver, so when he saw Song Shi struggling like a dying dog at his feet, he laughed even more wildly. Cheng Wan and Song Yang stood nearby, watching them. Neither of them rushed to help Song Shi. They stopped at the same time, just watching this scene unfold. Now, there was something more important than saving him. Should they save Song Shi? Of course, the answer was yes. They were now a family, and he had just been hurt badly to protect Yao Yao. But no matter how important saving someone is, if a person has no will to live and only wants to die, even if you offer them a way out, they won't look at it. Instead, they might think you're blocking their search for happiness. Perhaps on this escape journey, Song Shi had many regrets and suffered a lot. But these regrets weren't only his. He wasn't the only one suffering on this road. After everything, he finally understood that Cheng Wan's saving him was meaningful. Yao Yao didn't understand why her father and mother still hadn't moved. She also didn't understand why her new older brother, who had just been determined to survive, now only wanted to die. Tears kept flowing from Yao Yao's eyes. Cheng Wan let her cling to his arm, repeatedly praying for her to save him, but he remained unmoved. Is the person who has passed away more important, or does living mean you shouldn't cherish the living? Most of the time, Yao Yao found things a bit too annoying. She couldn't help but speak up to remind Song Shi. I don't know what your sister was like before, but your current sister is here asking you to live. If your past family members could give their lives so you could survive, it shows they were willing to do anything for you. So, do you want their sacrifices to be wasted now? I don't want that. After hearing what Cheng Wan said, Song Shi's eyes widened with pain, and tears of blood streamed down his face. I don't want their sacrifices to be fake or worthless. I want to live well. I want to keep living. Song Shi reached out and grabbed Zhu Er's leg. This time, he was determined to fight to survive, unlike before when he had no will to live. Seeing him finally wake up, Song Yang stepped forward and kicked Zhu Er away. He and his men didn't spare any of the others. They all knocked them to the ground. Zhu Er and the refugees on the ground cried out in pain, but no one felt sorry for them. Cheng Wan wanted them to pay the price for her rashness and cruelty this time. Yao Yao hurriedly climbed down from Song Yang's body to help the person she truly saw as her brother, Song Shi, up from the ground. She kept sniffling but was afraid her tears would make Song Shi's wounds hurt more, so she forced herself to hold back her tears. I'm your sister. From now on, only Yao Yao is your sister, okay? Yao Yao took Song Shi's hand and gently stroked her face with it. Softly but with a hint of firmness, she said, You promised Dad and Mom to protect me well. From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to die. You have to live for me. Yao Yao didn't really understand what she was saying. Her words were mostly jumbled. Yao Yao remembered hearing people say these words to the helpless, lying refugees she passed by in recent days. Every time they said this, the weak, dying people would show a grateful smile. She didn't quite understand, just words, yet they seemed so powerful. Now, after she finished speaking, Song Shi, lying in her arms, suddenly smiled brightly. In that moment, Yao Yao understood the power of words, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. I will protect you well. Song Shi trembled as he reached out to touch Yao Yao's cheek. Even though every movement of his lips caused him sharp pain, he was willing to endure it so that Yao Yao could see his bright smile. I am your brother, and you are my sister. Yes, you must always remember that you are my good brother who will protect me. Yao Yao's smile was very happy, but on the other side, Cheng Wan and Song Yang looked at Zhu Er with fierce expressions. Their eyes were cold, and today's events would not end so easily. Who told you we live here? And who gave you the courage to attack us in public? Chungwon was not afraid of these cowardly fools. She believed she could easily handle 2 of them with one hand. Do I need to say more? Zhu Er supported himself on the ground and spat out a mouthful. He challenged Chungwon with a raised eyebrow, a refugee being adopted by city residents. Do you think he doesn't have eyes watching him? Especially since you all are so kind to this refugee. Who wouldn't say you're fools? Zhu Er chuckled mockingly, almost sneering at them. He was just with your daughter, kneeling on the ground begging me to let them go. I was about to show mercy and let your daughter go, but she refused to leave him, calling out brother over and over. Zhu Er suddenly started laughing at himself. He somehow found the strength and struggled to crawl up from the ground. He used to have a sister, but she died tragically. Now your daughter keeps calling him brother.
Do you think
he might kill your daughter? I think you want to die, and you're eager to do so, not wanting to live at all, right? Chungwon was furious. She always thought she was a patient person, but right now she wished they would just die and be done with it. Song Yang noticed her mood was off and quickly stepped forward to pat her shoulder to comfort her. Why get so angry because of them? They acted according to the law and discipline and were sent to the official office. Right now, everyone is impatient with the refugees. If they want to seek death by themselves and starve, we have no way to stop them. Song Yang kept trying to comfort Chungwon, but Chungwon just couldn't swallow her anger. As the saying goes, patience makes you angrier, and sometimes stepping back makes things worse. She wanted to send them to the official office, but now she wouldn't let them go so easily. Now you're here, with no one around. Even if you're missing arms or legs, no one will know it was us. Just now, you were so cruel to my 2 children. Retribution is fair, and I will make sure I get my revenge on you. Chungwon clenched her fists and punched several times, hitting Zhu Er directly in the chest. Song Yang was terrified by her behavior. He quickly stepped forward and held Chungwon back. If he didn't stop her now, she seemed ready to seriously hurt Zhu Er. He made a mistake, and there are laws to punish him. What you're doing now is a legal punishment, and you'll be punished too. Song Yang held onto Chungwon tightly, trying to stop her from hitting Zhu Er. Do you want to leave a bad impression on the children? Do you want them to learn that violence is the answer? Seeing that he couldn't hold her back, Song Yang used the children as an excuse. The children learn everything from you. Do you really want them to think? Don't use the children to argue with me. The injuries on his body are just from their fight. It has nothing to do with me. Who can prove I hit him? Who can prove these wounds weren't caused by them on the road? Chungwon delivered one last punch to Zhu Er's face. Her cold heart was not shaken by Song Yang's words. Instead, her resolve grew stronger. Then her gaze shifted to the refugees who hadn't been hit. She showed no attempt to hide her intimidation.
What else did you see?
What do you think is the truth? Those who are not obedient will always have a bad ending. Or, do you think dying is no big deal, and you want to add more to the count? Everyone present was stunned for a few seconds by Chungwon's words. Even Song Shi, who was lying on the ground with no strength left, was slightly shaken and moved by her words. He used to think that Chungwon looked gentle and kind, and in fact, she was also gentle and kind. She was the kind of woman who would never say sharp or harsh words. But he didn't expect her to be so forceful and impatient when solving problems. Even those of us who have survived dangerous situations like refugees could only admit defeat when facing her now. This is not the time for fleeing anymore. Although they no longer face real danger to their lives, and they can pretend to be fierce, they have lost the courage they once had during their escape. Chungwon and Song Yang caught Zhu Er and the others and took them to the government office. Seeing more refugees causing trouble, especially a few children acting so wildly, people's impressions of refugees worsened. The next day, Zhu Er and the others were displayed at the porridge stall. Even though they were children, everyone hated refugees so much that no one felt sorry for them or secretly fed them food. Instead, everyone pointed fingers at them behind their backs, wishing they would just starve to death. But those are stories for later. After sending them to the authorities, Chungwon hurriedly applied medicine to Song Shi's wounds. I actually had a rough idea of your injuries, but seeing how serious they're still made me uncomfortable. I should have hit him 2 more times, maybe even kept him from getting out of bed for the rest of his life. Whenever Chungwon saw the bloodied wounds on Song-shi, she remembered how much she had wanted to strangle Zhu Er earlier. I'm not sad at all about these injuries. Song-shi didn't feel any pain from his wounds now. Instead, he was happy that he was hurt this time. If I hadn't been injured, I wouldn't have known that Yao Yao really considers me her older brother. She's a kind girl, and she doesn't look down on me just because of my past. To be recognized by her like this is a dream I never dared to imagine. Song-shi clenched his teeth to endure the pain, feeling extremely happy inside. Father and mother really treat me as their son. I am no longer the person with nothing on the escape route. This was a confession, or perhaps he was revealing his heart to them. Chungwon truly felt that she had never met a child so sensible before. A wave of bittersweet feelings and heartache arose in her. What are you saying? We have already become one family. You are a good child, and you care for Yao Yao, your father, and I see that from the bottom of our hearts. As parents, we never ask for anything from our children. We only hope they can live good lives. When they grow up, they can support each other. No matter how much we do or how much hardship we endure along the way for you, we do it willingly. Song-young also carefully helped Song-shi clean his wounds. He sprinkled good medicine powder on his injuries, and soon the bleeding stopped. Yao Yao and Song-mu were not here. Only the two of them and Song-shi were in the room, so he dared to speak openly. He spoke very seriously, without a hint of joking. I also have a sister. My parents had 3 or 4 children. Since I am the oldest, I have taken on the responsibility of caring for my younger siblings since I was young. I never saw my brothers and sisters as a burden. I was happy to dedicate myself to them. As long as they can live well, I, as their older brother, am happy. When Song-shi talked about the past, his voice started to sound distant and uncontrollable. I thought our family could live together peacefully like this. But then the famine started. I, who always dedicated myself to my younger siblings, was helpless. I watched them die one after another right in front of me. That Zhu Er, he argued with me on the way during the escape. My sister died at his hands, and his sister died at mine. But I didn't have time to hold a grudge against him for that. Before I could, he already thought his sister's death was my fault and came to seek revenge. Talking about the heartbreaking loss of his family, Song-shi didn't shed many tears. Maybe the journey of fleeing the famine had already dried his tears, or perhaps he had decided to look forward to a new life, no longer dwelling on past pain. So you, Chungwon hesitated, unable to continue asking, what do you think now in your heart? To live well, and to live well for them too. Song-shi finally showed the brightest smile Chungwon had seen from him in all their time together. I have a new home, a new sister, and loving parents who care for me. I know from now on I am no longer alone like before. I am a completely new person now. Song-shi held Song-yang's hand and said very seriously, without any hesitation, from now on, I will study hard with my father, just like my brother. Learning can change my brother's future, and I believe it can also change mine.
Song-yang agreed to Song-shi.
Teaching one person to read is teaching, and teaching 3 people is still teaching. As long as the children are willing to study well, there is no reason for the parents not to let them learn. Chungwon stayed in Song-shi's room for a long time, listening to him talk about many past things. She felt deep sympathy for this child, from her heart. When she returned to her own room, it was almost dawn, and it was time to start working. But Chungwon did not forget her task of making maltose. She took wheat out of the storage warehouse and began making maltose using traditional methods. The process of making maltose is very simple. The only trouble is that it takes time. First, soak the wheat. Because time flows 20 times faster outside, what normally takes a whole night of soaking now only takes about half an hour. Spread the sprouted wheat onto the prepared sprouting tray. Now she has to wait 3 to 4 days. But at this moment, she only needs to wait 1 day. Once everything was ready, Chungwon, feeling sleepy, yawned several times. She lay down on her bed and fell into a deep sleep. But unlike yesterday, when she slept until late morning, she woke up quickly after hearing the first rooster crow. Today, she still had things to do. She needed to take Song-shi to the clinic to check his injuries and also buy some pens, ink, paper, and inkstones for Song-mu and the others to study. Because she left in a hurry, some details were not thought through carefully. Song-young was going back to the academy to study today. As for Song-mu, it was not practical to send him alone back to the village to study. Chung-won was worried about him staying alone in the village. So, she could only take Song-young with her to bring Song-mu to the academy. Although she might not receive direct guidance from the headmaster, Lin Sijia has been at the academy these days. After all, she is his disciple, and a teacher can't ignore her. Chung-won took her 2 children to the clinic. Yao Yao was worried about Song-shi's injury. Even while eating her favorite small steamed buns and dumplings, she couldn't enjoy her meal. Nothing tasted good. Is your brother's injury really okay? Yao Yao asked Chung-won after every bite. Even though she was a cute, soft, and adorable little girl, Chung-won found her questions a bit overwhelming. Before she could get impatient and reply, Song-shi spoke first. I'm fine. I can eat a whole basket of small buns by myself today. I still feel a little pain, but aren't we going to see the doctor soon? Song-shi looked at Yao Yao with gentle eyes. Trust me, eat your food well, okay? After we finish, we will see the doctor. The doctor will heal my injury and then I can study with you. The doctor will heal your injury and I'm happy about that. But I don't want to study with you, Yao Yao said with a pout. Please eat your food properly. Don't look at me like that. I'll be sad if either you or your brother get hurt. This girl really is clever. If Chung-won were a bit more naive or slow, she might have missed that Yao Yao was teasing her and Song-shi about her jealousy. The family of 3 finished their meal. Chung-won followed the familiar path to find a doctor. This was her first time seriously visiting a clinic. She had seen doctors on the street before, but never spoken to one. Of course, Chung-won didn't think meeting a doctor was something to be happy about. Suddenly, she remembered that her space still had some ginseng and lingji that she hadn't sold yet. She had planned to keep them for emergencies. Now, she wondered if the clinic would buy them. It wasn't that she suddenly found it inconvenient to sell directly to her space. After trading with her space many times, Chung-won realized that regardless of the age of the lingji or ginseng, her space always bought them at a fixed price of 100 taels of silver. If it were just ordinary herbs, the difference in years wouldn't matter much and wouldn't cause her much loss. But this reishi mushroom and ginseng are not common herbs and naturally, they are not cheap. So, after confirming with the doctor that Song-shi's injuries were not serious, Chung-won took out the ginseng she had already prepared to show the doctor. The doctor hadn't seen such a high-quality ginseng in a long time. At first glance, he couldn't hide his surprise and almost wanted to hold the ginseng in his hands, examining it carefully. Such a good item. This ginseng is really excellent. With such good quality and age, I haven't seen anything like it in many years. Lady, are you planning to keep it for yourself or sell it to our clinic? A treasure like this, if kept, would be worth a lot. The doctor would be more than happy to pay 120 taels of silver for it. What's a few hundred taels of silver compared to such a rare find? This kind of ginseng is priceless. I dug it up a few days ago in the mountains. Knowing how expensive it is, I was very careful and wanted to ask you first, doctor. Since I've brought it out, I definitely want to sell it. What price can you offer? If it's fair, we can make the deal now. There are many ginsengs in the mountains, and the space reminds her where these rare herbs are dug up. Chung-won thought that keeping it was fine, but selling it for money was also a good idea. 200 taels of silver. If that's acceptable, I can buy this ginseng right now. The doctor was very happy when he heard Chung-won wanted to sell. His eyes widened with excitement. Whether for family heirlooms or selling to others, 200 taels of silver was a good deal for him. Chung-won was also very satisfied with this price. It's not that she isn't someone who compares prices. If she really wanted to, someone would pay more than 200 taels to buy her ginseng. But right now, she just needed the money and didn't want to spend extra effort on bargaining. Since she thought the doctor's offer was fair, she didn't say more and happily agreed to the deal. She was about to give the ginseng to the doctor when a wealthy-looking young girl entered the clinic and headed straight for the ginseng in her hand. I also want such a fine item. 200 taels of silver is not enough to match the true value of this ginseng. I am willing to add another 100 taels. Since you are trying to earn money, you probably won't mind having more, right? The girl who entered was dressed very elegantly, and it was not an exaggeration to say she was the most flamboyantly dressed woman she had seen since arriving in the town. She wore a long yellow dress with wide sleeves embroidered with light green patterns, a sheer yellow veil, a slim waist, and a light green belt decorated with jade. Her appearance clearly showed she came from a noble family. With such a background, it was unlikely she would hesitate or feel uncomfortable about paying a large sum, even thousands of taels, for something she wanted. A guest of such high status was not someone the doctor could afford to offend. Seeing the visitor wanting the ginseng, the doctor, no matter how reluctant, had to give it up. If Miss wishes to have it, I will sell it to her. I will go inside to check on my son's health. The doctor sensed that this young lady was not someone easy to deal with, so he dared not argue over the item. He changed the subject and went into the house. Yao Yao and Song Shi were both inside, and Chungwon was supposed to go in and see as well. But she had a feeling that this woman was coming for her, and her purpose might not be just to buy the ginseng. Thinking that she was once again being targeted by a stranger, especially a new face, Chungwon could easily guess her identity. She had just arrived in the town and was immediately after her. It was clear that this young lady was indeed her caring cousin. The ginseng is here and it doesn't need to cost 300 taels. Since the doctor already gave it to the young lady earlier, just 200 taels will do. The visitor's intentions were unclear. Although she wanted to make money, Chungwon didn't plan to ask for more from her. 200 taels was just right. Since I said 300 taels, I mean every single coin. I don't need such a small amount of silver, but I do need that item of yours to use as a medicinal guide. I heard that Lady Ching is very famous at the county market. Perhaps we can do some business together, which could also be the first step in our friendship. Wang Wanwan took out a silver note for 300 taels from her sleeve and handed it to Chungwon. She smiled warmly and said, "Since Lady Chung can be friends with my sister, there's no reason for her to be enemies with me, her older sister. I am new here and unfamiliar with everything, so I hope Lady Chung can help me a bit. Miss Huang, you're being too polite. Our statuses are worlds apart. I don't have the right to help you. Now, with so many refugees in the county, you should be careful when you go out. Don't let anyone take advantage of you and hurt your noble body." Chungwon knew that Huang Wanwan and Shin Mayan didn't get along. Since she was now considered Shin Mayan's friend, she needed to keep some distance from her. Huang Wanwan's sudden visit made her wonder what her real intentions were. Chungwon didn't want to do anything that would harm her own interests. Only a fool would do such a thing, and she was a smart person. How could they possibly hurt me? I may seem delicate, but I am not as helpless as Lady Chung thinks. I sincerely want to be friends with her. If she refuses my kindness and keeps thinking about my sister, that wouldn't be good. Huang Wanwan opened the red cloth wrapping the ginseng, carefully counting the tiny ginseng roots, smiling brightly. Since Lady Chung has so many ways to get rice, and is willing to help the common people without caring about money, I believe she has strong backing. If she's so capable, why not open a shop dedicated to this? I could invest too. Huang Wanwan had already thoroughly investigated Chungwon. When a powerful new figure appeared in the county, she had to find out everything about her. Chungwon was truly a friend worth deepening her relationship with. Huang Wanwan's smile carried a hidden meaning, but Chungwon disliked her calculating gaze. However, since she came from a noble family and was clearly trying to scheme against her, Chungwon couldn't openly confront her. However, Huang Wanwan is quite interesting. She is investigating herself and doesn't even hide her curiosity about her own investigation. As for opening a shop, Chungwon has thought about it for a long time but hasn't found the right opportunity or the right place. Although working together with Huang Wanwan is like playing with fire, who says that walking on a tightrope isn't fun? Shin Mayan has always worried that her cousin might cause trouble for them regarding the refugee issue. But if they can get this cousin to join their side, whether Huang Wanwan is sincere or not, at least they can keep track of her movements and avoid trouble. Thinking of this, Chungwon decisively kicks the ball back to Huang Wanwan. "So, Miss Huang, where do you think would be a good place for a shop?" Chungwon has already made up her mind. Since she decided to pass the responsibility, She might as well act as a hands-off manager. Are you willing to let me choose the location, Miss Chung? That's quite surprising. Are you going to let me handle the money too? Huang Wanwan raised an eyebrow, giving her the opportunity to choose without hesitation. Although they are supposed to be friends, Chung Wan's straightforwardness seems a bit too much. Huang Wanwan lifted her chin, sensing something was off. She had a smile on her face, and with her other hand, she pointed her index finger at Chung Wan. Since I am paying and choosing the place, I should also name the shop. If you're willing to work for me, I can't refuse your kindness, right? After saying this, Huang Wanwan didn't expect a reply from Chung Wan. She was helped to her feet by her maid. Her thin body, wrapped in a yellow dress, made her look even more fragile, as if she could fall with the slightest breeze. Since you've decided to do business with me, my sincerity is in silver. But Chung Wan, you need to show me your sincerity too. I want to meet Shin Mayan in person and have her visit my home. At this moment, Huang Wanwan's face was no longer the gentle smile from before. Instead, it carried a cold, poisonous look. Her eyes shone with a chilling light, like ice shards, making people feel a shiver down their spine. Chung Wan couldn't help but stand up and look into her eyes. She slightly tilted her head and said, I heard you two are enemies. Shin Mayan once cried in front of her because of Huang Wanwan. Just because Chung Wan Yuan was willing to do business with her didn't mean Shin Mayan also wanted to work with her rival in the same venture. Chung Wan Yuan believed she was not someone who forced others. She had no intention of agreeing to Huang Wanwan's request. I will pass your message to her, but if she doesn't want to see me, I can't do anything about it. If this means we can't do business together, then there's nothing I can do. It just means there isn't a good connection between Miss Huang and me. Just tell her that Huang Xian is also here. Shin Mayan may not want to see me, but I believe she would rather not see Huang Xian. Huang Wanwan looked confident, with no hint of joking.
Just send her that message.
I'm afraid she won't just visit me willingly. Even if I don't want to meet her, she might come begging to see me. When she said this last part, her voice rose slightly, and she coughed several times. Her maid, worried about her health, showed clear concern. Miss, you should rest when you go back. The doctor warned us many times that your body can't handle such strain. We finally stopped the medicine, and you must not drink it 3 times a day like before. Who's that delicate? Huang Wanwan didn't take her maid's words seriously. Before leaving, she emphasized again with Chung Wan Yuan. I give you 3 days to think. If after 3 days I can meet the person I want to see, our partnership will begin. But if I don't meet that person, Huang Wanwan didn't hide her threat. Since you're smart, you should know that the people don't fight the officials. That's an old rule. Watching Huang Wanwan leave, Chung Wan Yuan felt she was being threatened, but didn't feel particularly upset. Huang Wanwan wasn't as difficult as she had imagined. At first glance, she seemed quite easy to get along with. As for the person called Huang Xian, Chung Wan Yuan was indeed curious about who he was. But just a name was enough to make Shin Mayan, who had cried over Huang Wanwan, willing to meet her lifelong rival. Chung Wan watched a lively event. She returned to the inn with her 2 children. Because of what happened last night, she didn't feel comfortable leaving the children alone at the inn, so she specifically asked Uncle Neo to help take care of them. Now that the county has a new magistrate, the old rules no longer apply to them. Uncle Neo had planned to go back with the village chief today, but when he heard Chung Wan needed someone to watch the children and that he would be paid, he immediately agreed. Being a farmer, he was reliable to stay with the children. Chung Wan felt at ease knowing he was there. Since it was still early, she quickly took the message from Huang Wanfan to Shin Mayan. As for Song Yang, he was studying at the academy with the children, but he encountered something that made him unhappy. After not seeing his old classmates for a long time, instead of greeting each other politely, they started to mock him harshly. Who do I think this is? Turns out it's Song Yang, the disciple of our mountain master. A man in a blue robe, swinging a folding fan, strolled slowly into the academy gate. He carried a newly bought book and wore a jade pendant that jingled as he moved. The beads hanging from his fans sparkled in the sunlight. It was obvious he came from a wealthy family, Song Mu thought to himself. Song Mu stood behind Song Yang. He didn't like the student walking in front of him. Although the student looked rich and noble, his words and actions showed he was a troublemaker. He was at the academy just to wear nice clothes and learn a few words to impress others. Songmu didn't bother to look at the newcomer. Instead, he started to observe other parts of the academy. The student saw the disdain in Songmu's eyes. He immediately jumped like a mouse caught by the tail, glaring at Songmu with hatred. "You're just a young kid, and you dare to look at me like that? Do you think I have the same status as someone like you? You're just a wild kid from the countryside. Even if you read a few poems, it won't change the fact that you have dirty blood. You're just like your father, lowly and worthless." As soon as the student finished speaking, Song Yang immediately frowned. He looked at the student with a hostile and impatient expression, about to scold him. Just then, another person entered from the academy gate, opening his mouth first. "I've always said that in our country, there are scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants. Since you don't have any official titles yet, you're just considered a farmer." Song Xuesher has already been recommended by the Mountain Master as a child student. After the upcoming New Year's exam, he will become a formal student and your status will be completely different. With your abilities, are you sure you have the right to say such harsh words? Huang Xian chuckled twice. At this moment, many students had gathered around. When they heard that the Mountain Master had given the only precious spot to Song Yang, they all looked at him with envy. Some even dropped their books on the ground in frustration. Although the least educated among them was a child student, they all got in through their own efforts. Unlike Song Yang, who was recommended without relying on his own skills. Seeing how easily he could get this honor, everyone felt angry and unfair. But then, thinking about his relationship with the Mountain Master, most of them only muttered silently, not daring to show their true feelings. The student who had mocked Song Yang earlier was now so upset that he even threw away his folding fan. "A mere commoner like you, associating with us, is already a disgrace to our status. Now you even resort to shady tricks. You really are getting more and more shameless. If the Mountain Master is willing to give my father this chance, then my father is worthy of it." "What's shameful about that?" "What's truly shameful are you all. Everyone here is a child student, but how many are scholars or successful candidates? You're in the best academy in Wulong County, yet you don't seem to take this opportunity to study hard?" Song Mu couldn't stand their language and their shady intentions to scheme against Song Yang. He stepped forward to speak for Song Yang, standing in front of him in a protective stance. Though small and delicate, his words were firm and clear to everyone. "Being able to have the Mountain Master give this opportunity to my father is also my father's own ability, just like all of you." Song Mu's calm gaze swept over all the students present, including Huang Xian. "Everyone here at Wulong County's best academy, Qingshan Academy, is famous for its reputation, yet you all are still just children. Tasks that can be done by 7 or 8-year-olds are still beyond you at 20. All you do is argue with others and write foolish articles. How can anyone take your work seriously?" Song Mu's words were quite harsh. Many students present immediately looked upset. Huang Xian, curious and eager to learn, shifted his gaze from Song Yang to Song Mu with a playful look in his eyes. "This is interesting. After so many years apart, not only has his good friend become sharp-tongued, but he also has a family now." And suddenly, a wild child appears. The students at the academy were even more angry because of Song Mu's words. However, since they were inside the academy and under the headmaster's favor, they dared not openly show their anger. When Song Yang and Song Mu left the academy, they were followed by only one person. On the less busy streets of the county town, Song Yang and Song Mu walked together, with Huang Xian trailing behind. "Yan's letter said you've been studying again, but I didn't believe it. You were so determined to leave the academy before. Why not stay with us? You looked so firm back then, I still remember clearly. How come you've changed your mind so quickly?" Huang Xian patted Song Mu on the shoulder. As soon as he did, Song Yang's brows furrowed visibly. Seeing this, Huang Xian smiled even more happily. "Look at your cautious eyes. We're brothers. I wouldn't do anything to your child. By the way, he should call me uncle. The first time we met, I forgot to bring a gift. Huang Xian didn't hide his words from Song Yang. He looked at the child with a warmer gaze. Call me uncle quickly. Once you do, I'll give you this beautiful jade pendant.
Such a fine thing.
If you stay with your father, you might never see it in your life. Huang Xian spoke without concern for Song Yang's displeasure. Song Yang didn't plan to argue with him or even pay attention to him. Song Mu quickly sensed that the aura of the person in front of him was unusual. He curled his lips into a small smile. Despite his young age, he spoke sarcastically, and his harsh words sounded just as sharp as those of an adult. If you are really as impressive as you seem, why are you not studying at the academy like my father's age? Instead, you just wandered around the gate and left. Song Mu looked at Huang Xian from head to toe, his gaze playful and teasing. You're from far away, that's nice. But I wonder, did you come here to escape from someone you offended, or are you involved in some secret mischief? When Huang Xian heard Song Mu speak to him like that, his face visibly darkened. He pressed his tongue against the soft inside of his mouth. If they weren't in a public place, he might have argued with a child. But he really wanted Song Mu to understand how high and mighty he was. Huang Xian took a step forward, and Song Yang immediately moved with him, standing firmly in front of his child. Young children like this, Brother Huang, why bother arguing with a kid? Besides, whether what he said is true or not, only you yourself know the answer. Song Yang's face was calm and his tone was even. You came back suddenly. Many people in Wulong County probably haven't even seen you. Why waste time on us old friends? Besides, with the refugee crisis now, you also need to help Uncle. I will certainly help my father, Huang Xian chuckled. But speaking of refugees, he chuckled loudly. Haha, Song Yang, let's use this refugee issue to see who wins. There will be many more such lively events in the future. Before leaving, Huang Xian took off the jade pendant hanging at his waist and handed it to Song Mu. He also smiled and patted the other charm pouch hanging at Song Mu's waist, then tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on Song Yang. The lady's cooking skills look very good. I wonder when I might have the chance to meet her. It would be nice to chat with her, even though we don't know each other. Huang Xian's boisterous laughter echoed as he left. Song Yang watched his back and only felt it was very glaring. He held Song Mu's hand and said on the way back, "Don't tell your mother about today's matter. This person is a hot potato. If it's not necessary, don't get involved with him." The new county magistrate from the royal family. The waters of Wulong County are becoming more and more muddled, as if someone is stirring them up. But no one knows who is truly behind the scenes causing this chaos. Mother will be upset when she finds out about this. It might cause her trouble. I understand how important this is, so I won't tell her anything. Song Mu considers this a little secret between him and Song Yang. As the man of the house, he must protect the women in the family. He needs to protect his sister and his mother. Song Yang nods. The situation is very complicated now with many changes. They can do only so much, just want to keep their family safe and sound. Chengwan doesn't know she's being watched. She arrives at Shen's house, where Shen Mayan is tidying up some things they don't need right now, preparing to move to a new home with her father. She stays alone here, leaving some trusted people to keep her safe and storing valuable items. There's not much else to pack. When she sees Chengwan, Shen Mayan happily welcomes her inside, eager to share the good news she heard today. But she notices Chengwan's face doesn't look very good. What's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Are you feeling unwell? Shen Mayan sits her down and looks at her with concern. Your health is the most important. If you're not feeling well, you should see a doctor soon. Otherwise, you might develop some health issues and only you will suffer. Seeing Shen Mayan's care, Chengwan feels more hesitant to speak. But she thinks if anyone is making things difficult for her, it's not herself. She's just a messenger. If this deal falls through, it won't be a big loss for her. She still has a lot of money left, and opening a shop is also an option. There might be troublemakers coming to cause problems, but she can handle it. So Chengwan gathers her courage and tells Shen Mayan everything Huang Wanju asked her to pass on, exactly as she was told. Her meaning is clear, but from the way she speaks, it seems she is sure that once you hear the name Huang Xian, you will go to find her. You are related to the Huang family, This Huang Xian also has the surname Huang. Is he your cousin or your younger brother? When Shen Mian heard the name Huang Xian, her face instantly changed. She clenched her fists nervously, showing visible panic. I was arranged to marry him since childhood. My father plans to wait a couple of years before I marry him. But I don't like the Huang family. I don't want to live with my cousin in the future. I also don't like my older brother. Shen Mian's eyes turned red, tears streaming down her face, looking very pitiful, like a little rabbit. Even Chengwan, who is usually cold-hearted, felt a surge of compassion for her. Chengwan firmly grabbed Shen Mian's hand, forcing her to stay calm. She stared deeply into Shen Mian's eyes, making her stay calm. If you don't want to marry him, then don't. We have many ways to refuse this marriage. The most important thing now is for you to understand whether Huang Wanyan and her brother are truly on the same side. If she also doesn't want this marriage to happen, then she is our ally. And we need to consider the current situation in Wulong County. Chengwan carefully explained every word to Shen Mian, making sure she understood clearly. Your father has left Wulong County. The new county magistrate, your uncle, what kind of person is he? You need to be aware. He might not treat these refugees as kindly as your father did. But if he doesn't treat them well and a riot occurs, who will be responsible? Will it be your father or him? Whether the problem is deep-rooted or due to the new official's incompetence, these issues won't be easy to resolve with just a few words. You're right. Since my cousin asked you to find me, it means she wants to help me. With our relationship, why would she want me to become her sister-in-law? I will go to her house now and ask about these things. Miss Chung, you will always help me, right? Shen Mian looked at her like a savior, tears filling her big, round eyes. Large tears rolled down her cheeks, making her look very pitiful. It was hard not to feel heartache for her. Chengwan couldn't even bring herself to refuse her, let alone say anything harsh. I will always help you. As long as we are on the same side, I will always support you. Although Shen Mian has always liked Song Yang, given the current situation, she feels she can barely take care of herself, let alone have the energy to worry about her man. After several interactions, Shen Mian also considers herself a good friend worth deepening her relationship with. Shen Mian went to the Huang residence to see Huang Wanan. Meanwhile, Chengwan was packing her things in the inn, preparing to take the children back to the village the day after tomorrow. If everything goes as planned, this trip back will be to pack up their belongings, as they plan to move into the county town. It is now late October, and the imperial exam in December is approaching. Song Yang doesn't need to take the exam, but Song Mu does. So, the family needs to focus on his studies. Coincidentally, Song Mu's teacher, Lin Sijia, recently found a job at the county office, so he spends most of his time in the county town, making it convenient for Song Mu to study with him. This is a good opportunity. There's no need to keep living in the village anymore. As for tomorrow night, Chengwan has already planned to meet with the merchant's boss to deliver goods. She has just harvested a new batch of grains in her experimental fields, enough to fill the warehouse a bit more. The young lambs in the breeding area have grown quite strong. On the 19th day, Chengwan plans to give them growth hormones. When the first batch of lambs is ready for slaughter, she plans to invite friends and family for a hot pot feast. Imagine hot pot with thin slices of lamb, paired with a bottle of clear wine. Such a day would be truly delightful. While packing her things at the inn, Chengwan was thinking about the taste of lamb, feeling very happy and content. Mother, Grandpa Nyo left just after you returned. He asked me to tell you that something happened in the village and you should come back quickly to handle it. Yao Yao saw how happy Chengwan looked and felt a bit reluctant to tell her such upsetting news. After all, Grandpa Nyo looked very upset when he left, and even a child like her could tell that something bad might have happened in the village. Why have things been so unsettled lately? Yao Yao always feels like a refugee when she stays in the town, and trouble seems to follow her when she stays in the village. Her big, round eyes are filled with fear, as if she doesn't know when she became scared. She nervously fiddles with her fingers. When Chengwan sees her daughter like this, she knows Yao Yao is lost in her own thoughts again. At such a young age, she doesn't know much, but she has already learned to be herself. She doesn't know who she learned this from. Once your father comes back, we'll leave. Why aren't you happy? Nothing happening in the village is your fault. If you're bored and have nothing to do, help your mother pack your brother's things. Chungwon gently pats her little girl's head and softly talks to her. Remember, your mother told you to recognize your medicines, right? After we go back, we'll go up the mountain. You still have many lessons to catch up on, and your mother will remember everything for you. Oh, mother, I didn't want to come to the town. I didn't ask to fall behind on my lessons. Please, mother, since I am so adorable, can I rest a little more when we go back? Yao Yao instantly stops feeling sad and starts bargaining with Chungwon. Mother, look how cute I am. I am your little treasure. You wouldn't want your little treasure to be unhappy, right? Yao Yao jumps into Chungwon's arms, seeking comfort. Her pitiful look makes people feel sorry for her. But Chungwon is not an ordinary person. She hugs her beloved little treasure tightly, takes a deep breath, and gently strokes her fluffy little head, as if sealing her love with a lock. Mother wants to make her little treasure more useful and full. She can't let the stuffing inside leak out when the wind blows, right? Yao Yao, be obedient. When we go back, study honestly like your brothers. Mother loves smart children the most. Then let Yao Yao be a simple, silly child. We already have 2 clever brothers at home. Even if I am a bit slow, I don't mind. Yao Yao pouts sadly. Not everyone in this world likes to study. Why can't her mother understand that? If Yao Yao has children someday, she will never make them do things they dislike, especially studying. Chungwon clearly sees how much Yao Yao resists studying. But in recent days, she has learned a lesson from Shinmayan and Huang Wanfan. Girls are not just wealthy families. Their parents give them good lives with enough food and clothes, but they don't give them a strong, rich inner heart. Shinmayan has been following Song Yang's footsteps for many years, almost never doing what she truly wants to do. Now her life has some value, but she is not living for herself. She is living for her father and the Shun family. As for Huang Wanfan, she has a weak body, but still goes outside to scheme against her brother. The Huang family seems noble and wealthy, but inside, it is already falling apart. All that remains is a tangled mess. Before, Chungwon really thought about letting her daughter grow freely. She was okay with her studying or not studying. Their ability could give the child a good environment to grow up in. They are not short of money, and they won't lack power in the future. Yao Yao would be their true little princess, cherished in their hands. But now, after seeing these 2 young ladies, Chungwon truly understands. If Yao Yao really grew up as she wished, she would just become a puppet, filled with straw inside. So, for her child's future, Chungwon must force her to learn. Yao Yao needs a skill she can rely on. Studying medicine is a good choice. It can protect her and also be a powerful tool to balance others if needed. Right now, Chungwon has an even more important task, finding a doctor to teach Yao Yao medicine. Thinking of the yellow figure in her memory, Chungwon already has a basic impression of this doctor. Song Yang returned even faster than Chungwon expected. She told Song Yang what Uncle Neo said, and he also planned to go back immediately. Then we will go back early the day after tomorrow, and tomorrow I will go to the academy to report to the teacher. Luckily, he now has the recommendation for the scholar exam, or life wouldn't be so free. But Song Mu can't go back with them. Thinking that his teacher is also in the county, Song Yang plans to entrust Song Mu to Lin Sijia for these days. Tomorrow, you don't need to follow me back. Stay with your teacher. Before our parents return to the county town, for your safety, you must stay close to him.